LCK 아나운서 배혜지입니다. 오늘은요 제가 이렇게 놀이터에 나와봤습니다. 이제 본격적으로 LCK 정규 시즌이 시작이 됐는데요. 이 시즌을 위해서 우리 선수분들도 얼마나 끊임없이 노력을 해왔겠습니까? 저는 잘 쉬어야 경기도 잘할 수 있다 이렇게 생각해요. 그래서 제가 준비한 초특급 프로젝트 바로 선수들을 위한 힐링 캠프입니다. 자, 그래서 배혜지의 힐링 캠프 오늘 첫 번째 찾아와준 주인공분들은요. 이 봄 기운을 물씬 느끼고 싶은 오늘 조금 운동 좀 하고 싶다 하시는 분들을 모셨습니다. 어디 계시지? 어디 계시죠?
어떻게 해야 돼? 네?
어떡해. 저기 그네를 타고 계신 분들이 계신데요? 한번 가볼까요?
분위기 좋네.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네.
안녕하세요.
그네를 아주 수천걸로 타시네요.
그죠?
어때? 뭐 봄 기운이 좀 느껴지나요?
봄 기운이요?
네.
오늘 벚꽃도 피고 운동하기 좋은 날씨네요. 네.
그러니까요. 제가 듣기로는 LCK에서 운동을 가장 잘하는 3인방이 모였다고 들었어요. 맞나요?
제가 또 평소에 풋살을 또 즐겨 하는데 오늘 또 몸이 근질근질해가지고 최근에 하고 싶어서
네.
이제 정의 멤버로 꾸려왔습니다.
이야, 그럼 캐리아 선수가 꾸려온 정예 멤버로 운동, 풋살을 좀 해볼까요, 그러면?
뭐 공놀이는 다 좋죠, 공놀이는.
그래요? 다들 동의하시나요?
문제가 많이 없나 봐요.
그래도 팬분들께 그럼 인사 한마디씩 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. 공원시 민영입니다.
안녕하세요, 키라입니다.
안녕하세요. 커즈 문차입니다.
와, 그러면 우리 꽃을 좀 구경하면서 풋살 한번 하러 가보실까요?
고고싱.
너무 예뻐.
와,
너무 좋은데?
게임하느라고 이렇게 꽃 구경할 시간 없었죠?
그죠. 와, 오늘 이렇게.
그러니까 벚꽃 사진 좀 찍어드릴게요.
에?
벚꽃 사진 한번 하나, 둘, 셋.
덕샷.
이거 맞아?
자, 다음 커즈 선수. 오,
감성 진짜.
버스랑 같이 나오니까 감성 있는데요. 가시죠.
뭐 저희 이제 풀사장 가는 건가요?
커즈 선수는 달리기를 많이 하시잖아요.
네, 달리는 거 좋아해가지고.
네, 그래서 조금 오늘 기대가 되는데.
겁 없이 달리면 잘할 것 같은데 이제 공이 끼니까 이게.
근데 우찬이 형이 셋이 저희 같은 팀일 때
네.
풋살을 하러 간 적이 있었던 걸로 기억하는데.
진짜?
형 풋살도 하고 서바이벌도 했었잖아.
운동회 했었지.
그때 축구 했었구나.
근데 우찬이 형이 그때 진짜
그래서 이 멤버를 꾸몄구나.
우찬이 형이 그때 월클이었어요, 좀.
그래요?
맞다. 그때 축구 그 대회 있었다.
자, 여러분을 위한 풋살장을 섭외해놨습니다. 어서 오세요.
와, 3명이서 이렇게 큰데 써도 되는 거예요?
그러니까요. 들어오세요.
와, 이거 진짜 얼마냐, 이거, 이 정도면.
와. 이야.
할만 난다.
와.
잔디 냄새, 향이 좋다, 향이.
요즘 세레머니 뭐가 유행하나?
요즘 세레머니.
뭐 이런 거?
와, 다행.
벌써 준비한다.
아니, 커즈 선수 이미 준비가 되어 있네요.
일단 장난이고.
준비돼 있네. 한번 준비 좀 같이 해볼까요?
좋습니다.
네네.
저 진짜 골대녀 출신인 배혜지 아나운서님한테 이거 꼭 배우고 싶었습니다.
열심히 해보겠습니다. 네. 자, 그러면은 양팔 벌려서 좀 이렇게
추억 돋는다, 추억
넓혀볼고요.
돋아.
기준.
저 학생 된 것 같아.
발목부터 돌려볼까요?
와,
자,
기분이
왼쪽 하나, 둘, 셋. 캐리어 선수 평소에 운동 자주 하시나요?
아니요. 최근에는 근데 그 살 좀 뺀다고 러닝 한 주에 3번 정도는 했었어요.
와, 되게 많이 하셨다.
와 미쳤는데?
오늘을 위해서 한 것 같아요.
어머. 이게 또 2명씩 이렇게 하는 게 있거든요. 자, 이렇게 어깨를 잡고 이렇게 먼저 한번 해주세요.
먼저 어디?
이렇게 절 잡으세요.
서로 잡고 해요.
자, 이제 서로 잡고
잠깐만, 이렇게.
하나,
오케이.
둘.
이게, 와, 좋다.
네. 아니, 이렇게 서로 이렇게
이거 아니에요?
서로 바라보고.
서로. 이것도.
이렇게.
그렇지.
이런 거
아니야.
보네.
아니야.
야,
이건가?
와,
반대.
힘들다, 이거. 힘든데? 와.
오케이 반대로.
오케이.
아닌데 이거 맞나?
잠깐만.
똑같은데?
죄송합니다. 아 근데 우리 오늘 이렇게 같이 팀인가? 약간 불안한데. 불안한데.
풋살은 필살기가 뭔가요? 그러니까 저는 방금 사실 좀 어릴 때
네.
꼬발이라 해서 이게 꼬발이 뭔지 모르겠는데
이 앞으로
해서
차는 거.
앞으로 해가지고 위로 쫙 띄우는 게 있었거든요.
오.
원래 이 정도 사이즈에서 하세요?
원래 조금 더 큰데 오늘 4대 4는 충분히 할 수 있을 것
아,
같아요.
4대 4예요 오늘?
네.
세요?
오늘 우리가 이렇게 4명이잖아요.
밸런스 다시 짜야 될까요?
아 저희 같은 팀이에요?
안 돼.
사실 오늘 오는 선수들에 대해서 얘기를 하자면 저도 굉장히 두려워하는 그런 선수들이 오늘 온. 근데 또 우리 대표하는 풋살러들이 왔는데 너무 쉬운 상대를 고를 순 없잖아요.
그죠.
그래서 제가 좀 무섭고 어려운 그런 상대를 한번 데려와봤습니다. 자,
팀은 될것 같아요.
네, 그래서 이제 상대팀을 한번 불러보도록 하겠습니다. 상대팀 나와주세요. 우! 우! 와! 반갑습니다, 우리 민지.
반갑습니다. 반갑습니다.
와! 야, 진짜 빛이 난다, 빛이 나. 골대녀 우리 식구들이 또 와주셨습니다. 어서 오세요. 와, 소개 한 번씩만 부탁드릴게요.
솔직히 LCK는 잘 모릅니다. 하지만 축구를 너무나도 잘하는 오늘 감독 역할을 맡은 이근호라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
이야!
안녕하세요. 골대녀 구대 패밀리의 달리기 선수 김민지입니다.
와! 너.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 골대녀에서 원더우먼 팀에 있는 대유미로 활동하고 있는 가수 소윤입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 코트 위에 사령관을 맡고 있는 박하연입니다. 반갑습니다.
어때요? 이렇게 또 직접 뵈니까.
무서워요.
매듭무비에서 보다가 실제로 만나니까 좀 두렵네요. 예.
사실 우리가 오늘 운동을 또 즐겁게 하러 왔으니까 절대 다치지 않고 부상 없이 즐겁게 축구하고 갔으면 좋겠습니다. 그러니까 골대녀의 그 강한 마인드를 좀 내려놓으란 말이야. 오늘 좀
가볍게.
받아야 그런 뜻이에요.
가볍게, 오케이.
아시겠죠? 네, 잘
네.
부탁드립니다.
저희가 이제 첫 번째 테스트로 프린트 대결을 할 거예요. 근데 여기
민지가
또 이길 수 있나요?
아, 이게 육상선수를 어떻게 이겨?
3대 1로 해도 못 이길 것 같은데.
이길 생각하지 마세요. 저도 못 이기니까. 우선은 테스트를 한다는 느낌으로 부상 없이 자신의 스피드를 최대한 보여주기 바랍니다.
아,
네.
좋습니다.
아, 혜지 씨는 지금 현재 저기 편인 거예요?
아 그런 건 아닌데 네, 그런 건 아니에요.
왜 이렇게 적같이?
아,
언니 발음을
아, 그래도 너무 좋다. 이렇게 골대녀 패밀리와 우리 LCK 패밀리가 또 한 자리에서 보니까 너무 좋네요. 김민지 선수는 또 직관도 왔었잖아요.
맞아요.
네. 우리 LCK 보러 왔었잖아.
저 하나 응원했습니다.
와.
역시 고마우시 선수가 왜 오늘 초대받았나 했더니
오늘 그럼 절대 두 명은 같은 편이 될 수 없는 걸로 찢어 놓도록 하겠습니다.
왜요? 누가
그러면은 됐네. 이제
민지랑 구말 선수랑 하면 되겠다.
왜 어때? 그렇게 되는 거예요?
오세요.
민지가 이제 하나를 하니까 민지야, 너의 대결 상대는 누구야?
오늘 제가 대결할 상대는
너.
아니, 이게
이제 한 번만 보여줘 그냥 미리.
아니, 이거 어떻게 하는 건지 한번 보여줘.
뛸 거다.
그래요?
직관한 게 소원이었어요.
그래.
이 정도로 뛸 거다.
네. 아 근데 제가 좋아하는 선수여가지고 너무.
아 그러니까 그걸 보여주고 그 다음에 네가 어떻게 뛰는지 보여주면 되잖아.
긴장이 되는데.
아니야?
고마우시 화이팅!
구말 씨 화이팅! 민지도 화이팅!
자 한번 해볼게요.
근데 이길 마음이 있으신 거죠?
최선을 다해야죠.
자신감이 없어요.
준비됐죠?
오, 잘한다! 우와! 오, 잘한다! 우와!
나이스.
와, 역시!
어떻게 나 졌어?
야, 나 진짜 너무 심쿵했어. 와, 진짜.
너무 잘 달리신다. 어떻게 나?
어땠나요, 구말 선수?
게임에서 배려받은 적이 없었는데 마음이 참 심란하네요.
네, 구마유 선수 너무나도 잘 봤습니다.
야,
이 끝까지 달려가는 모습이
진짜
네.
최선을 다해서.
너무나도 멋졌어요. 그럼 이제 다음 선수
제가 가겠습니다.
소유미
언니
선수가
만만치
가도록
않아요,
할게요.
진짜.
근데
저희 팀 에이스입니다. 저희 프로게이머 에이스.
아니요, 진짜 아니에요.
우리 LCK 에이스!
체형이
네.
되게 날렵하고 빠를 것 같아.
맞아요.
띠동갑 같아가지고.
네?
나이.
갑자기 나이
나이 왜
커밍아웃.
언니가 왜? 야 나이 얘기하지 마 유미야. 아무도 티 안 나요.
가겠습니다.
와, 서포터.
아 근데 빠르다.
진짜 졌어.
언니, 이겼어.
이게
와 빠르네.
왜냐면 스피드로 이길 수 없어서 몸으로 먼저 맞고 갔거든요.
근데 진짜 여기서 또 배워가네요.
이게 바로 골대녀다.
한참 어린 동생을 그냥 어깨빵을 그냥 괜찮아요?
지금 너무 만족스럽습니다. 지금 축구 더 잘할 것 같아요, 지금. 전투력이
승부욕 올라왔어요?
지금 몸이 뜨거워졌습니다.
근데 확실히 파악이 됐어요. 지금 너무 순간적인
빠르다
스피드가
진짜 빠르다.
빨라요.
마지막.
너무 치열해서 깜짝 놀랐어.
파이팅.
저희 진짜 런닝 진짜 자주 하거든요, 커즈 선수가.
다행히 발 쓰는 거라 다행히.
박가연 선수가 어떻게 보면 우리 골대녀 안에서 끝판왕이거든요.
맞아요.
근데 끝판왕을 지금 커지 선수가 나왔어요.
달리기 자신 있으니까 커즈. 렛츠고! 커즈 렛츠고! 커즈 렛츠고! 화이팅!
이거 그림이 벌써부터 좀 무서운데.
근데 진짜 반응 속도가 진짜 장난 아니시네요.
근데 진짜 마우스로 반응 속도 하면 우리가 진짜 이기는데.
그러니까 이거 마우스로 했었어야 되는데 와.
보여주시죠.
네, 누구랑?
누구랑 붙을지?
언니 한 분 안 뛴 분이 있어요. 언니
그러면은-
한 분 안 뛴 사람 있어요.
누구? 감독님? 그래.
근데 한 번 보여주시면은
보고 싶습니다.
제가 진짜 어떻게 뛰는지 보고 배울 것 같아요.
제가 뛰면은 여러분들
이근호! 너 나와!
혜지가 조금 더 앞에서 뛰어야 되는 핸디캡.
국가대표인데 어떻게 이겨 내가? 국가대표인데 어떻게 이겨? 여기. 언니. 떨려.
진짜 이게 가능해요?
이 정도
이거
거리도
이거 제가 이길 것 같나요? 질 것 같나요?
이겨요.
질 것 같아요.
질 것 같아요?
근데 왜냐면은 이제 맨날 술 많이 드시고 하시니까.
유미야 응원 한번 보내줘. 친구를 위한 응원.
감독님 화이팅!
감독 화이팅!
옐로 카드.
이기고 싶나 봐.
경고입니다.
이지.
맞네. 저는 술 많이 드셨네.
술 많이 드셔가지고.
술 많이 먹었네.
열심히 안 했다니까. 모양도 빠지고 참 안 좋네요.
자, 그럼 이렇게 해서 1라운드 한번 테스트를 해봤는데 2라운드는 어떤 걸 하면 좋을까요?
네, 2라운드는 크로스바 맞히기를 할 거예요.
좋다. 시범으로 한번 보여주세요.
이거
액션캠
안 맞으면 다시 찰게요. 자, 그러면은 이제 제가 한번 시범을 보여줄 텐데
오예!
공이 있으면은 볼 바람 내는 거를 기준으로 저를 마주보고 딱 놓으면은 이거보다도 밑에를 지나가야 공이 뽕 뜨겠죠? 그죠? 근데 한번 쳐볼게요. 네. 거기서 그냥
어떻게 하는
앞에 거
거예요?
잘라주시고.
다시
어떻게?
한번 볼게요.
네.
역시.
다르다.
역시 한 번에 성공하시네.
다르다.
원샷 원킬.
이근호.
이렇게 사시면 됩니다. 네, 이렇게 사시면 돼요. 이게 한 번에 맞추는 거 쉽지 않거든요.
네. 대단하셔요. 한 번에 맞추셨어.
그러면 첫 번째 선수 누가 자신 있다?
역시 구마유 씨. 와!
자신감 하면 그만하시지.
빅게임입니다.
네, 준비됐죠?
네.
파이팅!
파이팅!
빅게임입니다. 빅게임.
바로 성공하는 거 아니야?
아니 진짜 비슷했어.
아니, 잘하는데?
잘 봤습니다. 잘 봤습니다. 근데 아직 끝난 거 아니에요. 또 기회가 있어요. 맞출 때까지이기 때문에
맞출 때.
맞추세요.
준비하시고요. 그다음
하루 종일 하겠네. 파트너인 민지가.
오케이,
언제부터 제 파트너가
파트너 정해졌어.
됐구나.
왼발잡이시죠?
뭐야 왼발로 하겠다는 거.
왼발로.
네, 김민지 화이팅!
파이팅.
김민지 화이팅!
화이팅!
파워슛 파워슛.
진짜 잘한 것 같은데? 많은 소리 안 들렸어요?
안 들렸어요, 안 들렸어요.
들은 것
네.
같은데?
그다음
렛츠고 캐리야.
가겠습니다.
네.
파이팅.
그래 화이팅! 잠깐만!
스쳤죠?
안 맞은 것 같은데?
맞았죠?
진짜.
와 맞는 줄 알았어. 와.
맞았던 것 같은데?
그물이 흔들렸으니까.
벌써 지는 줄 알았네.
맞추자 맞추자. 보여줘요.
유미 가자.
가자 유미.
도전!
도전! 유미 화이팅! 아쉽다, 아쉽다.
다들 진짜.
근데 다들 갑자기 잘해.
네, 그다음
나네.
커즈 렛츠고!
가자!
과주 선수 갑시다.
KT 1등의 사나이.
그래서 맞추면 대박.
렛츠고 커즈!
마지막 자존심.
커즈 화이팅!
형이 해줘야 돼.
커즈.
커즈 해줘.
롤 때리는 남자.
커즈 해줘!
해줘, 커즈.
도전 화이팅!
아니, 뭐야!
역시!
자존심을 살렸다. 아니.
세레머니 한번 해야죠! 달려가서 세레머니 한번 해주세요!
그런 거 올라온다.
날카롭고 화이팅!
파이팅!
도전.
해줘. 박하연 해줘.
스텝이 달라. 스텝이 다르다.
잘 되고 있나요?
힘들어.
네, 힐링 되고 있나요?
네, 좋아요.
진짜 이거 뭐.
이게 힐링이야?
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
리온 화이팅! 안녕 화이팅!
루시아, 디파스키야, 화이팅!
디바스키야 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It's the AA broadcast today as I'm Atlas and I'm joined by Ox, and we have two seemingly predictable matches on our hands. But what this season has taught us, Ox, is that as the more predictable a day seems, the less predictable it actually is.
Yeah.
Although I think the predictability doesn't change. However, the outcome is more likely to be weird
I think that's fair.
or something like that.
We've had some very strange occurrences.
Indeed.
I feel like the thing that's been most consistent is Katie on top, which is the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like the more you read into it, the more confused you're going to get. So just take it at face value.
Yeah, let's
Right.
just not read into it.
Yeah.
Let's say there are two teams competing here today in our first matchup. As you can see, highlighted here, it is D+ Kia and Hanjin Brion. These two teams are both teams in the LCK. One of them could win and one of them could lose. In fact, both of those things are going to happen.
Yeah, I can't disagree with anything you've said.
See,
So
there you go.
works perfectly for me.
Yeah, let's just try to take all measure of prediction out of today. Every statement must be a guarantee. There will be a Nexus destroyed at the end of today's match.
Maybe we could look at the outcome and focus our assessments on those outcomes.
Oh, I see what you did there, outcome-focused assessment. Let's have a look at the battle of two teams with a close recent head-to-head record. Bro are on a 4-loss streak, unfortunately. They haven't won since they took down BNK FearX earlier on, and DK have looked better and better.
You know what's weird to me is that streak of 3 series in a row in 2025, because we casted that.
Yeah.
We were there for that, and yet it just still, I'm like,
it makes no sense at all.
It makes no sense.
But strangest thing.
A big part of that was, D+ struggled in round 1 and 2, went down to the Rise group, and then the Rise group was just a mess. Honestly, I think what's actually happened is this season, the Rise group has expanded, and now the whole of the LCK
I feel like
is just the Rise group.
The Rise group is kind of like an abyss.
Yeah.
You know, it just keeps, like a black hole, it keeps absorbing more and more here in the LCK. And so maybe half of our Legend group is just going to be Rise group. Wouldn't that be beautiful?
That would be so good.
And by half, I mean, based on what we're seeing already, the entirety of the Legend group. Because KT, I mean, they were secretly a Rise group team. They were just stuck in the wrong group last year.
And it seems like they're thriving, which
Exactly.
is counterintuitive, but makes so much sense for them.
It does. The less it makes sense, the more it makes sense. Which is why there is a chance that Hanj and Brion go away with a victory here. In fact, your friend on the space, Digon, has predicted so. However, Hanj and Brion cannot do it without your support in chat. Not this guy. This guy's supporting D+ Kia. It's a very different story. He, I think, is going to be on the more likely winning side. However, we're not doing any predictions, and so I cannot actually outright say that or not. But if you pay the bro tax, there is a higher likelihood that bro will win. That's all I'm saying.
That's honestly probably the strongest statement you've made so far.
I know, isn't it? It's outrageous, and I
very
probably
bold.
shouldn't have.
Yeah, dangerous move, dangerous precedents are set, but, you know, it's established fact, I think, at this point. Got a case law in place for the effectiveness of the bro tax.
I have no fear of the bro tax. I paid it, and I feel great about it. That's what just happened right there. I predicted D+ Kia as far as the predictions are concerned on our graphic at the beginning. However, I was forced to. We have to put in our predictions at the start of every week. If I could have omitted this series from said predictions, I would have. I would have much preferred to do my predictions after the match. Why don't we do that? It'd be so much easier.
I've never actually thought of that, but now that you say it, that does... I can see how that would be beneficial.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, there's lots.
Because like you can see it on your sheet of like the schedule that you've got in front of you here, and it actually has the outcomes of all of the matches that happened previously. It'd be so much easier to know what's going on
Would we call
after
them like
the fact.
Post-dictions then instead of predictions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think that.
Maybe we should probably like send an email.
You know, I know there's one person who's got a vein bulging in his forehead right now, and it's Chronicler. He's gonna be. How dare you question the sanctity of the
cannot
predictions?
mess with his predictions. Did you get his predictions for this week?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it just all of the teams that have won? Because I have a feeling he's been doing some post-dictions.
Well, he's 100% so far. He does say to me, he sends it in a sealed envelope and says, "Don't open it until the end of the week," because he doesn't want me to copy it.
Aha.
I think he puts a lot of stock into this.
Yeah.
He thinks everyone is out to get 100%.
Out to oust him.
Yes.
From his top spot. Must have been very nervous last week, as Wolf did manage to get that 10 out of 10.
Oh, well,
as
actually...
Stevie Max, what is with the hair? That is...
Wow.
That's out of control. Maybe he was up all night thinking about why we do predictions and not post-dictions.
Yeah.
That's probably what he was doing.
And regarding, you know, Wolf get the 10 out of 10. Yeah. Fantastic. Chronicler got 11 out of 10. So, you know, he got the bonus for the extra credit.
I should have known. I don't know why Wolf didn't get the extra credit, but I understand that Chronicler needs to be number one. And there's only one way to do that if somebody else got a perfect week. Let's get into the draft here, though, for game number 1. Hanj and Brion are going to be on our blue side. First pick will go over to D+ Kia, as they had the right of first selection, and they are going to use it to ban away a Nocturne.
Yeah, Rumble, not too much of a surprise, going to come in as the next ban. And for me, I think we haven't seen too many changes on the patch. You know, things didn't really get shaken up that much, just a couple of little tweaks. So expect things to kind of carry on as they have been. For me, I think Hanj and Brion, Teddy has just been in really good form recently, even in the losses. So a lot of focus towards him, I think, could have a lot of value. Karma, the nerfs are kind of minor.
Yeah.
You know, just like a tweak to her laning a little bit, but even then still super
Karma's really upset about losing some AD.
Yeah.
I think her shield got a little bit tapped as well.
It was just the mana cost, which, you know, not the sort of champion that goes that much in lane. Now, Varus was open and available, so first picked by D+ here, and that's something that puts a lot of pressure in the 2v2. And, you know, we were just talking about Teddy being in an excellent position. You want to make sure you have a lane that can match into the Varus and do well. We often see Sivir into Varus. You don't necessarily have to pick it now, though. My concern with taking a Sivir on this rotation is that they take a Jarvan, so they go for the Pantheon here.
And Pantheon has been pretty good.
Yeah.
The thing about the Varus that really bothers me is the fact that it's a flex, right? They picked the Ezreal for Teddy, obviously a comfort pick for him, but you don't know that that is where the Varus is going to be going. There could be a different lane in store, and I hope that they hold on to that counter pick, or the flex pick, sorry, for as long as possible. But Jarvan is going to be locked in here, and then I assume Showmaker is going to play Azir or something like that.
I feel like that's why they went the Ezreal, is because the Jarvan on 2 here was such an expected thing. You know, if you go for the Sivir, you fall into that trap. Ezreal has been a super big comfort for Teddy, as you said.
Lee Annie is pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think one of the big things with Lee Sin is you want to have consistent CC to set him up.
Yep.
After level 6, you have that in the bot lane already, or top lane potentially, and mid lane. Yeah, the point and click's done.
You also have Chains of Corruption as well, so there's a lot of follow-up for Flash Tibbers, and if you get an AoE stun, then the Chains of Corruption chance of getting that extra follow-up CC is going to be even higher. But here is Widid's favorite lane, the Nico going to be locked in.
One he absolutely loves. A lot of poke between this duo, which, you know, you are kind of fighting into the Varus. Obviously, we talked about the Sivir being like the common sort of pick that can negate him. Ezreal does have a strong lane, but can be poked out from a distance, depending on the support matchup. But picking the Nico up here and having the chance to trim away other picks has a lot of value. Bard, potentially, could be something you take off. We've seen really high prior on that. Could he go for the Ashe? So, still concerned with the prospect of it being that Varus top. Ashe Seraphine could be an issue, and not want to deal with that.
So some bans to come through here, I expect aimed towards the mid lane, although you can protect top lane just a little bit. But I think top lane's going to be a little bit of a different story because you can pivot the Varus around, so you're not exactly locked in to what that matchup is going to look like. I wouldn't mind just protecting the Annie as best as possible.
Yeah, Aurora's normally the one we see into Annie.
Yep.
Azir, just generally high prio, but normally we get Aurora into Annie specifically, so it wouldn't surprise me if that next ban from D+ is the Aurora.
I also quite like Azir when there's a Nico there to lock people down, allows you to get that Emperor's Divide into a position that you like it. And there is the Lulu, going to be taken away as well, so Korea doesn't have the option of going towards that one.
I mean, they're fully committed to the prospect of this being a Varus top. Both of these bans are sort of suggesting the Varus top is what we expect, or at least more of a threat. And there's still good options for Korea. You know, Korea had that fantastic Bard highlight earlier in the season.
He did.
Bard Varus is a pretty solid lane here. They actually don't go for the Aurora, instead going for the Jax ban away from casting.
Yeah, and that suggests that they do want to be playing this Varus in the top lane. As the Aurora that you were talking about, because it did slip through, is going to be likely snapped up here by Loki. Gives him a good lane. The Anivia would also be kind of okay, although I feel like it's not quite as powerful. And he does have that lack of mobility though, so if you do manage to wall her off, you can get some guaranteed damage down there. Similar to the Anivia into Ryze matchup that we've seen so many times, but this is going to confirm that that Varus is heading towards the top side of the map as Smash is considering a Jhin pickup. What is going to be, is it just Jhin Bard? You could just lock in Jhin Bard here if you'd like to.
Jhin Bard makes the most sense in this situation. Pretty solid lane. And I think with the way Brianna kind of played out this draft, they end up having a mid matchup they feel comfortable in, but they make sure they get full information on this top lane matchup. They make sure they know it's the Varus before they lock in their top lane pick, so they have that forecasting isn't, even though they kind of had the sense it could be the top lane Varus, doesn't kind of go into a blind. He knows the matchup he's going into, and they end up picking the Aurora, so this could be Aurora mid and Nivea top.
Yeah, what's the top lane matchup going to be? It looks like it is going to be the Anivia top lane. Casting taking a note out of Zeus' book. He has been our resident bird top laner so far this season.
Or will it be Aurora top, Anivia mid?
All right. I mean, it's all a bit the same. As the Aurora is going to be a little bit more safe up there on the top side, which does make a little bit of sense. So that's what they're going to opt in. Never mind. We're switching back. I'm just not... Look, let's just wait. It should be confirmed now. I think that swap was very late, actually.
Maybe down to the second.
Yeah, normally, because we don't actually have the countdown anymore. It was that if it reached 25 seconds, then you had to have everything, all your ducks in a row.
Yeah.
You know? But I don't know. It looked like it was earlier than the 25 seconds. Caught me a little bit unawares.
I remember a big thing it used to be was that making sure you had the right defensive runes when it was armor and MR shards.
Oh, yeah, true.
But that doesn't matter here because they're both AP, and it also doesn't matter here because they removed them. So, you know, not really worried either way.
Wow, it's sunny in here. I thought that was just us because of these lights, but apparently it's just all of LoL Park is just a bit glary. Maybe it's because of all of the star power on both Hanjin Breon and D+ Kia. There are a lot pretty credible players. They swapped at 29 seconds. Just to confirm, let's get into the Rift. Wow. I know we're on the D+ side of LoL Park here today, but that was a very, very loud cheer. So plenty of D+ fans making it out. And let's see whether Hanjin Breon can get enough Brotax in order to, you know, create a louder cheer for game number 2. Whether they need it or not is going to be another big question because these drafts are kind of wacky. I think the Varus has been understandably very, very powerful on that top side of the map. The Dusk Till Dawn build is kind of insane.
Yeah.
But it was first picked, right? There was plenty of time for Hanjin Breon to come up with an answer. It is the Anivia at this stage. And sometimes when there are these coveted picks that are banned all the time, when teams finally do get their hands on them, they cannot necessarily be as powerful as what we would expect. Here on the bottom side, though, Teddy and Namgung going up against Korea and Smash, and Korea and Smash doing a decent job, as my goodness. Blight really, like, just the on-hit just does so much.
Yeah, that was something as well when they nerfed Pogue Varus a bit. With his Q damage, they put extra AD ratio onto his W, which is bonus AD, so it's not really having that much impact now, but even just like, you know, Doran's Blade, the AD Shard, a little bit of a difference. It does do a lot in those early trades. Now, I think the big thing for this top lane matchup is the fact that you end up with a range top, because so often we see Varus into a melee top, like they pick the Varus, they expect a bot, they lock like a blind Renekton, and it's just nightmare fuel. But the Anivia doing pretty good in the trades.
Oh, have the cannon as well.
You have the egg as like the second health pool and the safety for a gank, but also you have pretty good gank setup onto the Varus.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty easy, because I think with the Renekton, you're kind of suffering, and then eventually, oh, gets the cannon as well, that was good.
That was very smooth by casting.
And then eventually, you like try and flash on the Varus and set up your jungler, but with the Anivia, you know, you can survive the lane pretty relatively comfortably and still have that gank setup that other picks like a Renekton would have.
Well, currently she has been denied going home, but I think that he's happy to just catch this wave, both of them on relatively low health, and if you're away from your turret, as the Anivia, the egg, may not necessarily be as powerful. Now casting's the one that has to move pretty far up the lane, as Gideon is in the area, does spot Lucid here with that Scryer's Bloom. Lucid now knows that Gideon is there as they put wards over the wall at exactly the same time, at exactly the same place. That was very cute. Q going to spot out Gideon here, who does actually get hit here by the follow-up. Showmaker over there just to make sure that Gideon doesn't have any opportunity to fire back. So D+ with a slight advantage early.
With the mid prio, it might be a bit tricky for Gideon to get in here. He's a little bit lower on HP as well. We saw Loki just get chunked out a bit in that trade, so going to be double scuttle for Lucid. Also has Korea moving up to secure it. Oh
dear, they're looking for Namgung as well as the Q is going to land. Not able to get himself out of the way, and that is first blood over to Korea. Only cost him a flash, but that is a big deal to start off this bottom lane.
Just such a great transition down, had the vision onto the enemy Nico. Great read there to find the play. One of the things as well, playing Nico into Bard, it doesn't happen here because the clone was already on cooldown. But you obviously want to use your W to get away, and it can just set you up to stun yourself. So that's always a danger in this matchup. There obviously didn't come into play. That was a pretty easy setup. But I think Namgun just expected to be safe in that situation and ended up getting punished.
Oh, double flash is actually thrown out towards the top side of the map as well. So Casting and Shiu trading up there. Does mean Casting is going to be going back a little bit earlier. Teleports back in with the makings of a catalyst. And I imagine Shiu is going to be looking for a back time as well. There it is. Has the Swifty boots, which will be very valuable when that ulti does come on through.
I think as well, playing into Anivia, the Frost, what's it called, the Q?
The Flash Frost?
Flash Frost, yeah. It's so slow that like having the Boots of Swiftness just makes it so much easier to dodge, especially now that you don't have that flash available. Or even just the wall, like being able to walk around it faster. You can see now Shu already.
Yeah, not to mention
the path out of it.
Yeah, the combo is, you know, put down the ulti, then put down a wall, and you have extra slow resistance as well, so it makes it even more beneficial. Shu does manage to nail that cannon. High value there. So it is just the Boots of Swiftness to come on through. No damage yet here for Shu.
Yeah, I think Varus' base damage is just so high that, you know, you can just invest in that movement speed, especially into a lane that's so skill shot based. Level 6 now there for casting though.
Chains of Corruption does come on down here as Gideon moves over. Lucid here a little bit later. Wall is there as well, and they're just fighting on the ulti. That is not what they wanted to do. And Lucid going to go down for the double for Gideon. Hanjin Breon really finding some success here in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, she would just ended up standing there in the ultimate, getting caught up in the CC, obliterated, and then Lucid, unfortunately, trying to save his top lane, gets caught up in the mixer as well. Not really how you want to play that 2v2.
Absolutely not.
Close.
Smash and Career as well. Doing a bit of battle here towards Namgung and Teddy. Namgung a little bit short on that one, as Cosmic Binding also goes wide. But that topside little scuffle is going to be a big problem here for DK, because it was Lucid that had a little bit of an advantage in the jungle. It was Shu that was able to get some zoning done against casting, and now that has all been nullified with that gold advantage that they have picked up. Obviously, it is not a gold advantage universally, and it's just like 200 gold, something like that, which isn't real. And the Drake should be going over to Lucid here on the back end of the play as Gideon finishes clearing out his bottom side jungle.
Yeah, the impact though is, I mean, we'll see the replay first. So she would just, you know, standing aggressively, ult goes down, stun connects, he's already half HP, gets basically into, I mean, doesn't even need the execute from Gideon, but he uses it on the Lee Sin and just chunks him.
They were just partying on a glacial storm, which is probably not what you want to do.
Really isn't. And, you know, the immobility of the Varus kind of suffering there, especially with no flash available.
Immobility. Beautiful word. Not actually correct. He is mobile, just not as mobile.
Yeah, true.
To be immobile, I think, is to be stopped.
He did get stopped there, though, when he got...
That's true. He was immobilized for
ice
a moment.
ball thrown at him, yeah. I think the thing, though, now is that Gideon, being the person with the gold, you know, obviously having like a fed laner is always nice, but when it's a Pantheon ahead of the curve, he's the one who's always going to show up to the plays. He's the one with the like semi-global ultimate who can be wherever he wants. He doesn't quite have that first item completed, but that's such a huge spike. And Shu have to play such a safe game here.
Yeah. Level 8 here for casting as well. Does have his catalyst complete. Just going to feel a whole lot better. Also has a CS advantage by about a wave, but that should be neutralized momentarily as Shu does pick that one up. Teleport back here for Showmaker as well. And Bro just holding on to that slight advantage that they picked up. And Korea going to come on over and just annoy Loki here momentarily. That is
in the cannon.
It's so frustrating, isn't it? Did he just lose a cannon because of it as well? My gosh. Casting also lost a cannon. We need to make sure that Teddy just got his cannon in the bottom lane. Otherwise, it's just 3 lanes that lose cannons all over. That's half a kill.
Yeah, big gold swing.
Massive.
Okay, Grub's going down. The TP being committed as well. I mean, it is just Loki's, so he'd be going back to mid regardless, but it is a pretty focused commit from Bro, and D+ instead just focus on picking up some farm on their side laners. End result is 3 Grubs for Hanjin Breon in this situation.
Pretty nice. Smash is going to be able to get this wave shoved in, though, and just walks around reloading for a few moments. Korea coming on over, does look for a Cosmic Binding, but just gets a Meep Slap off and is just going to back away. Deadly Flourish goes wide. And Loki actually taking a lot from Tibbers here is okay. Man drop towards top side of the map as Casting was tanking up that turret, but I think he should be all right. Flash just barely up and available now as he dodges out of the way. And Shu will survive. Still has to give up a lot of the lane as now Lucid makes his way forward. Where did he come from? That was insanity, and True Barrage is not going to be able to hit Shu here, who was backing in that brush. So D+ able to find an angle back into this game.
Yeah, I think Hanjin Breon went for that play because Shu's flash was nearly up.
Yeah.
And Gideon rushed it before recalling, so he had gold for Sundered Sky, didn't buy it. Instead goes for this top play. We'll see what happened mid first. Lucid just wrapping around by the Raptors. And this is the power of Annie Lee Sin. You know, the flash done into the Sonic Wave, can't miss it. But the top lane play, I think the rush was, oh, we need to get him before his flash is up. His flash came up as they were diving him. So
Yeah.
Flash out. But I think if they go for that play when Gideon completes his Sundered Sky, I mean, she was just dead flash or not, right? You have point and click CC, and it'd represent a lot more damage having that guaranteed crit auto. So I think just a bit of a rushed play, and the end result is D+ getting positive play, counteracting a negative one on the top side.
They do get
pretty
the
nice
flash
for them.
again, though. So
Yeah,
I guess he
true.
could just go for it now that he's completed the Sundered Sky. Which
and
is
he
potentially why he's here.
He is going top, and there is a lean from Loki as well. So Shiwu just says, you know what? I don't need a lane.
Yeah. Casting is just going to clear up this wave as well behind the turret, and that is going to mean that she misses out on that entire wave, currently 25 CS behind. It's a large number, as Lucid down here spotted on a ward though, so they're not going to go for any sort of cross-map dive. Really good defensive play here from Hanjin Breon, just to make sure that they're putting down the Varus without making anyone else in danger.
Yeah, getting a good amount of tower damage with the grubs as well, but you can see D+ go for the counter play. Ton of vision on that bot side, and they move in there, and now they're actually looking for Loki mid. Shield has his ultimate, but is spotted.
Yeah, Lucid looking to make his way over as well, but he might just be able to get some decent damage onto this outer turret. Casting as well is just going to be able to take this. 3 grubs, and there was only that 1 plate remaining. So this is still going to be a good play here for Hanjin Breon, despite the fact that they are at a bit of a gold deficit for now. As Tibbers makes his way back to the lane. He was a very busy bear.
So it kind of works out in a way where top lane ends up really far ahead for Hanjin Breon as a result of this, but both mid and bot suffered. So it's kind of trade-offs. You can see the gold lead pretty even. D+ were further ahead before this, so in terms of total team gold, Hanjin Breon definitely benefiting, but the bot side of the map kind of suffering to make sure Casting gets a sizable lead.
Yep. There also now might be an opportunity for Shiu to freeze if you would like to, but you do give up a fair bit of map control if you do that. Now I'm just moving over towards this Drake. Second Dragon going to be a Cloud this game. We've already got the Chemtech out of the way. Thank you very much, Orcs. And Korea just looking for some chimes. We'll be able to collect them. There's Namgung just saying some Nico things.
Yeah, D+ already had a ton of vision down here from when they did that bot side lean. So we see Bro clearing out some of the vision, but there's still some wards behind. Don't really have a great TP flanker, but you see Bro now moving in for the Dragon, and D+ look like they want to contest. Teddy already down his Arcane Shift.
Yeah, Lucid landing some Qs here pretty nicely, but safeguards to get himself out of the way with Casting in the area though, and with Showmaker nowhere in sight. It wasn't an opportunity for them as, oh man, it's not exactly a great Soul Day here today. She finally with some time with the lane. Misses a bunch of farm.
Yeah, just Mr. Cannon by himself. A little unlucky.
Yeah.
We see D+ not wanting to overcommit for the Dragon. Hard to play into the Anivia, and I think the thing is with TPing the Varus down is that they had some wards that would set up well. If you had something like a Renekton, right? You know, or maybe a Gnar, there was definitely angles where you could TP in for the flank. Flanking Varus, not really a thing.
No.
And I think that's one of the potential issues with playing into this comp of Hanjin Breon is so often when you're into an Anivia, especially a fed one, you want to come at multiple angles. If you all come in from one direction, it's very difficult. You're going to get met with walls, with the Glacial Storm as well. With this comp from D+, you don't have anyone who's like amazing as a flanker. Like Lee Sin could find flank angles, but I think the main thing is just having like a snap engage is what we're going to look for from D+. So if you don't see the angle for it, if you don't see the angle just to explosively go in, we may see them just forego the fight instead, as we did there.
Yep, it's just going to be on Showmaker to find his angles. As does get a stun here towards Loki. Just takes half of his health bar. Make that 2/3. As Tippers will be drawn back. And Showmaker is going to send Loki home. It might be the end of this turret. Just have to see. As Teddy now has this wave to deal with. Does so quite comfortably. Trinity Force now online. Still looking to put together his Muramana. As Loki actually deciding to stick around. We'll be able to evaporate this wave pretty comfortably.
Yeah, does have the red buff and fillable running, so a decent amount of sustain. But also, I think once the tip has been dropped, there's not nearly as much threat.
Still, I'm going to shift in some shapes here, as Lucid just decides to hit it a whole bunch, but that is not the real one. Still a 700 gold lead. as the Anivia not quite enough to provide a full advantage for the team. But as soon as he shows up, it is going to mean that Showmaker leaves the area. This answer to the Varus top lane, even if it did require a little bit of help, has worked quite nicely here so far.
Yeah.
Question is, can you keep him down? Is going to be sort of on my mind.
I mean, that's the thing. You're still going to have the value of the ultimate on the Varus, even if you are a bit behind. And it really just comes down to can they set up to defend the Anivia. They are starting the Herald. So last time we had an objective in the Herald pit was the Grubs, and Bro got it pretty uncontested. Going for this again. D+. Once more, looks like they're not willing to TP in the Varus. We see the full commit from Bro. They TP the Anivia in. They're like, we want to make this happen. And D+ go, okay, we'll just get some more farm on a Varus and we'll just wait for another opportunity. It kind of feels like they're really just eyeing up. Can we approach this? Do we have the right angle? No? Okay.
Yeah, hunkering down is what it feels like.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the turret falling down, so D+ in this moment do actually get themselves a little bit of an advantage in the play. As one more time, Showmaker throws a bear at Loki. Loki just seems to be at like 1/3 health the entirety of this lane. Has to use the ulti defensively to get out of the way of Showmaker, who is just feeling very happy in this lane right now. True Shot Barrage will stop the back here from Xiu, but there was no one there to follow up or anything like that. Just going to buy a little bit of tempo.
Just nice to be annoying sometimes.
Yeah. As Lucid looks for a bit of an angle here as well, but Deadly Flourish is going to go wide. Namgung able to heal himself out of the way. And Xiu does now have that Hex Plate done, so Chains of Corruption can come out a whole bunch more.
So Xiu with that ult TPing just to catch the wave there. So, you know, they've been holding the TPs for these fights, not really committing them, not using them, constantly having Xiu in a side lane, and then he uses it there, losing out on the tempo from Teddy ulting him, just TPs in.
High value ultimate there from Teddy.
Yeah, but also just kind of indicative of how D+ are kind of playing at the moment. They really haven't been over-focused on grouping now. It is 45 seconds till that Dragon. It's an Ocean Soul, not the highest prio. They haven't really shown a huge inclination to be fighting everything, so if they don't fight this, I wouldn't be too surprised. But they do have Xiu on this side of the map, and if you look at the vision setup D+ have around...
Say, that is so many wards.
Yeah,
if they don't get this Dragon, it's going to be a huge waste of money.
100%, and Bro right now are going to move in and start clearing these wards. They won't get all of them, just because there is that line so much deeper.
Yep.
But should be able to pick up a bunch in the river.
You can see Showmaker is just pinging the turret, though. It might be that they're just not that interested in this Ocean Drake, because Lucid will be able to pick up this blue buff. See who is going to go and collect it. Smash over here just trying to push this wave back. Gideon going to grab this dragon as it spawns. And Xiu is now rotating around. He's going to get spotted here on this ward.
It's the big thing. A TPing anti-flank is a lot more threatening than a Varus.
It absolutely is. And Showmaker is now making his way in. The curtains have already been called, but a bunch of these bullets are going wide. There's a Deadly Flourish as well, as they do get the snare as Showmaker finds the backline, but there's a Pop Blossom onto only the Annie. Tempered Fate doesn't hit him. They do get the egg onto casting, but he uses that to keep himself alive. And now Xiu has to flash away. Loki gets over the wall. The Deadly Flourish is there to try and save him, but it's not going to work as Gideon puts him down with the help of Teddy. And Bro with a great 2 kills as well as the Drake.
The response was so good there from Hanj and Brion. They just turned onto the flanker and managed to take them out. The problem with it being an Ezreal is that even if you do a ton of damage to him, if the follow-up's not there, if you don't finish him off, it's so hard for the rest of the team to reach him. Everyone kind of moves in when they see Showmaker. The flash done, the follow-up, Teddy disengages. They kill casting in return, but only into the egg.
Yeah.
And so they can't really do more here because they know casting's going to come back from the egg and be that threat again. And I think, unfortunately, Showmaker just didn't get the follow-up he needed.
Oh, Lucid still looking for casting here, but not going to be able to find him. They want to punish that egg being down, get at least a little bit of value from that lost team fight. Not quite able to. Teddy comes on over and gets some of that overgrowth. And Smash is just doing his best to pick up waves. You can see the gold lead has now switched over towards the Bro side, but it's only 500. But still, as this game goes on, I'm feeling the tempo vibes shift towards Hanj and Brion. That's where my mind's at. Where's your... Do you have a gauge?
I feel like, you know, I feel like the picks on the side of D+, you know, like the Annie, Lee Sin, this is a combo you want to be finding. I mean, Jin as well.
Yep.
A lot of these picks, you want to kind of be ahead of the curve, making the plays happen. They've just been kind of passive, letting things go. A lot of objectives going over to Hanj and Brion, and Hanj and Brion seem decisive, you know?
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we want to fight this objective. We're TPing in. We're getting it. You don't fight us, whatever. We've got the objective. that they've been the pace setters for this game, and then when it came to that fight,
Yeah, looking for Lucid here, who's almost just straight up dead. There's the ulti, but he goes between the worlds and doesn't find too much more. In the meantime, Xiu has found the Nico, and she is extraordinarily dead. Lucid's going to survive there towards that top side, so a little bit of an advantage here for D+, but not a whole lot to fight for at this point in time.
Yeah, a little bit off.
Okay, turret does go down.
Okay, I'm able to find that one. Namgun gets caught out. Not sure exactly how that happened, but just not quite having the damage to take out Lucid. It was super close, and they do commit the TP from casting. So this does mean Shivu, the side lane, a bit harder to match. Gold's still dead even.
Yeah, and now Xiu is 50 CS behind, which is a very large number. And it's just the Chains of Corruption also gets value against the Nico.
Yeah.
As he can just get the follow-up stun if the Shape Splitter does come on through. Kind of like it.
Yeah, so, I mean, this game is still very close. Hasn't been a ton of kills. There is still the potential for D+. Like, they have the engage options if they find a target who's isolated. But it does feel like in a structured 5v5, it is harder for them. Now, they are looking for this Varus in the bot lane. No flash in Shiwu. I think you're probably just dead.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Does get the Chains of Corruption down, tries to avoid the snare, but does not do so. And that is going to be the end of the Varus. Almost kills Namgung on his way out, but Gideon easily has enough damage. And down he will go 1 and 3 now on this Varus that was first picked, if we remember. And it's the Anivia answer that is working out very, very well. Level 16 now for casting. Does have that Rod of Ages fully stacked up, which is a large reason as to why that's happened. Is now Smash could be in trouble. True Shot Barrage actually snagging him there. Really nicely aimed from Teddy. Picks the angle of escape.
Yeah, that 2-item spike comes in for the Ezreal immediately. You see the pressure able to be put out.
Yeah.
Get some good damage on the tower.
It is Jin, though. He's able to clear out that wave relatively well. But casting is just unanswerable. I don't know what you're supposed to do about this bird just having a great time in the bottom lane.
And the thing is, we've seen T+ have good vision setup around the dragon and choose not to contest it. You know, they have that massive spread of wards, didn't find the right angle and said, no, we're not going to do it. Now, with 45 seconds from dragon, they have nothing.
Yeah.
You know, it's Hanji and Brion who have the deeper wards here, and you see D+ moving over and starting to clear some of these out. But, you know, if they were reluctant to play for the dragon before, it looks like it could be even more difficult now. Xiu is once again in the top lane, does have TP if he wants to join, and they want to make a fight out of this. Again, Ocean Soul not the highest priority in this game. Even like there's other games where there's tankier targets who at least get some benefit. Everyone's quite squishy, but still not something you want to give over for free.
Yeah, Korea going to make his way out with that magical journey. It is, I believe, Smash that picks up the blue buff there. Xiu here towards the top side of the map. He's going to get things shoved as Bro have full vision control and a teleport. Now to bring in the Varus. It looks like DK do not want to be giving this one up. But I think once Bro is set up in an area, it is just so hard to find any sort of angle as the wall does come on through. Casting here in this brush. There's the kickback onto the Anivia. They're looking to try and lock him down, but he goes golden. Now the Pop Blossom from Namgung only connects onto Showmaker, but it may have done enough to move them out of the way. Still, it is only Namgung that's gone down for now. The Varus very, very low. That's Soul Point over to the Bros. 1 kill in the fight going DK's way. Still probably worth it here for the Bros to grab themselves this Soul Point.
D+ looking for a little bit more, trying to circumvent them and stop them from getting to mid lane.
Yeah, Korea with that 1 ward in that brush is actually able to find out where they're moving.
The Showmaker still has Tibbers. He held it there, was aware of the Seeker's Arm Guard and casting. There's a lot of things that went on during that fight, a lot of little micro interactions. So Lucid finds casting and gets this great kick. I think casting pops the stasis because he expects the Tibbers, but Showmaker holds it. So then Namgun has to go in to get space for his Anivia to get out and sacrifices himself. And I think saving the Anivia was really big for Bro because it stops D+ from being able to chase more after the dragon goes down.
Well, they're going to do it again.
Yeah, so last fight he died to save his Anivia. This fight he just died. He just died, yeah.
Call it he died.
So a less impressive death, we'll say. Less valiant.
Yeah, last time he was an absolute hero. This time he just tripped. I think is kind of how it looks. Now D+ thinking about starting off a Baron, or at least Lucid is. Does have Smash there alongside him. True Shot Barrage spots exactly what's going on. 4 versus 5 would be the angle here, as D+ look to try and catch Casting, but Korea going to miss that one. Casting was already decided to go back towards that top lane. The pull of the red dots actually saving his life, as Lucid going to be able to steal away this red buff. Chains of Corruption goes wide, as Showmaker down 50% of his health bar. Still, D+, I think, fishing for a little bit of an angle here.
They definitely wanted more of that pick, and I think the thing is, Bro was so far away from the Baron, but the two problems were firstly, it's quite a slow Baron from D+ there. I mean, this pick is presumably, slides in.
Oh, really nice early flourish there as well. Smash.
Great root comes in, and the setup and follow-up is there. But I think the thing is that the Baron is quite slow, and they were taking a lot of damage, and then the True Shot Barrage came in, and then even though Hanj and Brion were far away, they have a Pantheon, so you can always reach the pit for a contest. Also, if you get trapped in the pit against a Nibia, it's a nightmare.
Not a dead support, but very close to dead support, as True Shot Barrage is also going to try and kill Korea.
Yeah, if he didn't have... I mean, he had Mikhails as well, so had a bit more health in the pocket, but definitely without that locket would have been very low on HP, so good he made use of that.
Yeah, Dusk and Dawn does come on through here, as we are missing cannons all over the place today. It is kind of ridiculous. This gold lead as well has not gone above 1,000 on either side all game long. It's so incredibly close. And I can't help but feel like that benefits the Bros, as I feel like this composition will just last that little bit longer. I feel like D+ really want to be able to explode their targets, and if things are a little bit too even, then they may not necessarily reach the DPS threshold. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it looks like it's been crazy all over the place, but really just the graph is... The scale just isn't that big.
Yeah, it's just very small.
So it hasn't varied by it. You know, there's a missed cannon and it looks like a massive jump. That point where 2 cannons got missed, didn't top. Wow, what a swing.
It was actually about, like, it looked like 200 gold on the UI. It was kind of crazy. Showmaker able to dash cannon his way out of the Glacial Storm. It looks like casting is just a huge problem here in this game. And I was actually talking to Dagon earlier on today. We were talking about this matchup, and he was mentioning the fact that Showmaker and Loki, their stats are both not exactly the highest here in the LCK. In fact, probably the lowest out of all of our mid laners. He thought that was something that the Bros are going to be able to play around, and I actually thought that Xiu was playing pretty well over the last few games. But so far, casting has been having a great time, and it's the lane that I thought was going to be a bit of a problem here for Hanj and Brion that has actually become a huge problem for D+.
Yeah, problem they need to solve. Soul is on the cards, 45 seconds. Vision setup once again in favor of Hanj and Brion. We can see towards the dragon. There's that deeper line cutting in towards the blue buff. And we see casting picking up a Zhonya's completed. So had that broken Seekers, now has that. Flashes back up again. GA for Gideon. These are some really big buys in this fight. Really high value. And now D+ are trying to move in here and get access to the river. Should be able to do a decent job off it and clear out the banana brush there off that control ward.
And Smash really wanted to complete his Infinity Edge. He's relatively close to that. Spirit Surgeon coming on through relatively soon for Teddy as well for 4 items, but it's this Jhin that is very far ahead on the DK side. Korea able to get into this pit to try and get some vision down. Obviously things can get a little bit murky with all of these extra brushes that you do have available with the Ocean Rift. As casting, moving on down from that top side, but Xiu is looking for that flank angle. And by flank, I mean looking to get to the rest of his team without having to walk through all of Hanjin. You get this ward down as the Bros...
He's been spotted.
Yeah, taking some time committing to this fight right now as Xiu, like you say, spotted on vision, but is looking to just break up the phalanx of the Bros right now. As Lucid will be able to use that Q to get back on top of this dragon. The flash in from Showmaker, looking to take down Teddy, and now the curtains have been called. Xiu, the one in a lot of trouble here in this backline though, has to flash to get out of the way, and the Tempered Fate looking to create even more space as the Hail of Arrows comes in. Showmaker gets knocked up by the Pop Blossom, but look at these health bars melt. D+ find the angle, there's a kickback from Lucid, and the fancy feet prevail here on D+'s side. They get these health bars down, and the Bros just fall apart.
Just beautifully played there by D+, trying to look for more, won't find it, but should be able to go for the Baron on the back of that.
Oh,
no one died.
Goodness.
For D+, 3 kills picked up, and even with things like the GA in pocket, the Zhonya's picked for casting, just wasn't enough. I feel like the approach, the patient approach from D+, and the flank pressure from Shiwu was such a problem.
Yeah, not to mention Showmaker finding Teddy, and he had to use all of his buttons before the fight even really broke out.
Yeah, I think we talked earlier about how into Anivia you want to find those flanks. I think Showmaker playing on this right side and Shiwu just being this annoying presence really made things difficult for Hanjin Brion. Teddy essentially CCing himself by ulting so that Showmaker can go for the combo. He has to back off on low HP. The 4th shot hits, so everyone has to move to cover him. Meanwhile, we see Gideon jump on a Shiwu, but the Tempered Fate buys time. This from Lucid, dives in.
Oh man, yeah, the safeguard just gorgeous.
So well played, and then kicks the Pantheon into his Varus to finish off. They clean up the Anivia, they clean up the Pantheon, so they can get that Baron without any contest. So just really well played. And again, you know, there's difficulty if you just go straight into Anivia, but it felt like there was this sort of measured hit a target, but don't overcommit.
Yeah.
Follow up and move in and out at the right time. The D+ just did so beautifully there.
And I really think that they had to play it that well, right? You were talking about item spikes, that was on the Hanjin Brion side, but also just the composition over time should be easier and easier for Bro to play out in these team fights. And DK do need to win the finesse battle, and they absolutely did in that last fight. They're going to have to keep it up, though, as we were talking about. This is the largest gold lead that we've seen all game long, but at 31 minutes, 3K is not exactly a massive amount. As now Shiu is in, I was going to say trouble, but he's dead, ladies and gentlemen. He is just not going to survive, as he does try and get a bit of damage back onto Teddy, but just sort of caught trying to push up this lane. Not exactly the most safe split pusher that you have. And now, with a few extra people here on the Bro side, they are just going to push DK away. That is going to mean that Rebel Baron power play shrinks to about 1,000. And yeah, 3,000 gold lead. No, not in this game. This is a game about having no gold leads at all.
Yeah, just, I mean, hard as a Varus to be playing in the side lane against the Pantheon, especially when you have so many mobile carries you can follow up so easily with the Aurora and the Ezreal. Nice dodge there from Gideon.
Yep.
To be able to survive that. There wasn't too many champions close up in the follow-up. With the Jhin, there's always that worry. But yeah, so Baron kind of negated by that pick onto Shiwu. And even though D+ did get that dragon, still the soul threat for Bro on the next one. But it is D+ who have kind of regained control of the game and got that advantage. Smash does have his IE now.
Yeah, he's very large.
Yeah, went for the Storm. Actually, this time he went Storm Raze a second, not third, and then Rapid Fire third, but went for the later IE build again.
Yeah.
But does have it fourth. I feel like as well there's not that much resistances on Hanjin Brion, so didn't need to go like Armor Pen and then IE fifth.
I just want to say, I don't like it when you speak ill of the item builds. Okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, just say that you shouldn't have played Jhin.
Oh, okay.
It's not about the item build, in my opinion. No, that's just a little bit of an in-joke. I'm still like not sure where the tempo vibes are. I know that Hanjin Brion just lost a team fight, but I do feel like a whole lot had to go right for DK in order to make that happen. A whole lot had to be done proactively on their side. And D+ Kia does, like, I feel like they're the ones that have to sweat on the keyboard to make things happen, you know? Whereas Hanjin Brion, they just need to play it slow, get control of an area, and just do things relatively correctly, and they should be able to make it work.
A lot did go wrong for Hanjin Brion in the last one, but I think going into this next fight, they don't have control of the area compared to the previous couple of Dragons where they started with control. Oh, Showmaker over the wall.
Yeah, does find the tip as Chains of Corruption lands as well. And Gideon is taken down. His GA was so close to coming back up as Tempered Fate is going to catch casting. And Showmaker has the stun ready for him. Lucid gets on top. The egg is just going to be scrambled. And Korea locks down that kill for his team. D+ find 2 and now can look to break open the base.
Showmaker's playing so well around this vision, and I feel like Jonas Strong's having a field day with the vision toggles.
Oh, he is.
Just being able to show, oh, he's looming, he's a threat, he's there, and then getting this pick onto the Pantheon that follows up with the Bard ult onto casting. They get 2 kills, they get this mid lane inhibitor tower, and it will be dragon secured as well. Just great angles being found by the mid lane of D+ here.
Yep, now 6 elemental drakes here in this game as well, but this is a very large gold swing, right? They take the inhibitor, they get that extra map pressure, And Gideon, 4 seconds till he's up on the map. That is going to be a guaranteed Drake soul point for both teams, as D+ going to be 1 away from that Ocean Soul as well. And we might, I mean, this still could be a game that goes to Elder Flip territory. But I am still a little bit worried here for the bros, as DK have just been playing so well around this draft that can be a little bit difficult to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, that start of the wall, over the wall was so good, and especially into a Pantheon who can block so much damage.
Yeah.
But he lost most of his health bar before he even got a chance to because of the stun and the lack of vision. So just a great pickup, great angle. And now 5,600 ahead. D+ have a massive lead. Baron in 30 seconds. They're definitely the ones with control. You can see a ton of vision on their side. There is a little bit of warding that Hanj and Brian have got down. You can see that control ward they have just north of the Baron pit. And there is a ward as well nearby. So they should have a decent amount of information if D+ go for it. But
looking for casting here, as Teddy's found once again. He's got the QSS this time around, though, as Namgung not able to find Smash there. He just walks it off. Smash has been playing unbelievably well. He's able to take down Namgung here. Gideon goes in, but I think he's going to be taking the Death Chamber exit from this one as he dives on top. Does manage to take down Showmaker, but he'll sacrifice his life for it. Speaking of sacrifice, it is going to be Shiu falling as well. And if Gideon survives here, there might actually be an opportunity, but the curtains are being called, and Smash, he's looking to prove to me that Jin is actually a good champion, and maybe I need to stand up and recognize 6,000 gold is the lead, and DK are actually looking to try and knock down these Nexus turrets and win game 1.
only Teddy to defend here.
Yeah, he is able to arcane shift his way out, and he is just dead. Lucid able to finish him off with the help of Smash, and this guy with 5 items completed is just destroying Hanj and Brion. He's now going to turn his sights towards this Nexus, and they will win game number 1. D+ really playing that mid to late game out absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, a game which, you know, a lot of fights weren't taken by D+. When they didn't see the opportunity, they didn't see the right angle for it. But as soon as Showmaker started playing around this lack of vision, it felt like Hanj and Brion just didn't know how to deal with it. And really struggled, really fell apart there. I think Smash had a really clean game on the Jin. Korea, once again, with the Bard having a great showing. And, you know, even though Shiu had some struggles early on, he definitely bounced back and remained relevant in a game where he was pressured a lot early.
Yeah, and it was Showmaker that had the largest gold advantage in the end of the game, also did the most damage in the game, finding so many of these flanks on the Annie. Loki just not quite able to find any inroads to make this Aurora work. And I feel like all game long we were talking about casting and Gideon having a decent advantage. Teddy finding some of these moments in team fights, but Namgung never really getting any angles for Pop Blossoms, and Loki sort of being invisible in this one. They're going to have to try and find their mid laner moving into game number 2 is what I'm feeling here. As Hanj and Brion, they had an opportunity, but they just didn't quite figure it out mid to late. Time for us, though, to take a short break. When we get back to space, going to break down that game number 1, and then we will have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
탑 보는 거 조심해봐.
야야 좀.
애니가 너무 나오는데?
나잘 돌았는데.
이거는 천천히 보자.
얘들아 남아줘. 얘들아 남아줘.
남아줘.
애니 해볼게.
남아줘.
애니 해봤어. 애니 해봤어.
야 이즈 높여. 이즈 높여.
야, 니콜 빨리. 빨았어.
H 노플.
야, 니콜 프리 하자. 야, 천천히 하면 이겨.
애니메 노플이야. 애니메 노플. 파텍.
천천히 앞라인부터. 앞라인부터 해. 자, 이겼어. 앞라인부터 하면 이겨.
형 일로 와봐.
왼쪽 select 맞아.
치워 가줄게 내가.
야 이거 좀 봐줘봐. 이거.
봐줘야 돼?
아 맞아. 야 어때? 그냥 와줘.
저기 위에도 봐줘야 되는데.
아 여기 와줘.
한테부터
근데 와봐.
오케이.
야
믿어.
야, 미드 와자. 끝낼만해. 노플이야 이제.
이즈 높여.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space here at Chijijik Law Park. I'm Digon, alongside Wolf and the Valdanalist, Brendan Valdez, which means there is no Woodid today. Bros loose, as it is D plus Kia 1-0 over Hanjin Brion, and very Hanjin Brion-like. They got an early game lead and just weren't able to close it on off here, Wolf.
Yeah, these drafts were a little bit weird. We did end up with the Anivia versus the Varus as the Jin came out and they were able to flex the Anivia topside. The Aurora counterpick I thought was really nice for the Annie. I think that Bro piloted this pretty well and were able to hold this Anivia flex and then pull the Aurora into the right spot. I'm not a big fan of Shiu's Varus in the top lane. I don't think he, even though he's 2-0 on it now, both games looked a little out of sorts trying to flank, almost like he's playing a bruiser.
Yeah.
And almost cost him a lot of big team fights. But this is kind of sometimes what D+ does, where they play things that they like and they do whatever they want and they do some heavy flexing and it's a CV max thing. But overall, they still were able to win the game, but I think a lot closer than it should have been because the draft of Bro here a lot stronger, a lot more standard.
Yeah, I mean, I personally didn't mind the DK draft all that much. I like how they were really trying to focus around getting priority in a lot of different areas of the map, but the fact that they didn't ban the Aurora and they banned the Jax instead kind of left me scratching my head. Like, obviously, yeah, the Varus might have trouble there, but we don't see it very often. Maybe something they're seeing in scrims, but yeah, obviously the Aurora, I think, into the Annie was very good for the side of Bro, but they couldn't quite pilot it to a victory.
No, again, it was a big gold lead for Showmaker throughout the game. However, this one was a classic Bro and Brew style game as we got Drakes, and we got a lot of them, and that's what you're about to watch, all the Drakes.
D+ were a little bit slow to the approach of a lot of these dragons. Like, they were opening this fight up, for example, with a Jin ultimate, trying to force the way on the Showmaker, and then the dragon is taken and Showmaker is late, so he just gets caught and dies here. And I think the way that Bro approached these dragons, like they heavily committed, right? They had good setups, and D+ really struggled to find a way in because they don't have consistent engage outside of the Annie.
Yeah, it just felt like that flank was definitely a little bit discombobulated, a little bit off from the rest of the team. This time, Bro, they are trying to protect their dragon really hard, and they end up going pretty deep for this one, especially after Lucid got the kick. But you can see that Bro, especially Namgung, is like, we are going into their jungle. I think just a little bit of an overextension from them, so they can't continue the fight, but at least they got the Drake, which led to the Ocean Soul Point.
Yeah, this was kind of the opposite fight where they just decided not to hold on to their position and be aggressive, and then this fight here is one of the big turning points, and this one gets taken away here by Lucid, and then Shiu gets caught on the edge here, but Bro can't decide whether they want to follow him or push the right side of the fight, and this is extremely split up, and when Bro had to be proactive, when they had to be the ones making the decisions in these fights, they just fell apart like a house of cards.
Yeah, especially you're not proactively using the Nico ultimate. He kind of like ults and then immediately gets stunned by Tivers, and DK are the ones that are able to just fight front to back. It just felt like Bro didn't have a clear idea of which direction they were going to go. Are we going to re-engage on this one? Are we leaving? And it just kind of fell apart for them.
Yeah, because all the other Drake setups that we saw there, it was D+ Kia trying to work into Hanjin Brion into that Anivia. This time, you're really looking for something out of Namgung. Wasn't able to find it. They get picked off and lose control of the game that they had to that point, which felt okay. You know, at least they felt like, you know, they had a small lead there, but they weren't able to transition that into anything. As we look towards game number 2, they are selecting first pick are the Bros. D+ Kia then selecting blue side as well.
I want to see a strong jungle pick for Gideon. I'd like to see him try to pick up something like a Jarvan if it's available, play through mid lane a little bit, try to get Loki ahead. And if you could play through Gideon's early game and stabilize for the mid game and be a little bit more decisive in team fights, I think you could definitely end up having a win here if you're Bro. Like, I think this is actually a winnable series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Gideon is having one of those days where he really looks like he's on point. We saw a lot of this from him even last year, which was really good to see. And he was able to show up at least early on the Pantheon. That was good. You know, Teddy had 3 kills as well. Shout out to him. But as a team, they couldn't put it all together very well. But individually, I do agree with Wolf. I'd like to see Gideon get something he can carry on.
Yeah, one guy that needs to step up here for D plus Kia is Shiwu, I think on the top side of the map. Those ranged carries seems to be something that he'll continue to work on as we look towards game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yes, we will be looking towards Shiu to see what he can get done. Thankfully, not going to be on the Varus again if you are Wolf, as he didn't quite like the Varus performances thus far. And I would agree that they have been a little bit subpar, you could say, Orcs. Where, as far as your, outcome-focused assessment is concerned, would you say that Varus is a good idea for Shiu moving forward in their next series?
Only one. So I think it works.
There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Not going to have a chance to see it here in this next game, but hopefully next series, Shia brings it out. 100% win rate. Can't really complain.
Can't dispute that. Honestly.
Exactly.
I've tried.
Yeah,
but it's hard to.
It is. It's. I would say that it's nearly an impossibility. But here we are into the draft for game number 2. The Bros this time going to be on the red side with first pick, and let's see what they can actually get for themselves based on that one, as they will have the first ban, and let's see what it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the picks that were banned last time were just these high prio picks in general, so I don't expect anything too crazy to come through. Vi, though, being the first ban. Last time it was D+ banning away the Nocturne. Yeah. It's just going to be Orianna coming through.
All right.
So nothing too crazy there. You know, I feel like the Pantheon really had that early impact, but unfortunately just kind of got picked off later in the game, so we'll see what Gideon can get his hands on. I think that's the problem with a game one like that, is a lot went right for Bro, so it's difficult to triage, because I think, you know, as Space said, there was a lot of positives to their draft.
Yeah, it's like, do it again, but win.
Yeah, so I think a bit harder. In some ways, if the game goes catastrophically bad, it's a lot easier just to go, oh, well, everything went wrong, just throw it all out.
Yeah.
And start fresh. But when the game was close and a lot of things were going right, it can be tricky to make little adjustments, because at the end of the day, they did just kind of get outplayed in some of the bigger fights. Karma banned again. Rumble, I presume, is going to be banned here.
Oh, yeah. Rumble does need to be banned. Let's see what they do decide to take away, though, because that Jarvan is looming as well.
They're discussing it for a long time.
Ashe.
Ashe instead. So it's going to be Rumble first pick from Hanjin and we'll see what D+ will play into it. We've seen a lot of times. So Rumble's gone through twice, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Both times it's been into Ambessa. It did win both times, but Shiu is a very good Ambessa, so I expect they probably will go with the same strategy. You know, some of the picks we've seen into Rumble before have been like the Aurora, but that's obviously banned away. So yeah, we'll see what D+ look to get their hands on, given they've sort of handed off such a powerful pick over the casting here. You obviously want to secure a lot in return for that.
Well, I think Jarvan is probably going to be picked up for Lucid, as far as the tier list is concerned.
Yeah.
And he's just going to play Jace.
Okay, Jace here instead. I mean, Jace was pretty high prio on the top lane in recent patches. Obviously a range champion as well, so it doesn't have to just be in the face of Rumble or get melted. Jarvan, as you said, makes a lot of sense. Also, you never want to play into Jarvan Rumble, especially when Ezreal has been taken away. That sounds very unfun.
Yep. It's also J5, which is pretty cool, because Jace is also a J. So
there you go.
You get an upgrade of your Jace.
Oh, but Jin's gone, so they can't.
Oh, no!
Elevated to J6.
Oh, it's really annoying. Are there any other J champions that we could...
There definitely are, and yet I'm struggling.
Yeah, same. It's Janna. They need to play Janna.
Yep.
That's the only other J that I can think of. That is a Yunara Lulu, though. That is the response.
Yeah, solid bot lane combo. And Jarvan, I mean, you have to use your ult, but not as much of a threat when it comes to team fights to the Yunara who can just dash out of it. TF looking to be the option for Showmaker, obviously a classic for him. Has that point-and-click CC element, and is not going to be what they pick up. They go for the Ahri instead. Not the most
start with Jay.
setup. Obviously, you know, we see Ahri often with like Vi, point-and-click CC, can easily follow up. With the Jarvan, you know, if you connect, great, but you're kind of conditional on either the Charm connecting or the Flag and Drag connecting to get the follow-up coming through. Does give a lot of momentum, though, when it comes to the fight. So if you get that initial sort of pick-off, you can definitely run over your opponents.
I've got an update, by the way.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt, and I don't hate to interrupt, actually. There's a lot of J champions, actually. There's Gmo, there's Jari. Jari's already been locked in, actually. Jorik.
Oh, yeah.
Jinx is the obvious one.
Is Jinx with a J? Oh, I guess so.
Yeah, it's not Yinx.
Yeah.
But it is with a J. And Jinx Janna could be the bottom lane.
True.
So there is a possibility.
Jigs, my favorite.
Oh, Jigs! Jigs is a great one. In Korean, it is just Jigs.
Yeah.
Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. But everyone's just letting us know that, in fact, every champion can start with J if you really want it to, if you believe hard enough.
What's the worst one that just like doesn't work if you try and make a start with a J?
I was about to say Joey, but that's also Zoe in Korean.
And also from Friends.
True. We had bands come through. We don't really need to talk about them. It's jungle focus on the D+ side, and then we have some supports.
Genectin.
Genectin? Genectin's fantastic.
It's great.
What are you talking about? It's brilliant. Are there only good names that, like, if you J-ify them? Oh, my goodness.
Jasante?
Jasante? Love it.
Yeah, the harder it seems, the better it actually ends up
Jasante
being.
just sounds like Casante's little sister.
That's cute.
Jejwani, gonna be.
That's no, I've got it.
Awkward one. Jone?
Drundle.
Drundle is a little bit more difficult.
Yes.
As Korea is going to try his hand at the Thresh once again. Hasn't necessarily had a whole lot of success on this one in the past, but could work out here. But I do love this topside for Hanjin Breon. Rumble, Sejuani, Yone. This has been a combo that we've seen so many times throughout the years that has so much power.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a strong team fight composition. You have the top side with the engage. You have the bot lane, the Yunara Lulu for the follow-up for the cleanup. On the side of T+Kia, I feel like if they get on top of your Jace or your Aphelios, you're going to have a bad time. You obviously have these strong carries if you can protect them. If you can start to get kills, you have the momentum for the Ahri. But I feel like just at face value, I kind of love what Hanjin Breon have brought here.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think it's very, very powerful. Looking forward to seeing what they can actually get done with it, though, because we liked the draft the last time around. I also have a massive list. Jankplank is one that
oh, that's beautiful.
Production have come up with, which
beautiful.
is pretty good. Drom is incredibly difficult to say.
Drom is anything that's JR, like the Drundle.
Yeah, Drundle, Drom, also not so good. Jillian and Jacko.
Jillian and Jillia are both, you know.
Jarius. I like Jami. It sounds like you're wearing your pajamas.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. That's what we wanted to talk about as we headed towards Summoner's Rift for this game number 2. Let's hear some fan chants. All right, Hanjin Brown fans really need to raise their voices. We need to get the bro tax in. Blitzcrank is also very difficult to say.
Blitzcrank.
That's a brilliant one. I just want to say thank you to production for coming up with that. That was next to impossible. Giovanna, easy. Don't worry, that was no worries. Did they just write down Jarvan? Because that's already with a J. That's where this all started. Jambessa? Jambessa is brilliant. In fact, we should actually just change every single name of every single champion to start with J. I think it's just more fun.
I think, honestly, we've proven that at least for a large pool of champions, it's better or at least as good.
Yeah.
There's a couple where maybe it's more difficult, but I think it's worth the cost of those champions for the benefit for the rest of the roster. There's a lot of champions in League of Legends.
Exactly.
So, you know, the payoff, I think, is there.
Yep. We just need to JFI everyone. I'm not going to say that one, Dagon. That's not the one that I want to say. I actually thought I was about to Ron Burgundy that. You guys might have an idea as to which champion had a J put in front of it that I decided not to say. Be proud of me, as I have just saved my career. Okay, there is, speaking of career, he is looking to try and lock down a kill here as Namgung has to flash. The flash forward from Smash is not going to get it done, but does at least get the flash out of Lulu. Teddy's charged up on this wave though, and the barrier has to be used here. Sever him as well to get a little bit of health back, but now Lucid makes his way down. The hook needed one more chain in it, as Lucid is just going to tidy up these kills. The barrier is there, but I don't even know whether Teddy should have used it, as meanwhile, on the top side, Xiu with a very cute play there is just going to get nullified entirely. That was a very cute time to get stunned with the permafrost, but is ultimately going to go down. But a 2-for-1 on both sides of the map.
Yeah, level 3 ganks coming in big here from both sides, but I feel like D+ much happier with the outcome there. And ultimately, it's Namgung overextending a little bit, getting caught out, and then both sides just overcommitting. But the thing is with an overcommit, is it only...
Loki almost unbound his soul in a different way.
Yeah, you know, just went to the other side. Could have been. But yeah, the point I was making is overextending in the bot lane is a lot more severe when the enemy jungler turns up. So initially, Korea gets this hook onto Namgun, which is great. They get a lot of damage down, but Namgun waits to the last moment before flashing and baits Smash in. And that means Teddy's like, okay, you overextended, I can punish. But then he goes super aggressive here as Lucid is wrapping around. And this whole time, Lucid is just like seeing the situation unfold, and it's like, oh, this is pretty good. Oh, this is really good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this is a freebie.
Great bait, boys. And CV Max also pretty happy with how it's going. However, then he looks at the top lane, which is where it doesn't go so well.
Yeah. It was honestly a nice attempt from Xiu with the flash and the knockaway, but when they have flashes too, you're just dead. I will say, a little bit awkward with him frozen in the air, and they're like, who's taking the kill? Casting definitely should have got that kill, so a bit unfortunate Gideon got it, but at the end of the day...
Not too bad. Not the end of the world. However, it is still looking like the lane is hard.
It's still a huge lead for D+. The thing is, right, Xiu still has pressure in the lane, still has a bit of a CS lead. He's not really that far behind. But jungle's ahead because it has an extra kill. Mid is ahead because Yone is struggling in lane. Bot lane is ahead because they got CS, and now...
Oh, goodness me. They have no flashes! As Career is going to tank one more shot, Smash is going to take the next one, and Lucid is able to get himself out. Namgung just realizes he's supporting no one, as Lucid decides he wants another turret shot because they deserved it.
And something to think about, Teddy used his barrier after he was already dead in the bot lane.
Yeah,
like, you remember, he used it after like everyone had circled around him, and there was no chance of him getting out. If he still had the barrier there, like, I don't think he survives, but maybe it's a scenario where they can get a trade kill. They have to invest a bit more, take an extra tower hit, so...
Well, I think Xiu's dead again, as we've just got guaranteed kills on both sides of the map for both teams. By the way, production is still just listing J champion names. They've also gone so far as to say Jarvan the Jorth.
I like that.
Should it not be Jarvan Jajorth? You really should just...
Jarvan Jajorth?
Or Jokta Jundo. Just Twisted Jate is very difficult. And should Jablunk be Jajlunk?
Jajlunk? That sounds horrible. This
is very bad. Do you want to talk about this replay?
This is pretty straightforward, but yeah, maybe the extra barrier there could have resulted in an extra tower hit, have to be committed. Hard to say, but didn't have that available. This was pretty easy setup. I think when I think about Jajlunk, you know when people say stuff rolls off the tongue?
Yeah.
This is the exact opposite of that. This is not that at all.
It careens off the tongue in a chaotic way. As Xiu and Casting just fighting one another. I'm starting to think of player names with J at the beginning. This is really frustrating.
Jasting.
We are jasting right now. Showmaker does have to flash to get out of the way of the ulti from Loki. The wraparound from Gideon would have almost definitely been a kill.
I've got a player name.
Oh, yeah.
J in the front instead. So instead of Shiwu, Jiwu.
Whoa, that's crazy.
It works so well.
Man. All right, well, I wonder whether that will be what they decide to do. I don't think we're subbing out Chiu just yet, though, as it turns out. Plus, Chiu is on Kium DRX and not on D+ Kia, so it's not exactly a substitution that we will be seeing at any time soon. It's all right. D+ still with a lot of shove, as Great Charm's going to connect onto Loki, who just wanted to utilize his Unbound Soul momentarily. Lucid's got Cataclysm now. But Teddy does have Flash, so does Namgun. So this could be a more difficult dive. Smash, pretty far up here, does get hit by the Arctic Assault, does need to take the Lantern to get out. And Lucid, he has a Flag and Drag in order to do the same. So D+ will survive, but the dive will be denied.
Yeah, I think obviously negating the dive is big, so
nice job.
Credit to Gideon for that. But I think you could have waited a little bit longer. You know, your bot lane had all summoners available. If you wait for them to commit to the dive, they can survive long enough, and by that point, you're guaranteed turnaround kills. I think because he showed before they committed, they still had all the tools to get out again. And, you know, negating the dive still has a lot of value, but D+ is still 2,000 gold up at 7 minutes. So I just think that maybe if you held off a little bit, played the patient game, they could have really got a big turnaround play there.
Yeah, it could have been good. However, at least mitigating, losing a bunch of kills and things like that towards that bottom side is a good move. Casting here without a gold lead. Even though Shio has died twice, it hasn't seemed to have mattered for how this lane is going. His career is going to leapfrog Showmaker towards this minion wave as it crashes towards them. And so a lot of tempo being held onto here by D+, even through resets.
Oh, they are setting up for the grubs. Once again, Bro TPing in, committing heavily, saying we are going to fight
They
this.
like the grubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's Gideon. Gideon grubs.
True.
Gideon drubs.
Gideon drubs. Exactly right. That's what I was thinking. As there's a knock-up on the career as well, as Gideon looking for another angle here, as Lucid gets a nice double knock-up. Shiu makes his way down, and Gideon is just dead to start this one off. Cataclysm comes on through as Casting tries to keep himself alive, and Lucid somehow survives through it all. Still, Loki is able to get at least one back, but it's only onto the support, and Showmaker just drifts on by to collect a triple kill. And I have a feeling the game might be Jova.
It might be Jova, indeed. Showmaker with a pop-off Jari performance there. Because that's the thing, you know, you commit so heavily on this play onto the Dresh, and they put so much damage into him. But you look at the resets, Javan Jajov goes back in, and then because you're getting these kills, Jari is just getting so much momentum of the plays. You know, the Jone does get a kill back onto the Dresh, but it's just more and more resets for Jari. And
Nice!
oh, Jiri is so excited about that one.
Jaisa, indeed. Our whole prompter is just full of, it's just a mess.
You know, production started writing
J's.
Jasta G, and I thought they were writing Jasta John.
Oh my goodness. You had, I was actually dying during that replay. I could not handle it at all. Okay. Should we go back to normalcy, or is this game so done that we could probably just continue Jaying? It might just be the way.
Yeah, this one's looking like a bit of a tricky one for Hans and Brianna to get back into.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. They do have tools, right? I mean, this composition is still really good. The problem is they're incredibly far behind, and so it almost makes no difference as to what their comp is going to be. And that's a Malignance done here for Showmaker. He also has the Ignite, you know, like he's able to snowball this so beautiful,
Isn't that
beautifully. The new
skin for Jejuani?
Oh, it is! The pug skin!
Oh my god, that is so
It is
ridiculous.
absolutely adorable.
It's huge.
All right, well, we've also got a little bit of damage towards Smash here as Teddy just flashes on top of him. The Moonlight Vigil does come down, but it's not enough damage. And that is just Teddy wiping the floor with Smash. Hook is going to connect here onto Gideon, but it looks like that's what he kind of wanted as the pros outnumber them. There's the knockup, but it's a polymorph to come on through. Teddy will finally go down as the Cataclysm is invested. And Namgung is just dead. It's just another kill over to Showmaker, who drifts on through and collects his kill.
It's a good pick from Teddy, but unfortunately not able to find more in the fight, and the turnaround is there with all of D+ responding. I won't lie though, I was really distracted just by the pug the whole time.
It is adorable.
It's just like
look at him go.
Look, it has the glasses on when you have the passive. You have the passive like before you get hit in combat. So when the passive breaks, the
oh no, you lose your glasses!
Go, but then look at its eyes. It's just
no! It's like I'm taking so much more damage now. It's adorable.
It's so
when he flashes out of the way as well, he's like now really sad, running away, pug. Oh no!
That skin is just so over the top.
Oh, it's brilliant. Oh, absolutely fantastic. But Joemaker is now 4-0-1.
Yeah.
He can make anyone into Joe.
He is very Jed.
Indeed. Jed?
Fed.
Fed.
Yeah.
Because I thought you meant like if it was dead instead. And I'm like, no, he's fine. Oh my goodness, look at this skin! Ah, that is just phenomenal. I know we're not salespeople when it comes to skins, but I mean, if like we just owe it to the world to own that skin, I'm pretty sure.
I think I'm always
send the message to say make more skins that are this awesome.
That, you know, there's always the glasses going up again. There's always those skins. There's always like the cool, really like, you know,
like the edgy skins.
Yes, the edgy
cool
skins. That's the right word. But just the goofy ones, just up so peak.
Yep. As Gideon also able to take the Gromp away. Unfortunately,
it's so big!
His life might be taken away as well. However, they do just make their way out. Looks like Gideon is going to survive. As Casting's overheated here towards the top side. Shiu goes to the skies. The equalizer avoided here. As he goes into range form, Shock Blast is going to miss. And I still think that Casting's in a very awkward spot. Speaking of awkward spots, Teddy and Namgung finding themselves on the wrong side of this one as Showmaker just drifts his way in once again. Doesn't find the charm that is able to very comfortably take down Teddy for his 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, this game is really not going well for Hanjin Brion. At this point, Showmaker's so fed, he can kind of just ult in. Doesn't really need to connect much of his abilities. It's that point where you're just ulting and pressing W and someone dies. Casting didn't go down. He does have flash, so I think he was looking for an all-in angle.
As Loki as well, also looking for a bit of an angle here. But there is control vision. And it looks like Shiu is just going to go home. Smash should be able to take down this turret as it's not even 14 minutes into the game yet, and it's a 6,000 gold lead. That is a very large lead of gold.
Yeah, that's substantial. Significant. And Teddy, again, he's trying to make something happen because he knows the looming threat that's coming in. But like Showmaker doesn't get like the return on the Q, doesn't get the charm, because he doesn't need to. He just has that much damage. And I think that's the point where Ahri kind of hits critical mass. Because if you hit every... Like, if you're at the point where you have to hit everything to kill someone, you're still strong. But if you're at the point where you don't need to hit everything...
yeah.
Oh, man. Then Ahri just takes over games. 10-stack Medjai is picked up as well.
Yeah. I think that he had 10 stacks on his Dark Seal for quite some time as well. And so now just wants to keep adding pages to that book. And this is when you should be very scared of D+ Kia. As Showmaker is having a bit of a day so far. His Annie performance, phenomenal. I think he's heading straight towards a POM with a victory here if D+ are able to keep this up. As he's pushing in a side lane for now, we'll be able to take even more money. But there are bounties on the map. It's not even 15 minutes yet. This is shellacking territory that we're heading towards.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. I mean, especially game one, Hanjin Brion had a big lead, managed to maintain it for a lot of the game, and they just got outplayed in the team fights. This game, they have a lot of team fighting power, but I don't know if they're going to get there. Every lane is over 1,000 gold down.
Well, there's a teleport in. They're looking to try and get this shutdown gold from Showmaker, who just Spirit Rushes away. He does have a Blast Cone here as well, as there is a fight on the other side, and Showmaker is heading over there. That is going to be the Glacial Prison coming down, but it's a flash hook from Korea to lock the kill down for Smash. Now Loki looking for a bit of an angle, gets a nice little knock-up, but I just don't think they can commit to this without their jungler here. Slurkle comes on through as Korea gets himself a little bit of a shield with the Lantern. But the Bros, they just can't commit to this. Even with Shiu towards the bottom side, they're just not strong enough.
This is a problem with going for like this collapse play onto an Ahri, is you have so much mobility, you can leave the top lane, you can evade the gank they're going for, and you can actually make it to the fight going on in the mid lane. So like there was just no real chance they were going to get Showmaker, but he's able to join in here. The ult has to be used on him defensively, but Korea with a flash lands a CC and the follow-up is there. And, you know, the mid and top Loki and Casting just kind of awkwardly standing there like, oh. Yeah, we were trying to catch him. Not bad.
Didn't quite work out. That is a couple of pages added to Showmaker's Forbidden Book as well. I do want to shout out Korea. He's 100% kill contribution here at 16 and a half minutes into the game. Pretty impressive for the Thresh.
So far.
Yeah, maybe it's not. I think Showmaker is the obvious POM, but maybe Korea is the thinking man's POM. That is going to be a dragon against the flow of play here, as Lucid is going to take the Herald exit. Decent wild growth, but unfortunately there's no follow-up, and Teddy just dies as the Rift Herald rides over the top of them. Down goes Gideon as well. The Equalizer is not able to do enough at all, and the ulti from Loki does next to nothing as well. Showmaker just dancing around the battlefield, reset after reset, and that is a clean ace for D+Kia, and they're going to follow Shelly towards this inner turret in the bottom lane.
I think Lucy just had the perfect team fight. You know, starts off by placing down the Combat Herald, doesn't then get the Dragon, so maybe that's the one criticism. But he has the Herald ready, so when they engage onto him, he soaks all this damage up front, but it doesn't matter because he goes into the Herald. Then he ends up getting so many knockups through here. So that's one.
Oh,
this is a Lulu, but that's 2, 3, 4 knockups of the Herald. Then Flag and drags onto 2 more targets. And then still somehow survives, despite them trying to turn this onto him, gets the heal from the Sundered Sky. The value he got while the rest of his team is moving forward with him, Showmaker with all these resets, was just crazy.
And now it's a Lucid POM. Like, I don't even know who's going to get at this game.
There's a lot of pitches, you know, there's a lot of good options, I feel like, in this game. I think mid-jungle support, all solid.
Yep. I don't think you're giving it to Shiu this game. That's probably for sure. But even Smash was brilliant on the Jhin, and that's difficult for me to admit, but he was.
Smash has just been like consistently solid.
Yep.
Which often doesn't get the POM over the flashy, but still deserves a lot of praise. And now
it's
11,400. Yeah.
It's a very big lead.
Substantial.
They have a lot of Jold.
Oh, they do.
And we were praising the bro composition, right? Hanjin have a lot of really good champions that can work quite well together. Just unfortunately, this game fell away from them extraordinarily quickly, and they got no value out of overloading the top side of the map and foregoing bottom lane, as there's the ulti from Loki, but it's going to be interrupted there by Lucid. Needs to flash the charm, and it's just bro trying to use everything to survive and having nothing to do any battle here with DK. And we'll be able to take down this inner turret as well, or at least get this second last plate. Minion wave is going to be conga lining in, but it's going to take a little while still. They just stick around, take it down after those minions fall just before backdoor bonus is going to come back up again.
And the problem as well is Shiwu and Smash both have flashes, and they have a Thresh to protect them. And those are the targets you want to really be engaging on. Like Showmaker being an Ahri, so hard to get on top of, with Rocket Belt as well.
Yep.
So let's say you commit your engage onto Smash and Shiwu, they flash, you don't get the initial kill. You're now just going to get chased down by Showmaker, and it's just impossible to escape when he's getting these constant resets.
I mean, he can also just run at them. He's got a 25-stack Magi's.
Yeah.
It's going to be very tough. He's also got a dash cannon on top of everything else. There are barely any items on Loki right now. Teddy does at least hit 2, but you really want that Infinity Edge before you're really hard carrying a team fight.
I mean, Smash nearly has Hex Optics, i.e. LDR.
Yeah.
He's so close to having that trio, and on Ophelia specifically, that just makes your ult hit like a truck.
He is really going to be hurting, as the Baron has just spawned 11 seconds ago, and I imagine D+ are well aware of it. Thinking about potentially going for an option next time they win a fight. I mean, it could just be game over, as Lucid looking to clear out vision. And there is no inner turret here. They can just go in if they would like to, and quite have the people here, the personnel, to make that one happen. Smash is clearing out the mid lane. Shiu doing the same thing on the bottom side, and the map is very small if you're Hanjin Breon.
I think they can honestly just start up the Baron. They have the DPS with Smash with those weapons.
Yeah.
Showmaker's playing for picks as well. Very difficult to approach, especially you have a Lulu support. How is Namgun going to approach this without just dying?
It is, look at the Baron's health bar. It is just evaporating. Charm is going to connect there as Gideon just takes half of his health bar and the Baron is just gone. Nothing that Hanjin Brion can do is close to a 14,000 gold lead, 21 minutes.
Pretty sizable.
This is probably the most one-sided game that we've seen all season.
We've had some really one-sided games.
It is true, but I do feel like this is getting up there.
It's close, but we've had some games that are like one kill or one grub off perfect games.
That is true.
So
they did drop 4 kills.
It's definitely very, like, it's up there, but we've had some super one-sided games, but it's in that realm, which is especially crazy given how close game 1 was.
Yeah.
It's been, you know, D+ have kind of switched on from a game that they won. Weren't happy with just a close game, and now we're in obviously a fantastic position. Gonna pick up the dragon. Didn't get that dragon early, so they don't have soul, which would have been a huge boon, but with Baron in hand now, they're already up to the inhibitor towers, so they're going to start cracking on the base. And I think for Hanjin Brion, you know, tends to be the approach we see at this point is you try and pick someone in any lane. Jace is probably the easiest target because he doesn't have the protection of a Thresh with him at all times, and Ahri is obviously not easy to get. But they need to start something.
Oh, Charm isn't quite going to work here as the Glacial Prison did fly on forward. Showmaker wanting to protect that book that he's been stacking up so diligently. And this just all buys time for Xiu to absolutely obliterate this inhibitor turret on the top side of the map. But Jace, with free time on a turret, just kills it.
Yeah.
As the hook going to go wide here from Korea. But, I mean, the damage is just being done, right? You just drop your wallets on them, and these inhibitor turrets will fall. Showmaker still moving towards this bottom lane aggressively, despite not having ulti, not having flash.
This is kind of the problem with going for the Ahri, is that getting Showmaker's ult and flash is nice, don't get me wrong, but you commit your big team fight ultimates for it, and it just means D+ can push up the other lanes, no problem.
He also does the least damage to turrets out of the other 2 lanes that were getting pushed, right? Smash and Xiu both just obliterate these structures. And now they're still able to move on over and get all 3 of these inhibitors if they would like to. The Bros just realizing that they are way too far behind. Xiu gets that accelerated shock blast and Loki's out of the fight.
Even in terms of burning resources, by the time your engage is back up, Showmaker's ult is back up as well. So he's not even an easy target after you get your engage back.
Well, they're still going to look for it.
And there you go.
Yeah, Showmaker just walks his way out. Does have to use the ulti, I guess. Does have another charge on that one, but they are still sieging here as Xiu just dives on in. They're going to look to separate the Jace from the fight, but Gideon's also looking to get separated from Summoner's Rift right now, as the first Nexus turret will be going down. Smash with Gravitum in hand, as well as that Infernum. These ultis will be very scary. But Teddy now looking to try and find a little bit of an angle. They're looking to take down Smash. They will be able to do so, but the Inara is traded for it. Gideon goes down as well as Xiu just flashes out of the way. Showmaker not a whole lot of mana right now, but I don't think he's too worried about it. It's casting on his last legs in this one. Still, without Lucid and without Smash, I think this siege is over, although the Bro base is also just kind of over at the same time.
Yeah, only the Nexus left, and I know we've seen a lot of historic Nexus defenses.
Teddy involved Nexus defenses?
Yeah, but this is still, it's a hard sell. Teddy does a good job here of getting the damage down onto Smash. And because they still have the tower helping, it does mean they're able to make this fight relatively favorable. You know, Showmaker low mana with no ult, that momentum we saw in earlier fights doesn't come through. It makes a big difference. The problem is, as you said, base is in shambles. Showmaker just picked up a Rabadons with that 25 stack Medjais. I think it's just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah. It's not exactly enough of a defense there because, of course, they went 2 for 2. Yes, you get some shutdown gold, but as we can see at the top of the screen, 15,000 gold is still the advantage here at 25 minutes. And that is an obscene amount of money that DK has. You were talking about that Rabadon's Death Cap. That one does get completed. There's also just a cheeky Phantom Dancer here for Smash. And you got 3 items done here for Xiu as well. As this Nexus, even without a Baron, I mean, there is just nothing protecting it. And the Nexus turrets aren't going to be up for another minute and a half as well. As Gideon just throws the Glacial Prison to Narnia. Lucid goes in, looks for a bit of an angle, but Loki is separated. And there is the Cataclysm to lock them all down. Down goes Gideon. The equalizer placement was decent there from casting, but unfortunately, it just does not do enough. And D+ Kia with an absolute slaughter here in game number 2 will take down the Nexus for a 2-0.
I think that game 2, super convincing, and also was just such a struggle for Hanjin Brion really to have any sort of way in on that one. Game 1 was close. I think gave the fans a lot of hope. Gave Hanjin Brion a lot of hope that they could maybe find a way to stay in this series. But Game 2 made it clear that there is a gap between these two teams. And when D+ play it right, play it correct, and have Showmaker on form, they're a hard team to match.
Yep. Everyone in chat saying Jexus as well as JJ's. JJ's all over the chat right now.
JJ's.
I hope this isn't a thing forever, but maybe it can be a thing for every single D+ versus Brion series. We just bring back Everything Starts with J. And
you know
just
what?
one more for the road. Jojath is brilliant.
Jojath, yeah. You know what? I can't even remember why we started doing this.
Neither do I. I think it was when Jason Jarvan were locked in. And then it all just kind of went ridiculous.
You said five.
There were
Jarvan,
5 J's.
Jarvan the 5th, yes.
Yeah.
That was it.
Oh,
you know, I
nice
like to hang
work,
on to
Korea.
that because I feel like so often we start something and I have no idea why we started it, and we still have it months later.
Yeah. Sometimes things start as well, and even at the time we're like, this shouldn't be a thing, but then Tempo Vibes still exists now.
Oh,
and that just,
you know what? I'm
going
gonna say it. I much prefer this to Tempo Vibes.
I know you do, because we didn't like it at the beginning. I was even like a little bit upset that I'd done it, and then I just kept doing it. As Jarvan comes on in, and Lucid just kind of wins the game here.
Yeah. Janara, I think Jetty had some good fights where he was really trying to make things happen, but just a lot of threats on the opposing side made it difficult. And Showmaker on the Jari was just really taking off, really finding the momentum. And it felt like you just weren't able to lose the fights gracefully because you'd get so much momentum. And this fight from Juicid was just, with the Gerald, was so great.
Yeah, the Gerald play was fantastic. And unfortunately, the jumble was just a bit of a jumble this game.
Yeah, a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Jumble's first loss in...
Oh, true!
The LCK proper.
So I guess the Jace angle, because his name actually starts with J, gives him enough power in order to get over the top.
Yeah,
and
does
also,
that make him more powerful?
yeah, because if you change the Rumble's name to Jumble, it doesn't feel nearly as scary. And it looks like D+ were very calm at the end of this game. Oh, never mind. Korea starts popping off. Penta.
I love just watching these and seeing how quickly they start talking about Penta. This is definitely a game where you start talking about it early because they're so far ahead. It's open Nexus.
They
right?
could
I
have
get
just
it.
attack moved.
But it's always, you know, it's Ruler and Gen.G. I feel like one of the ones who started so quickly. Ruler's like, oh, I've got to kill
Penta.
Penta. It's okay.
This is one of the most linear graphs that we've seen for quite some time. This was an absolute slaughter. D+ Kia really feeling like they are getting back on the horse after some difficult matches, as Showmaker is the one that's able to pick up the POM this time around. I think him, Lucid, or Korea are all pretty good choices, but 807 with his fully stacked Majai's having a day out on the Ari, looked absolutely brilliant on the Annie as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think game one, just like the pockets of vision, he was playing around to get some of those engages. Like, there was the one onto Teddy, there was the one later onto Gideon, really set up the fights. And I think that game alone sort of put him in, yeah, he's having a good game, having a good series. And then game two was just, I mean, no-brainer. So definitely deserving of the POM. But I always like it when there's a bit of a spread of votes because there was a lot of good play from D+ today.
Yeah, honestly, just a bit of a return to form. And oftentimes you talk about the opposition being not necessarily the most dangerous, but for D+ Kia, the Bros are a legitimate threat because they just randomly lose to the Bros all the time. So the fact that they really showed up here today, I think, is a huge deal. You can see Showmaker there just waiting to get into his interview, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Showmaker especially because he had been struggling a little bit in a few of their matches despite the fact that they had been picking up some wins, and so this was a huge return to form for him. And it will be great to hear from him about exactly what the turnaround was.
Yeah, and I think when Showmaker's in good form, he can just be so dominant.
Yeah, well, let's just hear from him now, shall we?
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Showmaker on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! Thank you.
아, 기분 좋으시죠?
You must feel amazing. And with that victory over Hanjin Brion, you just claimed your first winning streak of the season. And now you have climbed all the way up to 3rd place. How do you feel? You know, we knew that our matches this week would be quite crucial. And before today, we were actually 6th place. So it really felt like it's about time that we climb up. So it just feels amazing that we were able to win today. And this is your first POM this season, and while watching Smash and Siu take all the POMs, were you proud of them? Yeah, I mean, I was really proud of them, and honestly, as a professional gamer myself, I do have a lot of ambition regarding my own individual performance and career. So yeah, I felt a little regretful, and I wanted to get this POM. And Hanjin Brion versus you since last year until today have been trading match wins and have had a 3-5 record. So what did you focus on the most in preparation for today? I think we just try to refine our in-game plays as well as go over the draft and execute as well as much as we can with the plays that we had in mind. And so game 1, early to mid game looked pretty tough for you guys. So how were the players reading the game as favorable? Yeah, in game 1, there were some moments where we struggled, and I think other than the Varus lane, we were actually pretty good. And I think my teammates did really well in the end. And honestly, just being able to teamfight well actually just paid off. And Showmaker, do you remember this moment in this Fog of War? Your performance was amazing. Yeah, we had really rough vision over here. But because we were able to sort of pin down the Ezreal here, honestly, our combo was a little lacking here, but honestly, the angle was just too good for us to lose in this team fight specifically. And it looks like D+Kia definitely seems to prioritize the Lee Sin and Annie comp. And out of 4 appearances in the LCK, 3 of those were by you guys. So how do you rate this comp? Honestly, Lucid is so good with Lee Sin, and in this combo, I feel like Lee Sin is the really crucial role. So I feel like as long as we have faith in how good Lucid is, it actually does go well for us. And it looks like you guys created a 2k gold lead by 20 minutes in game 2. So where did the gap start? Honestly, during that 3v3 skirmish, it went really well for us. And I think we were able to speed up with all the ganking afterwards. And then it ended up becoming a very snowbally game. And after that win against T1, your head coach CV Max also spoke very highly of your winning mentality. So it looks like it really worked well for today's win as well. So how did you end up developing that winning mentality? I think it's just the numerous practice that really pays off. I think the experience is what ends up giving us the confidence, and I think just being able to execute it on the real stage is what actually helps the most. And Showmaker, you just hit 700 total games in the LCK, so a belated congratulations! What kind of mid laner do you dream to be? You know, I'm really happy that I have played 700 games, and as a mid laner that I've dreamed of becoming, I think this is something that I have been saying since my rookie days. I just want to be a consistent player, and I will try my best and work even harder for that. And after that fantastic performance from you, your next opponent is DN Supers. Your mindset? You know, DN Supers, they're preparing for their next match behind us right now. Well, fighting for both of us. I hope that we can continue the winning streak. And that's all from Showmaker, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jir. As it is Showmaker getting the victory and the POM. He is the Slayer of the match. with the huge performances on Ari and Annie earlier on. His first palm of the year. Kind of surprising here, Wolf.
Yeah, that is pretty surprising. He's had some ups and downs this year, but ended up getting a pretty near unanimous vote. We were Jarvan enjoyers, a little Lucid voters.
Yeah. I don't know. I liked Lucid's first game as well, so that was part of it. But I thought his Jarvan was really great, and he had that one play where he rolled over 5 people with the Rift Herald, which I think, yeah, y'all barked up the wrong tree. Get it? Because he's a Chihuahua. And yeah, this is the play. This is where he goes crazy. And I mean, he did quite a lot in this game and also the first one, but this one was really the icing on the cake for me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if he could do more. Like, I don't know if it's actually possible. He gets the drag afterwards. And, you know, the equalizer felt so feeble in his response. As he's like, stop following me! As he and Showmaker just ripped them apart. Showmaker was my near vote, but this play was what turned it around for me. Beware of Luwawa.
Oh, yeah. Again, Gideon.
No, not this dog.
No,
This is
that's not a big dog. That's a scared dog. Aw.
Scared puppy, run. Get shielded.
Aw.
Dang, we
The
should
death sentence for the that.
Gideon, by the way, like Gideon, he loves his Sejuani. That was not his best performance. He did get some work done the top lane, but his performance in game 1 was pretty good. I thought, you know, that's part of also why I voted for Lucid, because it was not a bad series from Gideon overall, and Lucid just played better than him.
Yeah, and also level 3 bot gank definitely helped out, where you're like, right, I don't have to worry about bot anymore. As Ox. Dang
It says great play, Showmaker. Team fighting was clean. I think that's what it says, right?
I'm just
You're
making
fluent.
sure.
Yeah,
I didn't know you spoke Dutch. That's
yeah,
crazy.
no, I've been working. I've been talking with Mauhaus a little bit. He's been tutoring me about how to do it.
Great, Jalay.
Next.
Showmaker. Team fighting. Just Glean.
Your pronunciation pretty good, actually. That was really well done.
Thank you. We hope that you enjoyed the show. Have a safe trip and home, everybody. I like that one.
I'm glad they put show in yellow just so that we all kind of get the joke. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten it. You know?
Yeah.
I also like that they put the top hat and the mustache to make it a little bit clearer as well. You know, just to make sure you know.
It's
It also has his name up there as well next to the mid lane, so
Yeah.
you could identify that it's Showmaker that he was talking about from the mid lane.
You got it now, Valdez?
What?
All right. We just
If
pointed
you
out.
notice his jersey has a D+
Yeah, no, I got it,
logo
yeah.
as well. If that was, you know, if you were a little confused about who
Greatest
it
showman. Yeah.
was. Why are we doing this? Move on to the next one.
I love
Next
it. I love
comment,
it.
please.
I could see 2020. Damn one gaming.
That's Damwon Gaming. Your Dutch pronunciation was better, Digon. Come on. How long you been in LCK saying Damwon Gaming? Don't do that to me, Digon.
I can just hear the casters saying that from the West. I can hear, I can just hear it. Damn Juan Gaming. Damn Juan Gaming.
They gotta have a pass because they don't work in this region, Digon.
Great performance, Jarvan. The 22nd.
There you go.
Jarvan,
Now the next
the
one.
34th.
Hey, got both of them. He's good at his Roman numerals.
Yeah, I can read those numbers as well. That was the last one, as it was a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here by D+ Kia, especially that game number 2. Just an early lead and just pain for the Bros as they now fall to the bottom of the standings.
D+ have a really easy schedule left here for the end of round 1, so they should be able to maintain a pretty strong position here on the west side of the standings.
Yeah, expecting a 6-3 DK by the end of this round 1, and that's a really strong position to be in, especially for a team that was top of the Rise group last year. I think D+ Kia recipe for success as long as no weird upsets happen.
Quick, while we have a little bit of time before the next match comes up, what was your favorite champion with a J name?
Jiddlesticks.
Jiddlesticks. That one wins. I also did like Jamumu though. That one.
Jamumu was definitely an honorable mention for me.
No way, man.
And
What about you?
It was Jablock.
Yeah, that one's good.
No, it's Jadlonk. There you go. 2 J's in it. We'll see if there are any J champions played in our next match, as it is Gen.G versus the GN Automotive Troopers. We'll see after a short break.
준비된 경기는 그 LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드 경기 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드로 펼쳐지는 매치. 한번 쭉쭉 달려봐야겠죠. 더 한진브리온의 경우는 경기력만 봤을 때 분명히 더 승리를 했어도 안 생각도 많았거든요. 그러니까 정말 이렇게 혼란스러운 시기에도 1승 1승이 그만큼 더 간절해지는 거잖아요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
볼만해? 보자. 봐봐. Euro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Kanavi's gonna go in, of course. There's the rumble and the buy. And also the One over the top of Canyon with the shield up, survived for so long. But the DPS still there. Tobiel's gonna be taken out by this rumble. Looking for Keenan.
Really clean game despite getting put back.
Oh my God. What is this? 잘한다. Not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. So now we have an all-out here. Perfect is going to stack that passive. He's continued to go on to Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it. Pretty out of hands there from esports, very clearly. I think they got to show some respect to Gen.G on some of these plays. TP is coming in here, the arrow also going to hit Zeka into the McKenzie right in there. The equalizer, gigantic this time. The catch ruler, the double knockup is gigantic here from Zeka, and that is the fight that Humble were looking for. As you allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. They pick up 3 and are looking to get better.
That is going to be another bone skewer connecting. And Showmaker gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used his steadfast presence to peel the smash, and it grounded Carrier.
구르기 빠지면 안 보게.
Okay.
한번 할게.
Okay. Well, Chu is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Carrier again. Oh, never mind.
모조리 해치워주마.
적을 처치했습니다.
맵 찍고 한 거야?
그지?
Happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's Bok in mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Wizards, that bone skewer connects, and Carrier turns the montage back on. He'll find another one with the help of Faker.
'Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deep is true or die. It's true or die. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
파이팅!
젠지 파이팅! DN 스포츠 파이팅! DN 스포츠 덕담 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It's time for the second series of the night. Gen.G taking on the DN Supers here for the first time in a very, very long time. And it is a little bit of a different look here, especially for Gen.G, as for the last 2 years, they've only ever really lost like one series in the regular season.
Yeah.
And now they've lost 3.
I think I saw somewhere that they've lost more regular season games so far than they have in like the last 2 years combined.
Yes, that is exactly the correct thing. In fact, it's equal. They've lost the same amount.
Oh, wow. Okay.
As of right now.
Yeah. So, especially that we're so early in the season still. This is unprecedented ground for Gen.G. We're expecting them typically to be in that KT spot. That has kind of just been where they've been for the longest time.
Yep. And Gen.G are in the KT spot right now.
They really are.
So they really have just gone for a little bit of a switch of positions. Of course, Gen.G can reach the 4 and 3, and they will be able to eclipse DK with a 2-0 here, which would rocket them towards third place.
And the thing is, right, Gen.G are still a very strong roster, and, you know, T1 are next to them in the standings, and we've seen T1 many times be in a position like this in the season and then do great in playoffs, rise to the top. The reason it's a bit concerning is because we don't typically see Gen.G in this position.
Yeah.
So we don't really know what to expect. Now, talk a bit about DNS. That Coach Odin was saying how they really felt a change in the support position was needed. And even though obviously they lost in their most recent series, they are set on Quantum. They felt like the scrim results they got with him were good. And I think, you know, with 3 potential supports that they could have put in, I think regardless of your feeling on each individual, I think it's good that they pick one and commit to one.
Yeah,
and say, this is the one that we think is right for us.
Well, the players making their way out now. You can see Quantum with a pretty cool haircut as well. Maybe that plays a part into it as well. You know, having cool hair is definitely valuable. He has some pretty difficult work ahead of him, though, up against Duro, who I think he did meet in Challenger a couple of years ago before Duro made his explosive debut to the LCK. And even then, it was a difficult time for Quantum, who has been pretty up and down with his performances. But let's just see whether Odin is actually onto something here or not. Whether Quantum will be able to give them better results than Peter or Life.
I think the thing is, this is a hard matchup generally, you know, playing into Gen.G. But if there's ever a time where the DN Supers can upset Gen.G, this is the form Gen.G have to be in. So I think sometimes you have a player who's been, you know, called up, and it's when they're going up against a top team in the league, and you think, wow, this is just brutal. This is just such a hard position to be put in. And the thing is, the last match they played was against KT. That was really the difficult match. That was the one where it's like, how are you supposed to win that? Because they're the top team right now. Gen.G, based on what we've seen so far, they're middle of the pack. This is a winnable match based on what we've seen so far, if DNS can perform at the absolute best. And this is a team where they've struggled. They haven't looked great. They have had a lot of hardships. But if these players play at their best, we know they are capable of a much higher level. Now, if Gen.G play at their best, it's a wash. But they've been struggling. I think that's the thing, is both of these teams have been struggling to play at their highest level for what we've seen so far. And unfortunately for DNS, Gen.G's baseline is a good amount higher, but it's within reaching distance for sure.
I would agree. And I also feel like sometimes the man that was just on your screen just has his day. Goshik is certainly able to get pretty incredible things done. We then just immediately pan over to Chovy, which does kind of then allow us to realize that Gen.G also have their days, and sometimes Chovy is just impossible to beat. And Closer has his work cut out for him in that mid lane if he wants to make something happen. But we have, like you say, seen Gen.G falter more recently than not. We'll see whether they can get back on the horse. I think so much of this is going to come down to what we see on the Rift. Whether we're going to see the Canyon that just doesn't really do anything until later on in the game. Also, I think the draft is going to be very interesting. Last time we saw Gen.G play up against HLE, I'm pretty sure it was in that Saturday Showdown, I just hated the way they drafted. I'm not
Yeah.
going to lie. It was not really inspiring.
I think a lot of things have kind of been going wrong. I mean, obviously, for them to be in this position, but a lot of their sort of worst traits, things that have been criticized in the past years, but you've kind of been like, well, we're not a huge fan of this, we're not a huge fan of the drafts, but they're still winning all their matches, so is it a big deal? You know, Canyon, a little bit inactive on the Rift, but, you know, they're still winning domestically every match, so is it a big deal? And the thing is, in LCK Cup, they were playing extremely well, so even a lot of those issues weren't present. Their drafts were good. Canyon was super proactive, so it's just weird that after their loss at first stand, they've regressed to a point where not even, because obviously they were great in LCK Cup, they're playing worse than that, they're playing worse than they were last year, and it's just worrying. But, you know, we'll see if and when they can bounce back. They have gone for second pick, so the opportunity to go for counter pick. I will say something that I've found with Gen.G, they don't tend to give a ton of priority towards Keen in terms of like giving him counter pick, or in terms of the draft, I mean. So we'll see if they look to do that here, given they've gone for second pick, or put more attention towards the support role.
I would really like to see Gen.G draft a lot more reactively. I think that they've had this idea of what the best looks like and then just sort of not cared about what the opposition gets. That sort of bit them last time they went out onto the Rift against HLE, and I'm hoping that they can sort of be aware of the things that they're giving up and being able to then counter appropriately. But starting off pretty well because they banned Rumble. That is a good move.
Yeah. Safe bet. Karma probably going to be another one of the things that gets banned away here. Normally it's that. Varus, Orianna.
Yep. So it could just be a Varus ban to finish it off, and that's sort of very tier-listy.
I mean, what DN Supers could do is they could ban like Nocturne, and then, okay, they just go for the Varus. So I presume Gen.G go for the Orianna here.
Does that mean a Rise first pick or something like that?
I think the Rise first pick has kind of fallen out of favor.
Especially when Chovy's most played is Anivia. That's a good point.
Yeah. I was saying they could maybe go for the Nocturne and then ban, and then Gen.G ban Varus, and then they get Orianna first pick, but instead they ban the Varus, so it's just a trade off there. Seraphine first pick. So this is a little risky because I think Gen.G are a team who will pick stuff to kill it, to punish it. You know, Dura's had a fantastic Blitzcrank. We know he'll play Pyke as well.
Not to mention they could just pick away the Ashe as well.
You know, that's a question. Will they just pick away the Ashe as a denial? We will see.
You could also, Ashe Jarvan could be an option here. And then you've got the Jarvan on your side. Jarvan obviously is going to be top of the tier list as far as jungle, especially with the Pantheon ban. So this is a bit of a no-brainer. But it's about whether or not they do decide to go for the denial of the Ashe or not.
Yeah, I think very important to make sure you have a good 2v2. Regardless whether you want to deny the Ashe or you want to go for something that punishes. So might want to secure half of that now. If you leave it until after this, the second rotation of bans, might be harder to get your hands on what you need to deal with the Ashe Seraphine.
Let's see exactly what they're going to do. They are taking their time. The Azir going to be locked in for Chovy though. And you can see even the camera guy didn't expect that that would be the pickup here.
So Ashe Seraphine Xin Zhao,
that's
super strong
crazy
trio.
strong.
Yeah, really strong pickup. You know, we always talk about the healing shielding with Xin Zhao, buffing him up, making him really hard to deal with. You have the engage threats as well when Xin Zhao goes in. One of the things with Xin Zhao is he's not like the best primary engager. You know, his engage is I dash it on you.
Yeah.
But when you have an Ashe Seraphine, you don't need that. So this is such a strong core for DNS already. For Gen.G,
just Jace?
It might just be Jace. That does seem like the sort of thing you'd expect at this point.
Yeah, they can then protect it. It's going to be Nautilus instead.
Okay, so they are grabbing something from the bot lane to make sure that they have something to respond to this Ashe Seraphine, and it is going to be that Nautilus that has pretty consistent engage. Yep. Nautilus dredge line is so hard to avoid. You can't just cleanse it. And does have a lot of threat onto these longer range picks. I think, you know, something like Alistar gets destroyed level 1. Leona, you can just take cleanse into it, and the range isn't as high on the Zenith Blade, but Nautilus has a lot of kill threat. Jace will be banned, though. You kind of expect that. I like the Akali ban. I think Akali Xin Zhao would be so hard to deal with the healing shielding.
LeBlanc also just protecting Chovy's pick here in this mid lane. I actually kind of like the Nautilus for that reason as well, because if you did lock the Jace, then you'd sort of be forced into Scion and Yorick bans, but instead they open the floor to that one. Jin going to be taken away from Ruler as well, I say gleefully. And let's see what Ruler is going to be locking away here. They could secure the bottom lane if they would like to. They can already see the enemy bottom lane face up and then give Keen counterpick. And I would suggest that is what they do. Not a whole lot of easy options. Maybe it's just Ezreal, speaking of easy. Because, of course, you can just kind of say nope to the lane. But this does it even better, as Ruler going to lock away the Ziggs.
Yeah, so when you have that burst damage, if you land the CC on one of these squishies, you should just hopefully explode them, right? You have the Nautilus and the Jarvan for setup. Does make your composition pretty AP heavy though. You're going to need an AD top laner for sure. Although to be honest, with Rumble gone, that was kind of a no-brainer. But yeah, you're still going to be losing out in terms of priority in the bot lane early on for sure. Get to the point where Ziggs has the mana just to, and the damage in his Q just to destroy the waves though. DN Supers though go on the Aurora.
Oh wait, this could be kind of genius, because maybe Kane wants to play Vayne again, and this time they don't have an AD carry. So maybe it feels even better. And into Renekton.
Yeah, I don't like the Renekton blind here for that reason.
Yeah, you kind of want to. Well, they're going to do it anyway. So Renekton blind, he can play Gnar, and there it is.
Just slams the Gnar. Gnar, Jarvan, pretty strong combo together. So don't have a traditional AD carry in this situation, but a lot of ways where if they get on top of this backline of the DN Supers, they can't just explode them. I think both teams have ways to punish the opposing backline quite comfortably. Lots of threats, lots of ways to reach them. Could it come down to execution there? I will say, though, there's a lot of early pressure from DN Supers in the bot lane. Might come down to jungle impact, and I want to see Canyon be more proactive than we have before.
Yeah.
You know, if Quantum Duckdown are really overextending, go over these heavy trades and look to punish that. Don't just let them play the 2v2 out without impact.
Yeah, and I also think that they could focus on putting elsewhere on the map ahead as well, right? Let the Ziggs sort of just sit there and clear waves, try not to die, do it more that way. The year of Doodoo, it was the first year that we had here in the LCK, and so I guess, yeah, year of Doodoo might just be it. She could be onto something. Let's see whether he's Renekton into Gnar, Keen's Gnar, for that fact. I mean, if he does win this matchup, I'm back on the year of Doodoo hype train.
Yep.
And I was never really on it, but the years I suggested were not great.
There's been a lot of years coming and going.
Yeah.
You know, feels like
my ones have just been going. Maybe Doodoo's is going to stick around. As it's time, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump onto the Rift for Game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. The DN Supers take on Gen.G as Ruler on not an AD carry. It feels like he's not the kind of guy that would do this all that often, but I believe he has kind of brought the Ziggs into his wheelhouse, you could say. You've mentioned wheelhouse before a couple of times.
Yeah, it's what a weird.
It
you
is.
learn so much about
wheelhouses.
Yeah.
I do. I don't have a wheelhouse. Did you know that?
You don't?
No.
Oh, me neither.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd have a wheelhouse. I thought you'd be a wheelhouseman.
No.
Huh. Strange.
Wheelhouseman. I don't.
Is that a person? I wonder if you could ever be a wheelhouseman. That's all right. Canyon going to be starting on his blue buff. That allows him to head towards that top side. Maybe a bit of punishment onto Doodoo is in order. As no level 3 gank for the Jarvan bottom lane, though, which is the big thing to look out for. Might take away from said proactivity that we were expecting. But into this lane, do you really want to be ganking early? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it can be a bit risky. Like if they flash out of your CC and then just have the sustained damage. You know, Ziggs is very telegraphed and you're running TP. You don't have the extra combat summoner in comparison. But so far, Closer taking a tower hit. Not ideal for the lane.
I do like that he thumbs up immediately, though.
Yeah.
On taking the turret damage. But isn't going to be great for his laning phase, as we know. Doodoo going in, but will be immediately going out once more. Still actually farming quite decently here, as Keen hasn't quite dealt with this wave.
Yeah,
does manage to get the cannon.
The Renekton do pretty good around the early levels, and it's if you can leverage that, that's where you can find a bit of an advantage. level 6 as well, if you get on top of Mini Gnar, can be like an all-in potential. But usually as the game goes on, if you haven't especially pressured those windows, the Gnar will just outscale. So a matchup we've seen countless times top laners be happy to take. And we've seen Gnar be doing really well in the LCK recently.
Yeah, although recently, yes, but also very recently, no.
Yeah.
I believe he's on about a 5-game losing streak. But before that, was definitely getting a lot of work done as Chovy is going to take a bunch of damage, but hasn't teleported yet, so he's just going to wander back.
I think people bought into the hype too much, you know, and just started, like, Gnar can't lose.
Yeah.
I think that can sometimes happen where, like, a pick is actually really strong, but because the perception of it is it's really strong, people pick it without the conditions for it to work, which makes it not as strong.
Yeah, we've seen that with a lot of different things.
I mean, Ryze is a great example, you know?
Yep. As Chovy just wanders away.
Ryze is really strong, but if you just blind it and they counter it, not so great.
And you just get Anivia'd. I feel like Anivia really did come out as a big counter as well. Having a look at the replay towards top side,
you do have
flash
to
out.
flash, yep. Due to that gang, so good angle there from Canyon. Unfortunate start to the year of Dudu in this game.
Yeah. But that was a good slice, so we're back on. Beautiful. Canyon.
Oh, that hookshot missed.
Oh, yeah, not actually able to see the Jarvan. As Duro looked for the angle, Canyon shows himself. As the heal does come out, the flash has to be used. Canyon deciding not to follow. And they're just going to get onto Quantum here as well. Gets his flash at the same time. They drop the beat. Canyon is just happy to dance.
Getting both flashes is still a massive boon there. But I think, honestly, Doctam and Quantum, well, Doctam in particular, played that about as well as he could, given how terrible the conditions were at the start of that.
Yeah.
In fact, you hawkshot the enemy jungle, and then you end up missing where Canyon actually is. In hindsight, you know, they already had a ward in the tri-brush. Maybe should have sent it down the river instead. But obviously, we have full information and hindsight to give the sort of extra insight into what he should have done. Ultimately, they managed to evade it, but it was pretty close.
I was expecting Canyon to do the follow flash, but he decided not to.
The reason he didn't was because there were minions in the way. So if he follow flashed, Duro wasn't going to be able to really immediately follow up, because Duro had already committed his flash. So I think that was why he didn't go for it, which is why I think Doctam waiting until he got to the minions was pretty big. So
Chovy sidestepping basically everything there, as he does hit level 6. So does Keen, as we can see there, by pressing his R button that he just newly got available. Misses the house, though. Bit weird when you try to hit like a little minion with a house and you miss. All right, cannon, 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 cannon. Nailed it.
I do feel like I've never seen anyone throw a house precisely.
No, neither have I.
Seems pretty difficult.
Yeah. Keen just did it, though, and missed. So that's the sample size I've got for you.
Yeah, well, it seemed seemingly a little unprecisely.
All right. Chovy and Canyon now just going to return to the flashless bottom lane as Pyosik is there, gets hooked by Duro, who just flashes in. The wind becomes lightning, but Pyosik might become dead as the Emperor's Divide is flashed really nicely, and he keeps himself alive for now. In goes Chovy, though, with those shifting sands, and I don't think Pyosik's making it out of this one. One more auto is going to be required as the flash does come in, and Chovy's going to be able to lock down the kill. In the meantime, Keen about to hit Mega, but Dudu has the Dominus rolling. There's the wallop. Let's see whether Dudu's actually going to win this one out. Dominus is extraordinarily strong. And remember, no flash for Dudu, flash available for Keen. And I don't know, does he have to use it? That's the question, as he does flash away right as Dudu gave up.
Yeah, I think he was just holding it for as long as he could, but just didn't trust the last second and just didn't want to get solo killed in the moment. A close one there. Dudu showing the power that you get from having that ultimate available, and Keen's still not there. I think the thing with Nas, you often just throw your ult off cooldown.
Yeah,
it's up so frequently, but did leave him exposed in that window. Here, Pyosik was kind of just dead because so many enemy opponents were around him. But he did make them commit a lot of time, and Chovy having to commit his flash is a pretty big pickup considering.
Yeah.
Like, I saw him get engaged, and I was like, oh, he's just dead, but he managed to buy a good amount of time and get an extra summoner from Chovy at least, so.
Yeah, forced the flash trade. So obviously invested his flash to try and escape, but getting Chovy's flash as a result, certainly high value. Having a look though, slight gold advantage here for Gen.G. And Chovy is the one with the lead, which is a little bit of a problem. Dudu laning very well, though. Perhaps it is his year to go back to that fan sign. But we'll see whether he can capitalize on the flash being down here from Keen. Aggressive satchel here as Quantum then has to walk over the minefield. That was beautifully done. Duro just not quite able to hit the anchor and elects not to auto-attack, so Ruler is able to pick up the kill as the arrow connects onto Chovy in the mid lane. When did that even get thrown out? As Chovy does manage to shift the sands to get out. Closer just with not enough burst damage to lock down the kill.
Yeah, I think unfortunately Closer had used his basic abilities, had his ult, of course, but didn't have the full combo to hit on a Chovy there.
I'm wondering how that arrow would have happened, because they were like killing the Seraphine. Did Docdown like try and throw it at Duro?
This was a great satchel, by the way, like perfectly to knock it back. Max value there. And they got the kill.
Oh yeah, Docdown just ran up and just threw an arrow at Chovy.
Yeah, I was like, well, I'm not using this bot lane.
Yeah, kind of cute.
Did just see a play come out mid. And Closer got chunked down, but, you know, being Aurora, still managed to evade the play. But does mean that Gen.G get control off these grubs. We did see one picked up by Pyoshik.
Yeah, Ruler trying to offer some damage back here. Gets the satchel, double value.
This is some great Ziggs play.
Yeah.
The earlier satchel to knock Quantum back, and then that defensive satchel to split them away.
Yeah, we don't often see the Engatchel.
Yeah.
The Engage Satchel is pretty...
Well, actually, what we often see in the LCK is the poke satchel.
Yeah.
I just throw it at you and do like 20 damage and then die immediately after. So I like that he's actually using it for the displacement aspect of it, which is actually the main component of this ability.
Weird.
Yeah, surprisingly, it feels like a lot of our Ziggs players don't appreciate that, but...
You're speaking with a lot of emotion in your voice.
Am I?
Yeah.
Suspicious.
It's just an observation. I don't know what it means, but it does seem like you are somewhat emotionally invested.
Perhaps a little bit.
Yeah, just somewhat.
Yeah.
So 1-0-1 for Ruler as a result of using the satchel correctly.
Yeah, and also picked up the Ludens, no tier board. You know, he's going to be pumping some damage out in this game.
Especially when he can build an extra item. Which is kind of scary, because I feel like Ziggs uses items quite effectively.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was something when the new quest came out. A lot of people talked about mages getting good value from it.
Yep.
I know mage solo queue win rate has always been really high in the bot lane, but it's continuing to be really high with the quest, because a lot of people were like, there's...
Oh. Well, I have a feeling he'll need to use a Disengatchel. But instead, he throws it at the turret.
Yeah.
Because the rest of Gen.G were making their way down. They did get half the health bar out of Ruler, but there just wasn't enough damage out of the DNS bottom lane.
Yeah, ended up using the flash to get away from that one. Still had the satchel in pocket, so I think chance of him actually dying there was pretty low, but had to commit the summoner to get out. But will stay safe. Greeting for plates, which honestly, every Ziggs has done that.
Oh yeah.
We've all been there.
We respect it. As teleport to come in from said Ziggs.
His ult up in 5
back
seconds.
down. Exactly right. As Pyoshik goes in, Cataclysm is down there as well as they get into the Crescent Guard to try and kill Pyoshik as Duro might be in a bit of trouble. Oh, the anchor just barely misses. Good flag there from Pyoshik. Mega Inferno Bomb isn't enough, and it's the Ashe that takes down the kill onto Duro. Canyon gets himself out of there with the Flag and Dragon. Ruler is already out of dodge as well, utilizing the satchel effectively. As Keen spacing very nicely here against Dudu on the top side, although the flash forward, that one's hard to be spaced, as anyway, does manage to land another boomerang to slow down the Crocodile, who invested the ulti.
Yeah, Keen's flash just came up now, so didn't have that quite available when he got flashed on, but, you know, is now safe from any other plays. I think happy with getting a flash advantage there. This play was kind of crazy, because they jump in, as Pyoshik does, and it's kind of like a change places situation.
Yeah.
You know, the Cataclysm in, and then Pyoshik ends up outside of it. And it's also really awkward for Ziggs, because to hit the Xin, you have to be inside his ult, which you don't want to be. There, Pyoshik close to dying, but moves to the outer ring of the ult, so takes less damage. Still very close, but end result is a 1-0. The DN Supers, which they are happy about.
And if Ruler had the Comet off cooldown, he would have killed him. That's sort of how much Pyoshik survived on. So well played there. It did die in that mid lane, but was able to help grab the kill there on that bottom side. That puts DNS on the board. There is a Hextech Dragon up and available now. Gen.G got the first one in an Infernal. As it has been started, Nox, I'm going to need you to apply as much concentration as possible.
Okay.
As Pioshik went down to 12 HP. I think Comet could have taken care of that.
Yeah, I think so. Close.
Yep.
Level 9 for Ziggs now, a big spike when you have your Q maxed.
-1.
And he can kind of just one-hit the waves.
This
pretty
is,
easily.
Sorry, this is the day of missed cannons, as at least Dudu gets his, and actually circumvents the wallop quite nicely. Sorry, continue your point.
Does eat the house.
Sorry. Chovy's going to go in, pushes Pioshik out of the way. Great Crescent Guard, but the Cataclysm is there to answer. Chovy has to flash to get himself out of the way, and it's actually Quantum that's able to help lock him down. The arrow from downtown is going to secure Canyon as well, as Closer dancing around the battlefield, not able to get too much more, but it's a great couple of kills to go over to DNS, and they only trade Pioshik for it.
Yeah, this is kind of the value of that Seraphine backing up the Xin Zhao, helping you stay alive that much longer. I also think it's funny that you saw it pop up on the screen, both Canyon and Chovy both make trades.
Yep, at exactly the same time.
Immediately after that play, like, yeah, maybe this is a high value buy. Yeah, I would agree. A lot of CC to come through, but I think just the fact that Pioshik can go in aggressively, get that extra effective HP, survive that much longer, and honestly, the fact that his ult timed out as Ruler's ult connected was kind of fortuitous timing for Gen.G there. So we'll see in this situation, Pioshik gets engaged on ults to disengage Canyon, gets jumped on again, then the ult times out a little bit before, so that was a bit of time. But then Closer dodges away from the dredge line, gets the play on a Canyon and able to clean it up, so
Closer actually playing that absolutely beautifully. Dodged the Empress Divide the first time around and then the Anchor the next time. Still looks like Gen.G are going to get priority on this Dragon, but DNS are in the area. There's the Anchor to start up this fight as they're looking for Quantum to start this one. Doesn't quite have the Encore up and available just yet as Chovy looking to get himself out of the way of Pioshik, who looks to engage instead on top of Canyon. Gets the knock up as he makes his way out, but it looks like this Dragon should go over to DNS as a result. Still, it is going to reset, so they do require a fair bit more damage as there's the Emperor's Divide, pushes Pioshik back, has another Crescent Guard, but there's the Cataclysm to put down the Xin Zhao. Just overstayed his welcome as Quantum is going to survive, but they are looking a little worse for wear. No smite, and that should be double Dragon over to Gen.G.
And Chovy actually just gets so much value in that fight, kind of standing in this really aggressive position, but just kind of skill checks the entirety of DN Supers. But I'm looking for a little bit more.
Arrow.
Doesn't connect.
He was trying to hit the turret with it as Ruler. He's going to take a lot of damage here. That is going to survive for now. Dodged one ability, and that is going to allow him to live.
Still had Flash in pocket and was just like, you know what, I'm good. But yeah, I think Chovy actually got such an insane amount of value in that fight by kind of just standing in the face of DNS. Because we see the initial play, ends up with the engage not really working. Pioshik forces Canyon away here, and he ends up chunked, so he has to back off. But then Chovy holds his position.
Yeah.
And he's getting damage down. Closer tries to clear him off, but doesn't connect the skills. He then shoves Pioshik in, so he ends up dying. And that's the point where DNS go, oh, we don't have a jungle anymore. The poke is coming through. We actually have to back off. A very confident play for the Gen.G mid laner, and just relying on his mechanical skill to dodge enough skill shots so they win the engagement.
He absolutely did. Bouncing bombs now flying out here from Ruler, utilizing that Ludens quite effectively. And you can see these waves do just kind of explode now. So it doesn't need to worry too much about taking any trades or anything like that.
And he's going the Shadow Flame second.
That's a lot of damage.
This is going to be the one-shot ult damage.
Aggressive satchel. Agratchel. Not what you want to see. It's okay. He's going to play it safe. Keen down here towards his bottom side, getting the shove in, does have his Trinity Force done now, and a decent advantage as Chovy gets engaged on once again, has his Empress Divide, uses it, and the Encore, this time a little bit late there from Quantum to be able to lock down the Pigeon.
Yeah, good move there to push the Xin Zhao away from you before trying to dash so you don't get interrupted. That is some damage from the Ziggs coming through.
Ruler is doing work on the Ziggs.
Yeah, honestly, I think an Oblivion Orb pickup would also be good. You know, obviously does delay your damage a bit, but there's a lot of healing on the side of the DN Supers, and Ziggs pretty good.
Yeah,
spreading out multiple targets. So either him or Chovy, to be honest, should pick that up, I would think.
I'm helping, says the Ziggs, as Canyon is able to lock down the Rift Herald. It should be used to grab that first turret of the game.
Also, Durago Mikhail's Fist, which, you know, we've we've seen this many times before in engaged supports, but not as much recently, I would say. But definitely respecting the Ash Arrow and the Encore potential.
Yeah.
Available here for picks.
I feel like Duro has been in pretty good position to use it as well. Is often where the action is. As Keen throws out another ulti because he can. And we'll just continue to throw minion waves into this turret. And I feel like the use-by date on this Renekton is starting to come up. It's what it's kind of feeling like right now.
It's going to have less fun, you know.
Yeah.
Year Duty's getting kind of towards like
it's getting
November.
later.
Yeah. Putting the Christmas decorations up. Halloween's gone.
Yeah, at least, you know, Christmas is a time to look forward to. So, never mind. He's not looking forward to anything right now. The arrow is going to connect, though. Never mind. Maybe he's looking forward to hanging out with a dead Gnar under the turret. However, they do just walk it off as there was no one else coming.
You know,
Dudu survives.
The arrow was kind of like a Christmas present, but unfortunately not enough to get a kill on the back of it. But, you know, he will, for now, live for another day. Goes out the wave, should be fine.
Yeah, does have now the backup of the rest of his team making their way in. As Ruler will just wander back towards his mid lane. And Dr. Arm doing his very best to match the wave clear of a Ziggs. And his very best is nowhere near enough because it's just kind of ludicrous the amount Ruler can destroy with only a couple of bombs.
Yeah.
It's just only 1,000 gold lead.
It's just funny seeing the Ashe work so hard, putting all these autos in, loading so many arrows. Just the lazy nature of the Ziggs throwing, just tossing a bomb out without a second thought.
Every now and again. And then a minefield. As Trophy will take a bit of damage here from Closer, but the shoes that he's wearing, putting in a fair bit of work to keep him alive in these exchanges. And Keen up towards the top side. So things slowing down.
But there is Dragon
game
in 45. It is a Cloud Soul as well.
It's a nice one.
Movement speed, pretty big in this game.
I do feel like the DN Supers would absolutely love Cloud Soul.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Problem is they are a fair way away from it as now Dudu decides to go in at exactly the wrong time, has to flash, get out of the way of Keen and Canyon. Those slows would have kept racking up and it would have been very, very difficult to get out of the way. However, Keen does transform and will be able to take down this first turret of the game. Rift Herald still hasn't been used yet, by the way, so they take first turret and they still have Shelly for potentially this fight here around the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last series the value of a Herald in fights. You don't need the Herald for taking towers, really, because you have a Ziggs, and that tower mid will be gone. True. The 2 quick towers picked up by Gen.G. Unfortunately, they don't get to spend all the gold they picked up, but they have some decent item spikes with the Ziggs on Luden Shadowflame. They have the Combat Herald ready to go. This is good setup for them, and they have control of the river as well. Ult comes in with a poke, but it misses.
Yeah, that does get rid of Quantum, I guess, but they're not actually. He's able to regroup very comfortably. So Mega Inferno Bomb now on cooldown for this next fight as Keen spotted on a flank angle as well. Minefield does go down, and there is that Battle Herald that you were talking about. Let's see whether they're going to be able to utilize it. There's the Mikhail's value to come on through from Duro as well, as it is going to be a Drake secured by Pyoshik, but now Canyon driving the Herald in, doesn't manage to land a knock-up onto Closer and to Quantum, but doesn't get the flag and drag, as Pyoshik has been separated. Crescent Guard in the back of the pit as he flashes away. Keen now has to deal with Dudu as Ruler is looking to try and back him up, but Keen flashes to get out of the way. And now there is a minefield that has been put down. Dredgeline connects onto Dudu. Does get a charged up Q, but he had nowhere to go. No flash and no escape as Chovy looks to go in. And Closer is able to walk it off. So it is just 2 kills over to Gen.G in exchange for the Dragon. Maybe not end of the world. However, they'll lose this outer turret bottom lane as well, and that gold lead will extend.
Yeah, unfortunately for DN Supers, it's just the one Dragon that they have. So even though they denied the soul point, they still don't get much of a swing in their favor. This arrow is pretty good. The Mikhail's comes through where they kind of zone away Gen.G a good amount here. Problem is this Combat Herald comes in. I feel like it's so strong with Jarvan because it means you can get in without losing any health. You then still have your follow-up engage. And Quantum ends up ulting very late, trying to find a better angle, but the charm only lasts as long as you do, so it just doesn't really do anything. Here, Dudu is in this aggressive position, but Keen flashes out and he doesn't want to go any further, so he just ends up dying in the pit. I think, honestly, he should have... Knowing that he didn't have flash, I think maybe he should have just committed to the play.
Yeah.
But the end result is Gen.G just further ahead. Still ahead in Dragons, despite the fact that DNS got the last one. But 3,600 gold is a sizable lead. And if you look at the spread between lanes, everyone has a slice of the pie apart from Duro. And I mean, Duro doesn't really need that much gold.
Yeah, he doesn't really care about it. On top of everything as well, actually, production has just told us that Chovy and Ruler were both sitting on a bunch of gold heading into that fight. Same can be said for Closer. And now on a reset is Chovy with a now full dash cannon and blighting jewel completed. And Ruler has that Shadow Flame and blighting jewel for himself as well.
Oh.
And it's going to get more and more difficult because Gen.G still managed to win the fight even without spending that money.
I think that's the thing is that, you know, they took that mid tower and they were sitting on, like, I expect they were sitting on a fair bit of gold, but they were sitting on a lot clearly to try and prioritize the tower before the dragon. It was a risky thing to do, but it did manage to work out, and now they just are so far ahead. Picking up that tower, that tier 2 in the top lane as well, now at a 5,000 gold lead. You know, Void Staff's going to be coming in soon for Chovy and Ruler. And there's not even that much magic resist on DN Supers, so to already have the Void Staff there, you're still getting good value from just like the pen on your base magic resist, but it just means that even if you do try and pick up magic resist, you're just not getting much
just
from
feels
it anyway.
bad to even buy anything, looking to try and mitigate the damage that Ruler and Chovy are going to be doing.
I mean, especially when you have like the Shadow Flame, Sork Shoes, Void Staff, like the percentage pen and the flat pen is just, you do so much damage.
And they also do damage to these structures as well, as it is a Ziggs. Canyon was just looking for a bit of an angle towards Closer, who does manage to sidestep it, but it's still a fair bit of damage he takes on the return. And the DN Supers are now just kind of milling about, trying to work out where they want to be on the map. Gen.G with a whole lot of priority sort of everywhere right now.
Yeah, and I think this Mikhail's buy also just adds so much value because so much of the engage from DN Supers is down to like throw an Ash Arrow.
Yeah.
But as long as Duro is in the vicinity, that just doesn't function. You know, you remember that last Dragon fight, it kind of opened with a arrow and a Chovy that was just negated, so...
And there's not, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of clear follow-up after that. They are sort of relying on that arrow to really be impactful. Void Staff now done as Ruler hits 3 items. That is a pretty dangerous first 3 items. If he gets Rabadon's next, my goodness, the amount of damage potential on the Ziggs.
Yeah.
Extraordinarily high.
That's what you want. And I think for DNS, they need to try and find a way to set up vision, which is difficult because Quantum has to ward and he's very squishy. But if you can get Dudu and Closer approaching from like a flank on the side, that's where it can really work well. Because then you're not pressured as much to get huge value out of like the Ash Arrow. The Encore can get a huge amount of value. You can threaten the Ziggs and the Z on the back line. I think if they just run straight at them, they're going to struggle. Ziggs doesn't do that much damage because the shielding.
Just softening them up. Yoshik actually taking a fair bit there. The satchels are sort of flying out from off the screen.
Yeah, honestly, the Nod doing a decent amount of poke too. With
throwing houses in there. As the arrow is going to connect onto Canyon. There's another Mikhail's.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you were talking about. What has a longer cooldown, Arrow or Mikhail's at this stage of the game? As Closer face checks. Not sure about that one, as Chovy will get engaged on here by Pyoshik. Emperor's Divide is going to come on through to get rid of him. And that is going to be the end of that one. Shifting Sands, pretty powerful.
It is Mikhail's has a long cooldown, I believe.
It should at this stage of the game, definitely, right?
Yeah.
As Dudu will now get walloped. And now Closer looking for a bit of an engage angle, but Duro holds him in position. There's the Gnar, throws the Aurora into the wall, but he might pay for that one with his life. The flash in from Dudu as well, who looks to try and take down Chovy. Gets the shield from the Shifting Sands, and the Cataclysm will take down the Crocodile. Still, the answering kills are going to be there as Duro goes down. Keen and Canyon are both dead, and the DN Supers might get themselves a Drake.
They find the fight they needed. You know, Lockdown doesn't get threatened. The backline gets to push forward. We finally get that value we're looking for here. This fight started off with a really high value ultimate from Closer. Ruler's already super chunked, and you're a Ziggs, so you can play from a distance, but just immediately has that pressure on the enemy team. Dudu getting both of those flashes out. And I think, you know, it's feeling a bit more like his year. Even though he doesn't go down, he sets up for the rest of the team to push forward.
Yeah, that was all on Dudu there. Being able to get in there. Avoids a 1v1 with Keen once again, and then just goes straight for the squishies. So you can see that gold lead taking a dent. Gen.G.
So
Okay.
Ash Arrow's always lower cooldown than Mikhail's.
Oh, no matter what. Okay.
Yeah, no
There you
matter
go.
what. So it's 120 is the base Mikhail's. Ash Arrow's 100 at rank 1.
Well, there you go.
So if you just fire them off on cooldown, eventually he won't have Mikhail's.
Remember when support Ash was the thing as well? And then like Arrow was even on a shorter cooldown? You could probably get 2 in before the Mikhail's is back off.
Actually, if you get to level 16, then it is 60-second cooldown. So you
Hey,
can
there you
just,
go.
even with no ability haste, you can just get 2 in.
Love that. All right, well, let's see whether Dr. is just going to continue throwing them out. Does have 3 items for himself now completed, as we see him on screen right here. But there is that Oblivion Orb that you were talking about. Ruler has now that one picked up. I hope he doesn't finish a Morellonomicon. I hope he really does just build a cool hat, because Ziggs really likes wearing hats, I'm pretty sure.
And that's the nice thing about having the extra item slot is you can buy an Oblivion Orb and still go like Rabadons, and then, you know, your last item's like a flex. And you build Morellonomicon very, very last item.
Pioshik might be going down here, but the Crescent Guard getting a whole lot of value as Dudu makes his way in. There's a nice stun on a Canyon, and he just goes down. Closer goes between worlds, but Chovy immediately follows him. Doesn't quite do enough there as the Encore is going to get rid of him. Emperor's Divide is going to hit onto only Pioshik, but that's going to be enough to get the kill. And now Chovy able to walk over the wall, gets the shifting stance, but misses the combo and is unable to make his way out. Duro now going to hold Dudu in position as Keen wants to be able to chase after them. Would like to be mini-Nar and does manage to get it now. As these hyper procs getting very, very annoying. The beat drop is going to miss. Sidesteps beautifully here, but is still not able to catch up. And in the meantime, Ziggs is zigzing.
Yeah, just playing the minigame, getting the plates, getting the towers. Gen.G's still really far ahead, but you're seeing these fights, starting to see the core of this Ashe, Seraphine, Xin Zhao getting a lot of value. The engage comes in, but Pioshik pops the ultimate, gets a ton of healing and shielding, and survives for a very long time. The split comes in before the Ziggs ult achieves anything, and then Chovy ends up in a bit of an awkward position, gets clipped by the Encore. You know, Keen does just one-shot Knockdown with Ruler's help, but then Chovy makes a bit of a mistake here and goes down to Dudu.
Yeah, doesn't quite get the combo to work out.
It's been a pretty chaotic game.
It certainly has.
Not the clean, calm, collected. Again, this is not the Gen.G we've seen in years past or even in the LCK Cup. But they still have a gold lead right now. It's 2 minutes until the next Dragon, but Baron's still on the cards, and a lot of summoners burned. You know, Dr. doesn't have his flash up yet. There's still a lot of flashes down. They are coming up in time for that next Dragon, but there might be a window if you see someone overstep right now.
Yeah, there's also Baron to watch out for. There is a lot of Baron damage on both sides, but I'm looking at Chovy there, being able to do a whole lot. As Gen.G are teleporting in, looking to take this. That is a very high-value ward.
Yeah,
they also get a Hawk Shot and a Scrying Orb, so yes, DN Supers know that this is happening. However, can they stop it in time? As there's a teleport in from Dudu. That might be what they're looking for, as Pioshik moving on over as well. They get a stun onto Duro as well, as he might need to get himself out of there. The depth charge does come on through, but doesn't really do anything at all. And now DNS have control of the pit. Gen.G may have just gifted them. A Baron is in, they go! And Pioshik still secures the objective. There's the Encore onto 2 as well, as Dudu is running amok in the fight. Down will go Keen though, and Dudu just walks it off. 2 for 1, DNS take the Baron!
Just a great smite from Pioshik, and Gen.G just feeling like, oh, we can comfortably go for the Baron. What's the threat? The threat is they engage on you. They just kill your support, they secure the Baron. Take mid-tier 1 as well. It's something that gold lead feeling a lot less secure for Gen.G right now.
Yeah, Chovy was thinking about going for an angle, but could not quite find it there. And so let's have a look at this one more time. It did kind of feel like Gen.G just gave DN Supers a Baron.
Yeah, Duro's trying to play bouncer, but he's the one person out of this trio who are in the pit who can't get out easily. You know, Canyon and Chovy can't easily disengage, and then Canyon's like, hey, I'll just go back in and win the 50-50. Well, Pioshik says no. Secures the smite, ults to try and buy time. He gets jumped on, but this Encore value is just massive. And they manage to pick up the Gnar. Unfortunately for DNS, they don't get the GA from Canyon, but still just a ton of value.
Yep. And he just says, let's do it slowly. And that is precisely what they're going to do. However, Gen.G, that is going to be the secure on the Dragon. It was a closer making his way in there, who does go between worlds.
Yeah, defensively ulted there, a little bit panicked.
Yeah, a little bit of an odd one, as now Dr. on a flank angle. Keen was also trying to do the same thing as Dudu's chasing after him. This late game Renekton has been getting so much work done, as Chovy is now in a position to do damage, and the DN Supers are on the wrong side of the map. Kind of awkward, but they do have Baron still running, and they can just beeline towards this inner turret. Look to try and take that one down. The standing gold on the map here, by the way, for the DN Supers is kind of obscene. It's 7 turrets to 1 right now.
Yeah, it's a bit absurd. They really want to get value out of this Baron. I think they need to play through the side lanes where there is so many towers up and available. But, you know, they've just sent Closer back to deal with that top wave. That needs to be pushed in. And the bot wave, Keen is there now. So, I don't know how much value they're actually going to get on the back of this Baron in terms of pushing. They already have a huge Baron power play, but that's kind of been down to the gold they got, you know, from the fight. They got that mid-tier 1. But in terms of taking more structures, like the hope would be you get the Baron, you've only taken, you know, 1 turret, you can get a ton more. It does not look like that is going to happen.
No. Having a look at the damage dealt, though, Ruler is in a great spot this game. Now has his Rabadon's Death Cap completed. Have to find out what his next item is going to be. He's kind of covered all the bases as far as the good ones. Maybe a Zhonya's, maybe something a little bit more defensive could be an option. But we'll see what exactly he decides to do. Banshees might also be good, given the pretty front-loaded nature of the CC. Things like the Arrow.
Could also go like Storm Surge if you just want to have maximum bomber damage. Horizon Focus also.
Kind of annoying that it's going to be Storm Surge in the game as well as Storm Raider's Surge in the game.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit frustrated about that. Great hook from Duro here, who immediately takes a massive arrow to the face and will just be taken down. Dudu getting into that backline once again. The knock-up in between getting swept back as he survives for such a long time. Quantum down low, but they take out Keen, and Dudu, he's got a Guardian Angel. He's just fine. And the DN Supers lose no one. Take out Duro, take out Keen, and now they have priority on the map.
Yeah, pretty hectic fight there. Ruler getting a ton of damage down, but just no real killing power to cut through anyone apart from that GA. DNS now going to be looking to get some of that gold on the map in the form of those towers.
This game is slowly but surely falling out of Gen.G's hands, as Dudu going to take another turret here on this top side of the map. That will be secured. Let's have a look at this one more time.
So the Nautilus is just paper, honestly. Like, you go in onto the Xin Zhao, but the Xin Zhao pops ultimate, and so he won't die. The Nautilus just gets obliterated. And then Keen goes in to try and set this play up. The ult from Ziggs so much, but unfortunately, the Nautilus isn't able to do enough on its own in the backline. And Gen.G can't find more.
Dr. has some items now as well.
Yeah, he's pumping, you know, and he has that consistent damage that Gen.G are kind of lacking.
Yeah. Chovy has his Zhonya's now, so he can go for more of these big plays. We've seen him positioning aggressively, but the DN Supers now have a kill lead, and the gold lead is gone. This is kind of crazy how extraordinarily close a late game between the DN Supers and Gen.G are.
I will say, there is no flash on Dr. no defensive items. Dragon's in a minute and a half. If I'm Gen.G, I'm just looking at the Ashe, and I'm like, we're going to Cataclysm, we're going to Zigzag, we're going to one-shot the Ashe, I'm going to take the Dragon, and have that extra win condition. That is my game plan at this point. Because I think if they lose the Ashe, they lose a lot of power. Because I think Keen has been struggling in some of these fights because Dr. can just shred him, can just cut through him like butter. So we'll see.
Canyon has 4 items completed. There's also double recurve bow from Keen. That's fun. Not quite sure what it means, but I like it. I respect it. He's like, I want to
attack fast.
Hit faster.
Yeah.
Or I like bows and arrows, and I couldn't decide which one in the shop I liked more.
Okay, we got the Morellonomicon completion. I think, honestly, I think it's fine at this point just to have an item completion rather than be sitting on components. We do have 30 seconds on that Dragon.
DN Supers.
I think it's all about Doctor. He has to be the focus. No flash. You have a Jarvan.
There's also 10 seconds on Baron as well. So the DN Supers could try and pull Gen.G across the map. Keen, not really interested in that, as you can see here towards the bottom side. But Dr. and Pioshik, they should be able to duo this if they wanted to. But Canyon moves on in, gets the vision. Dudu is now going to get discovered. Or is he the one that discovers Canyon? As Ruler off to the side as well. It's a decent angle for the Ziggs. Minefield still available as well, as the arrow is going to connect onto Duro. I'm not exactly sure whether that means anything at all. It's Keen just throwing around these boomerangs. They did get the teleport out from this Narb. In goes Duro once again. A Crescent Guard comes out one more time, but the Aurora goes down and they've taken down Dr. Arm. This time, Gen.G will find the fight. As Pyosik just looking to try and escape. He's still got GA, holds on to that, but Dudu might be in trouble as Canyon gets in range. There's the flash. One more flag and drag will do it, although the slice comes out first. And so they might just take a inhibitor, then look for a soul, or maybe just look for the game. Is Pyosik going to catch the wave? There is one siege minion that will be taken down here as Chovy goes in, finds both with the Emperor's Divide, and it's Ruler locks down the kill. With the backdoor bonus, taking down this turret is extraordinarily difficult, but they're just going to do it anyway. Canyon takes it down, the Satchel's gonna secure it, and there goes the Nexus. It was a cute play pulling the minion wave, but it didn't work.
Just a great brute force at the end from Chovy, grabbing those kills, using the power of the Ziggs to end where most teams couldn't with the backdoor bonus. And I think ultimately, Gen.G knew their win condition at the end of the game. There were some struggles, there were some tough fights, but the Ashe not having flash, we saw that beautiful wraparound from Canyon. Cataclysm came down, Ziggs ult followed, Keen was there too, and that was the end of the match. I think it's a bit unfortunate for DNS, who put up a good fight.
They really did.
That mid-game. And Gen.G, you know, it's not a return to form, but it shows they still have some of that team fight excellence in them, but this is still a struggle for them. This is still a hard-fought game to get this singular game victory in this series. You can see from the goal graph, it was kind of all over the place. Ruler with 48,000 damage. Yeah, you know, he built some good items.
He certainly did. But you can see the goal graph is not Gen.G-esque. That's not what it's supposed to look like. The majority of the time, certainly a lot more wavy than expected. Ruler doing so much damage, though, as you were saying. I feel like these damage numbers are so inflated, though, because Pyosik took so much damage.
Yeah.
It really was impressive what they were able to do.
Graph, you know?
That's what I'm saying. We should probably be able to see it. Maybe the healing and shielding one as well for Quantum. But now DNS able to go back to the drawing board here as it is a best of 3. We're going to take a short break. When we get back to space, we'll be breaking down that game number 1. Then we'll have the second one for you. We'll see you soon.
이거 그냥 쫓아오면 돼요.
노플?
이게 있죠.
어차피 미드라인 하나 더 들어오고.
짜르핀 노공이요.
야, 끝내서 가자.
싸워 얘네 높이야.
어차피 대포 살리면 끝날 것 같아.
야, 이거 싸워가 딜라인 끝난다. 이거 그냥 얘네 잡고 게임 안 끝날 수도.
지금 한번 쳐볼래요, 이거? 오케이. 지금
야, 식스라서 해볼 생각해보자.
끝난 것 같은데.
싸워 노플.
끝났다.
나이스.
볼만해? 보자. 봐봐. Duro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Kanavi's gonna go in, of course. There's the Rumble and Divine, and also the One over the top of Canyon with the shield up, survived for so long. But the DPS still there. Chovy also gonna be taken out by this Rumble. Looking for Keen on.
relatively clean game despite getting pushed back. Get him, Zeus! What do I want? What is this? 잘한다.
Not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. So now we have an all-out here. Perfect. He's going to stack that passage. Continue to build on to Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it. Not pretty out of hands there. Like these words very clearly. I think they got to show some respect to Gen.G on some of these plays. TP is coming in here, the arrow. Also going to hit Zeka into the mechanics. Right in there, the equalizer. Gigantic this time. The tax ruler, the double knockup is gigantic here from Zeka. And that is the fight that Humble Life are looking for. As you allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. They pick up 3 and are looking to get better.
That is going to be another bonus you are connecting. And Showmaker gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used his steadfast presence to peel the smash, and it grounded Carrier.
부르기 빠지면 안 부르게.
Okay.
한 바퀴.
Okay. Well, Chu is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Carrier again. Oh, never mind.
모조리 해치워주마. 적을 처치했습니다.
몇 찍고 한 거야?
그지?
Happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's Corky in the mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Blizzard, that Pure connects as Carrier turns the montage back on. He'll find another one with the help of Faker.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining whatever in the store.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. Gen.G, pretty good. Closing out the games. I mean, they did it, but the DN Automotive Supers didn't make it easy. They did battle back and figured out how to use the composition correctly, but in one of the key fights there at the end, weren't able to get it over the line. Digon here alongside Wolf and Valdez, the Valdanalist. And yeah, we're going to start this one in the draft. some early picks, the Ashe Seraphine that we've, gotten used to here, but, Pyosik getting his hand on the Xin Zhao as well. What catches your eye here, Wolf?
I really think the first 3 picks here for the DN Supers are fantastic, right? They had an insanely strong power setup here where the Seraphine's going to get her ults extended by the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao works incredibly well with Ashe, and buy time to front to back. But there's this pick in the bottom lane, the Nautilus pick that came up here early for Gen.G that before it got banned in the second phase here that did a lot of work in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Nautilus is nowadays we see it prioed very heavily. We see a lot of bans on it, a lot of picks on it recently when they can get their hands on it, but it doesn't have a very high win rate. So pretty interesting, but we got to see it also picked into Caitlyn Karma yesterday and now today against Ashe Seraphine. So it was kind of cool that we got to see it once again in the hands of Duro this time and really just witness how this pick is able to take over games even in rough game lane states.
Yeah, there's a lot of these enchanters that lose to the engage meta, right? And so Nautilus going up hasn't been piloted as well yet, though. We start early on following that Nautilus.
This is a really good angle here for Canyon's able to avoid the vision, goes over the wall here, avoids Scuttle as well, and he comes down here, and this is him and the Nautilus together being such a huge threat to get the flash out of Duck Dom, and then Quantum is turned onto here as well, which means that he also will subsequently have to flash. Now, neither of these bottom laners have their flashes for the upcoming objective fight.
And yet, Hex Flash on Nautilus, really good for setting up plays, and out of vision, excellently done by Duro. Pyosik feels safe, but his bottom lane has no summoners. Also, Chovy comes over here first, so Gen.G was kind of on the ball. They proactively looked for this pick on a Pyosik, and it just felt like DNS were a little bit too aggressively postured there, and that nets Gen.G an early kill.
This was a really strong early game skirmish for Gen.G, right? And these are the types of calls that we haven't necessarily seen from them. They also get the punish here on the Quantum as flashless following this one up with, again, Duro's Nautilus being a big key part of this. But I think one of the biggest takeaways for me in the early game for Gen.G was this is where they seem to struggle the most, around these early dragons where they're a little bit lazy with how they set up, or sometimes they go in a little bit too deep. But this time, they got the sums early, made that gank happen, turned that into a larger win on that first objective fight.
Yeah, on Saturday Showdown, Hanwha Life Esports against Gen.G last week, we talked about how Hanwha Life Esports, they've been punishing getting those massive leads. Gen.G has been the opposite. If they have a lead at 15, they get the win, but they didn't always have a lead at 15. So to see them clean that up here in that game, good. Here's some of the not so good. Over at Baron, they try to start a fight that they want to get into, but this was them not being on the same page, and Pyosik and the rest of the supers punish.
I mean, unfortunately, Duro can only do so much, right? Ox mentioned on the cast he doesn't really have the ability to escape here. And then the greed on trying to stop the Baron here, they could have just been like, all right, we still have a lead, Baron's going over, look for the smite steal, and then opt out, right? Canyon goes in, and then Keen is also trying to get into the thick of things at the same time. And yeah, that's a Crescent Guard. Gonna buy some space here, and then the rest of the fight is just kind of a wash. Ruler can't offer the same amount of consistent damage as the Ashe can on the other side because he zigs, and he can't go deeper. He's on the outside of the wall, so why not just look for the smite steal, see if you get it, and get out with 4 Barons, or just go, well, unlucky, and walk away. Instead, they lose the Baron and give over a ton of gold. That swing almost got DNS back into the game, so we got to see Gen.G tighten up a lot of this kind of play.
Yeah, it just feels like Gen.G is, it felt like a little bit disrespectful. Like a lot of their fights leading up into this Baron were very close. And they're like, well, we can just start the Baron and it should be okay. We're Gen.G, we're just going to take it down. But DNS called their bluff, and I think Gen.G really needs to tighten things up. I do agree.
Yeah, couple of questions for you here, Wolf. Just for the supers, right? Because they are underdogs here. This is a mid-table team in Gen.G that is great, and we expect them to be higher at the top, with the supers still trying to figure it out. Quantum and Pyosik. Let's start with Pyosik because he's been so solid, but hasn't been able to translate these good plays into wins here.
I've been really loving Pyosik's play this season, and I know that he hasn't found a ton of success. He's on a weaker team here, but his lanes aren't doing as well as they need to. We saw an amazing performance from Dudu, for example, this game, and Pyosik, wasn't able to play through that lane necessarily, but Dudu did great in the early game in a tough matchup into the Gnar, didn't fall behind, in fact, had a gold lead for a while. I think if Pyosik is given opportunities and lanes to play through, he does well. And I think that's why they keep putting Quantum on the Seraphine, so he can get the Ashe Seraphine Prio in the bottom lane. It's just not working, though, right? The Canyon gank was very successful. They lost their flashes, and it's just moments like that where you could see the strategy for DNS and what they're trying to do with Quantum here, but the execution is just a little bit missing.
Yeah, Valdez, 3 different supports here for the Super so far this year. What do you want to see out of Quantum that would give you the go-ahead to use him full-time?
Well, I feel like a lot of our younger players that come up from challengers, they just get caught in places where a lot of our other LCK mainstays do not. Like just little mistakes where they're just a little bit too far forward, and it might look like it's a small thing, but when it happens very consistently, they just got to play cleaner League of Legends. They have to position a little bit more smartly, and a lot of these new guys are not. I understand why Quantum comes in, especially with some of the older guys not really performing too well and maybe being a little bit lazy nowadays, but yeah, Quantum has to step it up as well.
The Supers hung in there for a little bit longer, but ultimately fell. Let's see what happens here in game number 2 as we send it on over to Jatless and Jox.
Thank you very much, G-Gon and Jaldez and Julf.
Julf is pretty good.
Julf is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think G-Gon is also pretty good.
G-Gon's pretty great.
It does. He sounds a little bit like he owns a studio that helps, that promotes K-pop artists. Oh wait, no, that's G-Dragon. That's a different one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Along the same line.
I have a very large Dijon mustard, which is not spelled correctly. That's why I didn't say it correctly on the screen. I'm glad that we got to read that one out. And now I'm also glad that we are in Champion Select.
We're just straying further from the light.
We really are. It's not quite working out here. All right, let's see what bans are going to be coming on through here for the second game of the series. Brad going to be taken away.
Yep. Once again, leading with that first ban off the Brad. It's second pick again for Gen.G. I think, honestly, DN Supers had a lot of strength. The first 3, the Ashe, Seraphine, Zinzao, really strong. And there was a lot of good moments for them in that game, but it's just that missing that extra % that would have taken them to the finish.
Yeah.
And Gen.G having the decisive team fight to close it out. I think, once again, kind of similar to our first series, which had a close game 1, and it can sometimes be hard when you have a close game 1 to be like, you know, you don't want to throw everything out, you want to tweak, you want to adjust. I think it can sometimes be easier to just say, okay, everything went wrong, let's just scrap that.
Yep.
Obviously, with it being fearless, you don't really get to adopt any of the picks from this series, from the game before, sorry, but I think
the playstyle can always be brought forward.
Yeah. They had some good ideas, so we'll see what they can do with that. Rise going to get banned away by the DN Supers here. Orianna taken out as well.
Nocturne is kind of the big one, and Varus.
Yeah,
both of them being available.
Being there. Possibility of a flex. We saw this played in the previous series as a flex, so something that Keen has to look out for and be aware of.
I'm not sure about how Keen, how good he is on the Anivia top, because what I think Keen would like to go towards is something like an Aurora top that he has been very good at in the past, and surprisingly, he's liked to play the Ryze as well. But Yunara Lulu just going to be locked in here for Ruler and Duro, and that is a pretty powerful pairing already picked up. It's a lot of P's that I used there. I apologize for the alliteration.
It's strong for the late game, but for me, I'm kind of thinking, do you just put the Varus bot lane then and just really punish this in the 2v2?
Yeah, it could be an option.
You know, I'm thinking stuff like Varus Nico has the potential to really bully this out. But for now, they're going to go for the Rise group special, the Wukong Annie, which last year kind of ran. I mean, honestly, it was running the Rise group, but it was also great in the Legend group. That pairing, really strong, great engage when you're playing into Yunara, but the Maokai comes through for Gen.G, which in terms of controlling the pace of the game, denying some of these engage picks, but also having engaged itself when you have a Lulu, it kind of ticks a lot of boxes for Gen.G.
Wukong is kind of good into it, though, because you get to just put up a decoy and then avoid the ultimate, but there are certainly some options here for the Maokai composition, because now Chovy could play Yone. He could play all sorts of crazy things in that mid lane, because there will be some extra magic damage coming out of the jungle, assuming that's where the Maokai is going.
Yeah.
Unless it's what Keen has cooked up as his answer to the Varus, but I'm not sure whether that's a thing.
That sounds painfully miserable.
Yeah. Archers generally shoot trees when they're practicing. And so I would imagine
But the tree tends to be fine afterward.
Oh, that's a good point. But he does have a lot of arrows in him.
Yeah.
And the tree doesn't generally do anything back at the archer.
No.
So maybe that's the problem. The Nico is going to be banned away as well as the Nami, so that is going to shore up some potential bottom lanes as the Hui and Jace to be removed here from Gen.G.
Yeah, I kind of like both of these bans from DN Supers. You know, the Jace I was thinking might come out as, you know, that strong range pick that we know Keen can play, but also with the prospect of maybe being into the Varus. The Hui did get buffed, but we're still seeing a decent amount of play beforehand anyway, and if you have the lockdown of the Maokai and you just land all your abilities, it's pretty strong.
Well, what is the answer to the Annie? Akali is a consideration here. Okay, interesting one.
Yeah, so we normally see Aurora into the Annie, but obviously Aurora's been taken away by Fearless.
I actually think it's kind of smart to save the Annie priority until after you've used the Aurora already.
Yeah.
It's kind of really cute from DNS.
Makes it pretty unchecked. Lucian gonna come through. Lucian Milio, a lot of value into the Maokai here. Honestly, Milio in general, because playing into the Maokai, you have the AoE cleanse, which can just render the ult useless, but also the Mega Fire Kick into the Akali.
Yeah.
Really disrupt her. And like, I feel like that ability, when you get hit by it, the hang time where you're in the air.
That's Nefiri.
We did see this top lane into Varus specifically. It didn't have the most fun time early, and then it just clicked its buttons in team fights and kind of won.
Yeah.
I believe it was Perfect who played it.
I think so, yeah. I can't exactly remember off the top of my head who played it, but I do remember it having a horrible time in lane and then actually being okay after that.
Yeah, it was Perfect who played it. So
there you go.
Yeah, a lot of kill threat, and if you have Maokai, Nefiri, they are both point and click. You know, if you get in range as the Maokai, but the range of the Nefiri is insane. So there's a lot of targets that they can just kind of decide we're going to kill. I think a lot of backline threat from both teams, ultimately. This is going to be an explosive game. I think very momentum-based.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of champions where you can see them being completely useless or unstoppable.
I mean, that's Nefiri in general. That's just how she works.
But, you know, Akali, Lucian, a lot of picks where I think really feast or famine. So early game should have a lot of impact, but we've seen again, sometimes, you know, early game goes amiss with some of these picks, and then someone oversteps and you just one-shot them.
I have to say, I think that these drafts are a lot more fun than what we saw in game number 1, and could be pretty explosive as we get towards the mid-game. Let's see how it goes. All right, DN Supers fans in full voice here today. And let's just see whether they're going to be rewarded for their faith after this one. I do like the keep it simple style of composition that they have. There's a lot of
keep it simple style. I like,
yeah.
You know.
So it's you know, it's still the KISS strategy, except it's just a little bit more positive.
Yeah, a little nicer.
Yeah. They're not able to kill the ward either. This is absolutely massive. As Chovy going to get stunned as he walks towards the minions. Kind of frustrating, but he still manages to get them.
One thing you do have to be cautious about in this 2v2 bot lane is, I mean, we've hit this so many times with Inara, but if she gets wave access, she's super strong when the passive is built up. Lucian is one of these picks where you kind of have your cooldowns, you have your rotation, and then you're just there. So if you go in for a trade, you use everything, and Inara has the passive stacked up. Even if you win the initial trade, she can just run you down. You have to be really cautious about that. We didn't get to see what happened bot lane. I assume they didn't. They weren't cautious about that based on Dr. Am's health.
Yeah, Ruler also just kind of pressed barrier for fun.
It was a zoning barrier.
Yeah, the good old zoning barrier. It is a powerful thing. Zoning Slurkle comes through there as well, as Dr. Arm has his health bar halved.
That was nicely played there. You like dash in, get a double auto, and then back off because Ruler pops the Q, and then you sort of burn that cooldown. I think a lot of people expect Lucian to be like crushing lane, but definitely there's a lot of... This is why I think Lucian has struggled sometimes in pro. There's definitely a level of execution to making him work.
Yep, I also think that level 3 is very valuable for Lucian as well. As it's just kind of awkward as Keen possibly going for an all-in against Dudu here, who does have a barrier available. The flash out of the way, and Dudu outplays it. The Ignite's ticking, the minions are angry, but Dudu stands tall, and that's a solo kill for First Blood.
You know, there's so much damage from a Neferi with Ignite, but the barrier coming in clutch from Dudu. Typically, we see exhaust on Vara's top, but I think barrier, clearly the play here, ends up finding that 1v1 advantage. Didn't even burn flash for that. So, you know, I think Keen might be going down the perfect line of hoping that a bad early game is going to be saved by a strong late game.
Let me go back to some outcome-focused assessment for you, though, Orcs. What was the outcome of that Neferi game?
Did perfect. Yeah.
So there we go. I rest my case. As Canyon looking to try and even things up here as the bottom lane is under fire. Ruler is on 200 health, though, as Quantum could be in some trouble. There's the flash in, and they do manage to take down the Melio very comfortably. And the tree will just wander his way out. Flash had to be expended there by the jungler, but both bottom laners held onto theirs, and that is very, very strong for Gen.G.
Yeah, I honestly think not the worst for DN Supers, considering only one of them die. We'll see this replay first, and I'll talk about it. This is Dudu going aggressive. You know, barriers early, just landing everything.
Yeah.
He saw the angle, went in aggressively, and it was really close, but he managed to survive it.
Lived on 18 health. At the lowest point there as well.
About on 18 health again at the start
hang
of
on
that.
a second.
But yeah, I think the bot lane play, with how low their health was, I was really concerned they would both die.
Whoa.
The fact only only Quantum goes down, he saves his flash, Docdam gets to pick up the farm. I think bot lane didn't go as bad as it could have. Top lane though, Keen hits a couple of Qs in a row and suddenly Dudu has to back off. The threat of Canyon a bit too much. And it looks like things kind of going back in return, despite the outcome of that 1v1.
Still, he's 300 gold in the lead, but he even managed to go back and buy, and then was just, I guess, hit by a few too many Qs. I mean, the Neferi gameplay loop is, you know, it's a pretty binary thing. Don't get hit by Qs.
Yeah.
And that's generally, that's it.
If you get hit by one Q, don't get hit by the second Q.
Yeah, that's another good one. And then hopefully everything's okay. It is hard to not get hit by a bunch of the other buttons, especially the ulti when that one does come through. We'll see how Keen is going to use that, though.
Yeah, I mean, the ulti's tricky because, you know, you have your own ult, but obviously the Neferi has... That was a nice shield just to stop the recall being cancelled. Obviously...
Oh, Chovy going in. Tibbers is blocking a whole bunch of buttons, though. Chovy just presses the next ulti button.
A good Tibbers to block the Shuriken.
Yeah,
from
gorgeously done. And now Chovy could be in a little bit of trouble here as Closer has flash. Tibbers gets angry, but that's just 50 gold to Chovy.
Yeah. So the Tibbers initially to block the Shuriken was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
From Closer, nice read there.
The doggos.
Level 6 now hit by Keen. He immediately walks up.
Yep. And Dudu also immediately walks out. I don't think he's going to stay here for much longer, as there's the ulti, actually. Keen really going aggressive, gets the barrier out, and is just going to call the pack together once again. As man, it is so nice having little doggos to help your last hit as well.
Yep.
Because they don't manage to get that one, or at least I don't think so.
That's level 6 for Dudu, though. Did burn the barrier there in that play, so a little bit more vulnerable now.
And I think it's all about whether Keen has W available for when those Chains of Corruption do come on down, as Docdam dashes in once again. That was part of what was buffed for Lucian on this patch. Was once again, his Relentless Pursuit goes to 0 mana. I don't know whether that matters at all, because you do quite like building Essence Reaver.
It did go to 0 mana before, no. I think what they changed was it's less mana early.
I mean, that too. But it didn't. It had been a while. At least I'm pretty sure.
No, it was 40 at rank 1 and 0 at max rank.
Oh, was it still 0 at max rank?
Yeah, now it's 32 at 1 and 0 at max rank. And it's 2 seconds less at rank 1. I think the reason that's big is a lot of people had started going W max second. So
yeah.
People had moved to W max second, so they've made Relentless Pursuit a lot more powerful with just 1 point in it. So, I mean, even before, you were keeping 1 point in it for a while. Now there's even more reason to. So it's a big power boost. You have more mana early, you have more dashes early, and this carries through to quite a late stage in the game. But yeah, a lot of people were going the W, which is called...
Ardent Blaze.
Ardent Blaze.
Chains of Corruption, decent answer there to Keen, who does press W eventually, and there is the Ignite going down. And Dudu dealing with a bleed and an ignite means that he just loses out on the trade. Still keeps himself alive, holds onto the flash. That is a big deal. But Keen starting to run away with this. However, Pyosik in the area, Chovy rotating up as well. Could be a 2v2 as Pyosik just doesn't have vision on where he is. Oh dear, Chovy just gonna walk in and see whether he can kill Dudu. Flash up and available here, as he will just wander out of the way. Still, Flash has to be used.
Yeah, I mean, Flash used, but the fact he didn't die there on that low HP, I was assuming it was just a guaranteed. I do think Dudu also played the 1v1 well, because basically the timing when you want to ult the Neferi is when she channels her ult in on you.
Yep.
Because then she's locked in the animation.
Oh. There are cats here in this bottom lane. Quantum is very dead. Dr. could be following suit. However, they don't want to redive. His closer was rotating down and is unable to actually affect the play. Still, it will mean some grubs go over. But, if at first you don't succeed, or do succeed, just come and do it again. As Canyon will be connecting that twisted advance. And Dr. Flash or no is very dead.
Pyosik might have to leave.
Oh, that's so cute. Actually electing not to use it until Chovy actually does come in and pressure him away.
Unfortunately, that's going to be grubs for Gen.G, so they're winning on the top side of the map in that regard, and they got a crushing play bot. I feel like we haven't seen Maokai that much for a while, but this was just always textbook Maokai, is the massive ult in the bot lane, dive in turrets, and Quantum, sacrifices himself to try and save his AD carry, but then his AD carry dies anyway, so pretty unfortunate in that regard. Not having the ult available for the Milio really make or break in that situation.
Yep. Keen now just farming with his Q here towards the top side, as we can see. Dudu back to lane, and does have his Cull ticking down. And now sitting at 1-0-0 on this Varus. I think he is still feeling all right. But a lot of these trades do seem to be going Keen's way at this stage.
Yeah.
Quantum making his way back down as Dr. See whether he can actually stay alive here, as good fire kick there onto Ruler for the disengage. Does feel like the Yunara is still pretty happy in this lane.
Yeah, I think the Lucian's struggling right now. In a bit of a deficit. Being forced away there.
Yep, Chovy connects the backflip. That closer, I think, is going to be just fine. Keen gets the cannon and then looks for the ulti onto Dudu. Does have barrier once again, but no flash up and available. And so that should mean a dead Varus here. Presses W as Keen avoids as much as he can. And Dudu actually playing it about as well as he possibly can here at the same time as Canyon. Oh, Bramble Smash, not quite enough. And Pyosik is here to help them out. Oh no! He blast coned without Canyon, or without Dudu. And Dudu is now going to have to deal with this Kitty Cat chasing after him. Never mind, Kitty Cat loses interest. It's still bad news, but he remains an unkilled Varus.
That was down to the wire. Multiple points. I was like, okay, he's dead. Okay, he's not. Okay, he's dead. Okay, he's alive.
I thought he was dead the whole time until he was alive.
Yeah, well, just goes to show. A good attempt, I think, from Gen.G, but the damage wasn't quite there. I think Keen that time, Dudu was quite late with his ultimate, and Keen didn't manage to avoid it still. And I think that was potentially a factor in them not getting as much damage down. You know, Keen getting chunked out, kind of meant he held off. And you're looking down towards the bot lane, but he has no ult, and Quantum has his, so I just don't think there's a ton he can do. But to be honest, he doesn't need to. It's a 1,200 gold lead for Ruler in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Already.
They've done their job.
Yeah.
Ruler is ready to carry. Doesn't quite have item number 1 just yet, but will have it on this back. There is the Kraken Slayer. And 21 stacks left on that Cull as well. So Dr. I think he might be able to complete Essence Reaver here, but that's Ardent Sensor as well. My goodness.
Yeah. Well, at least it isn't however many years ago.
Yeah. What was it? 9 years ago. So the Ardent Sensor isn't quite as broken as it used to be, as Dudu going for another aggressive move. Keen just bounces out of the way. Sometimes these all-ins aren't really working.
One of the things that's just crazy about Neferi is the cooldown of her E is so low that I swear it's like you just use it and it's like, you know, there's some cooldowns where it's like you use it and it's like, okay, it's now unavailable. And it feels like that ability is never unavailable.
Yep.
You just spam it.
Tibbers. Oh, good control here from Closer.
Very hard to punish the Neferi for overstepping.
Well, that is what Dudu is attempting to do right now. As his name is Do multiple times. So, I mean, he should be able to do it. if anyone can, Dudu can.
It is his year as well.
Yep.
We saw fan signs saying it. That means it must be true.
Exactly. Always trust the fan signs. As the Dragon going to get started here by Gen.G, possibly by accident.
This is not an easy dive.
Well, let's see whether Pyosik can make it happen. Just presses the Cyclone button as the W does come on through. Second activation is going to work with Pyosik. Oh, okay. That is a dead interference.
I don't
Where did he go?
He needed to ult in there, if I'm being honest. But I think he did a lot good. And then went a little bit over-aggressive, trying to punish Pyosik. Maybe scared of the redive without cooldowns.
Is the sacrifice worth it, though? As Docdom and Quantum have discontinued playing League of Legends.
I mean, that's the thing, is top lane, this game has been interesting to watch. We've been pretty focused on it. We've been putting a lot of attention towards there. Does it matter?
Probably not.
Probably not. Bot lane is so far ahead.
He's
and
2 stacks away. So that's... Oh, God. So Cull just cashed in 2.5k gold. In a game that's like had only 5 kills, it feels like that lane is entirely over.
So
that looked like Dudu one-shot the turret that he did.
Doesn't get hit by the ult. I think Dudu just missed it. It wasn't even the W came out at the time. But then I guess he was low enough. Maybe if he ulted, if he didn't ult, he was like, I'm going to die. But he still had flash. I don't know. It's hard to say. But ulting out of the tower definitely did not keep him alive.
No. Might have just been dead anyway, but that's fine. Played it as best he could. Does have the Eclipse now complete. That is going to be a very good item, especially in the laning phase, if that is going to continue. Level 11 is now done, so has another rank in that ulti. And even on farm, 1.2k though, the lead for Dudu. But 2.2k is the lead for Gen.G. So that means that elsewhere, things are perhaps going wrong.
2.7k lead for Ruler. Yeah.
It's all right. Lucian will outscale.
You know what's actually really unfortunate as well?
What's that?
So you know how you have cashback?
Yep.
So if you complete an item, so sometimes when people are an item ahead, that can explain big goal discrepancies. They've completed the same number of items. That's not the case.
Yeah.
The 80 carry, or the bot lane quest completion gives you extra gold. So that could also explain a big gold gap. No, they both completed that.
Yeah.
So there's no, he's just that far ahead.
Fire kick gonna go wide. And Docdom and Quantum certainly not wanting to fight this as teleport to come in. This is an odd one from Closer, although he was a player on TSM. Wild Growth does come on through. And Chovy is able to find the perfect execution to get himself out of there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the fight, Docdom takes a lot of damage, but also gives a lot as Ruler will be taken down very low. They've got an extra 80 carry here with Dudu in the mix. As Shuriken backflip doesn't quite connect, but Chovy gets himself to safety. Keen finally makes his way in. As Tibbers was tanking up that turret, they will be able to eviscerate the minion wave. It's now Canyon finally moving on over.
No, he's doing Herald.
I think he just wants to do Herald. You're exactly right. As all right, Chovy, can you find the angle? No ulti there. And that will just be Gen.G defending their turret. And the DN Supers wanting to stop Canyon from just taking Shelly for free.
Everyone's so low.
This is such a weird situation.
Yeah. And DNS are a little bit too scared to go for the Herald, but also Gen.G are kind of scared to step up. It's a very tense moment.
Yeah, Slurkled, fair bit of value there as Docdom dashes forward. Chovy gets into the mist. That is going to keep him alive. As, my goodness, that piercing arrow almost just kills him. But he does stay alive. And Keen's also going to be able to take a plate here in this top lane as well. The fact that Gen.G just got Rift Herald while that was all happening, that's the kind of weird part to me.
Yeah.
All right, Docdom going aggressive, but the culling is just aimed the wrong way. Ruler is able to walk it off.
This is zoning culling.
Ah, that's right.
A lot of zoning abilities this game.
Yeah, I didn't see what he was supposed to be, but I'm not the pro player.
Yeah.
So I just wouldn't understand. I think that's probably what it is. Quantum completes some Lucidity boots. Got the Hellier now done as well, as Docdom looking for Rapid Fire Cannon second. But he's 46 CS behind, still 2.5k behind, and yeah, Ruler's got 2 items done. Pyosik could also be in a little bit of trouble here, but so could Duro, finding himself in a very awkward position.
Oh,
there's the Wild Growth onto Chovy. 5-point strike land. Where did the Lulu go?
That was a magic trick.
Wow.
Make the Lulu disappear.
Yeah.
It was a great Wild Growth there, and I was like, oh, wow, actually, this might be... No, that was not enough to survive.
No.
Those are just one-shot you.
Would have been good if Dura used it on himself, I guess. As Chovy's going to be discovered by Tibbers.
I think he probably, with how quickly he got one shot, I think he was just dead.
Yeah,
I think he was just like still dead, just maybe a slight bit slower.
Yeah. All right, Canyon wanders up to this mid lane. Roller's still here. Does have a Lulu making her way back from the death chamber.
Okay, that's a lot of damage.
Be careful, yeah. Oh, Pioshik also looking for an angle. Level 11, so an extra point in that Cyclone is pretty scary on this Wukong.
You know, Gen.G have gold lead. They have the AD carry massively ahead, but it does feel like this mid game is just all DN supers.
Yeah, I think it feels similar to game 1.
Yeah, a big aspect of the Lucian is just being able to control. I mean, we've seen this so much from Lucian Nami, but controlling the mid prio. But now,
yeah, pressing the ulti button as Ruler goes in. They do manage to get on top of Quantum. They take him out as Pioshik goes aggressive, looking for Ruler. The flash out from the Inara is not enough to save Ruler. And now Doctom might be all right. His close is just dead. Chovy finds the flank angle, and the Glitterlands connect. Doctom gets hit by the Twisted Advance, and that barrier will not be saving him. Now Pioshik able to use the Warrior Trickster in order to escape, but that is still a big win here for Gen.G.
That's how you can punish it. You know, go in with the Maokai, and even with the ultimate from the Milio, just not really enough to get them to safety. Chovy finding the solo kill on the flank as well, and now with Herald coming in, this is Gen.G kind of regaining control, punishing the overstep from the DN supers.
And they should be able to drop down towards this dragon as well. And it's an Infernal Soul this game. That is a lot of power here for Gen.G. Double charge for Shelly. And a 2.7k gold lead will now erupt.
So Quantum ulted a bit early here. Maybe was concerned he was going to die and needed the health burst, but it meant they did get rooted for a moment. It still gives us tenacity afterwards though, it's not a huge deal, but Pioshik's chunked out, and you know, with the Milio down, the Lucian can't do that much, just gets chased away. Chovy just murders Closer.
Yeah, Closer just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, the stun missed at the end as well, which is pretty unfortunate, but I don't think it would have made a difference, to be honest. The Gunblade Akali, pretty fearsome if it gets on top of you. And we've seen, you know, the early interactions where Closer was blocking the Shuriken with the Tibbers. Oh. I guess that's what happens if you don't pull it off.
Yeah, that was a do-don't right there.
It's fine, he has Hexblade, so he'll get it back
real
no
fast.
time at all.
Exactly. Probably not in time to stop this dragon from going down. As Pioshik clearing out control vision around this Baron. I don't think Gen.G really need to worry about pulling off this Drake, because that will go down very, very quickly. Closer here towards his top side, looking for Chovy. Does have the stun now put together. As, yep, just gets himself out of the way. Chovy deals with the wave, and Shroud is just pretty strong.
Yeah, hard solo laners to dive in general.
Yeah.
A lot of, you know, either invisibility, untargetability, mobility.
Ooh, Chovy does find the backflip. But I thought maybe he'd go in.
They've gone very heavy on the top side.
Yeah.
I think it kind of makes sense when you are behind to like really put effort to one side of the map. If you know you can't contest on even ground. And they are going to be able to defend this bot tier 2, so altogether I think a decent play from the DN supers.
A couple of plates do go over to Keen there, but he still doesn't have an advantage. Still 2-0 for Dudu. Playing it quite well. Keen with the teleport advantage right now though, and we'll be able to go back and probably put together a Black Cleaver now.
I'm still a little bit extremely concerned about the bot lane situation.
A little bit extremely?
Yes.
Okay. I am too, but mainly just extremely.
Ah, okay, well.
Because it's a Yanara.
Yeah, with a Lulu.
And it's Ruler.
With a big gold lead.
Yeah. Tough times. There's also a dash cannon now on Chovy. Kali probably didn't need more dashes, but she now has them. And so he is also going to be very, very frightening. Currently with a slight gold advantage, but I imagine the Akali is still going to be able to kill her mark if she wants to.
Does the Rocket Bell have like a full name? Because you know how it used to be like, what was like Hextech Proto Bell?
Yeah, does
now
it have like a number or a serial number thing on it?
Now?
I just call it Dash Cannon.
I mean, I know you do, but...
Yeah. Dudu is just going to get shot with a sword, which is weird, and then just taken down. Keen going to be able to lock up that kill. Cyclone comes in from Pioshik to try and lock this one up himself, but it's 1 versus 2, and I don't know whether he has it. He might be able to kill Keen, though, as Chovy just teleports out, because there are a lot of bad guys on their way over, and they had Baron on the mind.
Yep, that's going to be the focus here. Chovy says you're on your own, Keen, and knowing that there's no ult charges for Pioshik left available to interrupt, they go straight to the Baron now. Wukong shouldn't get here in time, but they're going to try and do as much damage as possible.
Yep, Canyon threw out the ulti there just to make sure. That is going to be Baron secured. Pretty late smite, but it doesn't matter because Pioshik was nowhere near. So Gen.G just need to try and get out with this Baron still intact. The DN Supers looking to try and get on over here, but walking into the darkness is so hard. There is a bear to drop on top of Ruler, though, who does have just Duro behind him, and that was enough to make him feel brave. Still, Dudu gets in there with a teleport, Chains of Corruption connects, and there is nothing left to keep Ruler alive. I feel like they didn't necessarily need to do that, but the ulti forward from Keen, they take down Closer, and now Gen.G are looking to try and punish. There's a perfect execution, gets on top of Quantum. 5-point strike will do it. Fire kick is going to be enough to get him out of the way of the next one, but there goes Pioshik. Gets a double kill for Canyon, and the last Q gets in there. That's the ace, and Gen.G, they were just using Ruler as bait.
It was pretty effective, I'll tell you that. This play on the bot side, I mean, playing Varus and Neferi is already a bit uncomfortable. Neferi Akali just so unfun.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, Pioshik comes in, pops his ult, and then commits the second charge pretty early for the damage, and Chovy just goes, oh, you have nothing, I'm out. Immediately starts a TP, there's nothing the Wukong can do, and he's not in range in time. And then this play, you know, they're chasing into, look, the sapling chunks out Dokdam as well. It's so hard to chase them here. They want to wait for the Varus backup. But the Neferi backup when everyone is so low HP is so much scarier. Like, they connect the ult. They get Ruler, but Ruler does a good amount of damage back, and then Neferi turns up. Jumps in, uses a W so you can't get CC'd in return, and it's just free pickings from there.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
The reset as well.
Kind of obscene. And this is the thing, I mean, it's a multi-threat comp, and Ruler is the main character. He still has a 2.6k gold advantage. He does have shield bow now complete. I actually kind of like that instead of an Aegis with how aggressive he's been playing. But the fact that they dangle Ruler out there and then use that in order to force an overcommit from the DN Supers, and now they've got a minute left on this Baron, it's a 4,000 Red Bull Baron power play. As now there's an ulti under the turret, the Wild Growth in tandem with this Neferi is so scary. They'll take the turret and they'll take even more as Closer going down very low. It's a good fire kick once again. But Quantum just going to get engaged on here, and Ruler is dashing underneath inhibitor turrets. Carefree, not worried about anything at all as Slurkle connects onto Dudu, and now he might just be able to kill the Varus as well as Ruler just throws the autos in. That's a really nice polymorph as well to make sure that Dudu couldn't do anything. And they are one Melia away from an ace and one Nexus away from a 2-0.
There's something about these point-and-click ults with the Lulu, you know, like the Nocturne Lulu, the Neferi Lulu. It's just so hard to deal with. And Gen.G, this series is a lot of back and forth, a lot of close scraps, but in the end, it's these decisive finishes that have kind of defined them.
Yeah, in goes Keen one more time. These health bars are getting low, but the Nexus even lower, and that is Gen.G locking down the 2-0 against the DN Supers. That is going to move them into third place here in the LCK as well from a tied fifth.
Yeah, so a big jump up the standings, and I think it's still, you know, some struggles in the games, but as much as we expect excellence in terms of the series score, in terms of the game score from Gen.G, even when Gen.G were winning countless games in a row, there were still those messier games, and then they just come in and lock in at the end and get those big fights. So I think this was a solid showing. That being said, it wasn't perfect, but I think this is the step on the way to redemption for Gen.G after a tough start to the season.
I would agree. POM is kind of an interesting question. Not entirely sure who I would be voting for, and that's why I'm glad I do not have a vote today. As Jovi gives us a thumbs up, I think this is Gen.G sort of getting back on track, but obviously the DN Supers are not the scariest of opposition here in the LCK, and I think that Gen.G's first big test is still upcoming, but still, any win is good to build some momentum here, especially for a team that is so used to winning in the regular season. This is as much losing as they've done over the last 2 years, already completed in this season alone. So we're going to check this one out. The bottom side just really was over before it began for the DN Supers, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the lead the bot lane had was just massive. It just felt like Canyon set up camp there, and Dokdam wasn't allowed to play the game.
Nope. Who is the POM vote? Have you put it in yet? He has. He's committed to something. I don't know what it is.
It was tough, I think. I think there's there's two people I had in mind, and I was struggling between them. And I had a
Canyon had a
feeling.
good series.
I think Canyon had a really good series. I think both games had a lot of impact. I also think Chovy, the Azir game, he had that team fight where he just kind of stood there and dodged everything.
Yep.
And then had some great moments in this one as well. I think those two were on the forefront of my mind.
I imagine there will be a whole bunch of very confused people for who to vote for in this one, because it felt like a team effort. A lot of super plays here from kind of everyone.
What do you always say with Gen.G?
When in doubt, vote for Chovy.
So I imagine it will probably be Chovy here. But to be fair, I think he played really well. I think both the Akali and Azir had a really big impact.
Yeah.
But we'll see. There might be a mix of votes as well. I think.
Yeah, him also like getting that solo kill sort of off camera on Closer during this game as well, just kind of ridiculous. I think Ruler had a great game, had a pretty good series as well. The Ziggs was brilliant, honestly.
Yeah.
So there could be arguments there.
Honestly, should I have just voted for him for the Ziggs alone?
I think as Orcs, you absolutely should have.
Yeah, am I being true to myself? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
He also built the right items. I mean, you really want to be encouraging.
I should be rewarding him for what he did. Yeah, man. I'm just...
You may have done a whoopsie. You may have done a whoopsie.
I'm disappointed in myself.
Yeah, that's all right. Having a look here, Gen.G, it was a slow game. As you can see with the gold graph, it was kind of flatlined for a lot of it, and then they just kind of turned on a dime. That Baron play was just so much, and Chovy will be able to pick it up. Unfortunately, Orcs did not vote for the Ziggs, and therefore Chovy gets his third POM.
Yeah, doing the pose that he took of Dagon, you know.
Yeah.
The classic.
Pretty impressive that he also did his research on the coolest poses that Dagon has done.
Yeah.
Selected that one.
Although when Dagon did it, he was more like this.
He was. Chovy's one is a little bit more aggressive.
Chovy's, yeah, a lot more aura, I think.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
But I mean, that was Dagon years ago. Maybe he's worked on it since. Oh, there we go.
See, there he is. Very young, as you can see there. But I'm intimidated. Not as intimidated now. I feel like he was scarier. Maybe it's the t-shirt. Yeah. See, I think it's something about the suit that makes me feel like he's about to get me. Brilliant. I'm glad that we do get like the instant flashback as well. Gorgeous. Thank you so much, production, for that one. So we will be having a chat with Chovy coming up pretty soon, and maybe maybe Chovy will have a little bit of information as to why there's a bit of a slow start for Gen.G this season.
Yeah, I mean it's just, again, I think for a lot of teams this would be fine, but it's just been very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. So now it is time to hear from the man himself. Let's throw it on over.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen.G. Congratulations! Chovy, that was a clean 2-0 victory. It must feel great. How do you feel? Yeah, although we won 2-0 today, the match itself wasn't very easy for us, so I think we just have to spend some time reviewing what the problem was. And as expected from the GOAT, Chovy, your Game 1 Azir was extremely versatile, and we have this highlight right here. Can you walk us through what happened? Right here, the enemy didn't really have any hard CCs, and I think we had really good positioning, and just because we had that good positioning, we didn't want to give up that space. We knew that the opponent will be struggling right here, so I think we just wanted to make a play here. It was kind of like a must-do situation. Honestly, in Game 1, you kept her busy all game, so was it not hard to pull off? In Game 1, the enemy tried really hard to punish me, and I did get sort of pushed away, but I think that was just kind of unavoidable. I do have to review that part. And in Game 1, Baron was the win condition. First, Gen.G went for the Baron, and an accident happened. Then the enemy went for it after and ultimately lost. So, was there any real-time discussion within the team regarding the Baron control? I just felt like the team comp, the side with the better team comp has to go ahead and hit Baron first. And it just felt like we were kind of forcing the enemy to make a decision in the Baron fight. And I think we weren't able to execute our play as perfectly as we expected. And so game 2, we got your Akali. And with your win today, Akali is now undefeated against Annie over 3 games. So what gives Akali an advantage over Annie in this matchup? In 1v1, I feel like from Annie's perspective, there's really no answer for her. And when it comes to the mid laning phase, even if there's any sort of CS difference, I feel like this comp actually gives you a very big advantage comp-wise. So can you explain what your Akali's role was in this game? I think just following up with what I said earlier regarding the Akali answer, I think in the mid laning phase, it's not that the CS is the most important part. I think you just have to make sure that you kind of bully the enemy more. I think that's what really gives you an advantage in the mid lane now. So I think I just tried to pay more attention to doing that. And so with the 3 early losses into the regular season, it felt very unlike Gen.G. So how is the team communicating through these? Well, I feel like in the early phase of the season, I think losing definitely is one of the things that you can experience. I think it's just really unavoidable sometimes. And I think that right now, there's a lot of different things that we can learn from all those losses. And I think those experiences piling up actually will pay off in the end. And your next opponent is Nongshim. How will you prepare? Right now, we're preparing every match with the mindset we will win no matter what, and I will hope that we actually keep on improving our performance. And any word for your fans? Thank you so much for your support. I'm sure that you're not very used to us losing so much during the earlier during the season, but I want to make sure that we refine it and we fix it up. And that's all from Chovy, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Heji. Thank you, dear Yaya, as it is a 2-0 here for Gen.G. They get the job done against an opponent that they should get the job done, but yet again, a bright spots here for the DN Automotive Supers, a solo kill on the top lane to start things off with the Varus, and then after that, it was big dog time. Nefiri getting some plays in there. Chovy doing the Chovying. Could have voted for Ziggs if you were based. Hawks. Not the case.
Not based. Unlike someone on this.
Is Chijijik the only one that was based? Dang.
A little based. Dang.
No,
I'm not sure on what, but yeah, very, very.
Oh, Keen love. No one voted for Keen. Everyone else got a vote.
Well, Keen did not have the greatest early game into the Renekton,
but he did the big dog. Okay.
He did get solo killed as the big dog.
He did get solo.
He did do a lot of resets with his ultimates later on, though, so it's fine. I think these votes are okay. I think most of the reason why people voted for Chovy was because it was quite vague and unclear. And when in doubt...
He was just really consistent, right, Wolf?
Yes. Consistent Chovy is the one who gets the votes. You know, when you're not sure, we had a little bit of an up and down, right? Look at that. Good job, Chovy.
This is so generic.
Yeah. Any more similar vein?
Yeah, is there one more? Comments? Do we have one more of those?
I'm sure there'll be a few.
Because I like this one more. The only reason why I like this... The only reason why I like this one more here, Wolf, is that it's a full sentence. I was like, what does consistent Chovy do, Wolf?
He wins games through his
alliteration. Well, not really, actually.
It's not alliteration.
Oh, it starts with the same letter.
Yeah, it's
close enough. Good job, Wolf. You did a great job today.
Okay.
Every move screams they want the victory.
Gen.G's duo with CC are unstoppable. There we go. That's kind of like what you did, right? CC, consistent Chovy?
I guess, yeah, sure. It's kind of confusing because of crowd control, but a little bit, you know.
I didn't read ponies. What was ponies? Ponies popped
go
up
back
and
to
came
ponies.
back down. I want I want to make sure that we give the philosopher his due. Pony the philosopher.
It screams
That's
they
like,
want the victory.
All right, you can see it, and when it screams they want the victory. Okay, yeah.
You can see it. Chovy is trying to win. Yeah, exactly.
You
can see it
with that.
Also,
every game he's trying to get that victory. You can see it.
Game 1 was a little bit of a disaster. I mean, I don't know if they were screaming that they wanted the victory or just screaming desperately trying to get one consistent team fight, which
Also,
eventually they did thanks to DNS.
Comms a little quiet, not screaming too much.
Yeah.
At the end, when we were able to hear the comms and they're pushing on in, a little focus there as
Also factual, yeah. He has not been subbed out of the mid lane since like Ophelia played that one time and Chovy had to play top.
Ophelia, that's
yeah.
a throwback, yeah.
Yeah, no, but they still had to beat him actually because he was playing in the top lane.
It's true. Sometimes it is really as simple as ganking bot lane on repeat.
Well, that's just your opinion. I mean, that's not actually a fact.
No.
But in order to beat Gen.G, you do have to beat Chovy.
I feel like we went from Wolf and then we went to Cloud Town. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we were going
for
with
supports. Okay, he had an awesome Nautilus game. He had the Hex Flash play, and then his Lulu was really on point. But he played Lulu, so nobody voted for him. But I think Duro deserved to vote. I put in the ticket. It's like voting for the guy you know is not going to win, but it's like, okay, well, I want this guy to win. So I'm going to put it in.
You can't make the change without voting.
Yeah, one vote at a time. You know, where's Ox? Like, do
Yeah.
I have to start this train by myself? Like, where did Ox go?
Dang.
Justice for supports.
Everyone at home, are you a Valdanalist believer follower? I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vote like Valdez. Also,
Like Valdez, yeah.
VV. Alliteration? If you thought-
Yeah, I mean, technically, I was incorrect.
For all of you grammar experts, can you please tell us what that is? It's not alliteration.
What is it?
Well, where it just starts with
Seagon's like, no, it's not alliteration. Why isn't it alliteration?
Well, that's why he's
Why is it not alliteration?
appealing to
Starting
the
the same
experts.
consonant. Okay, back to back. Consonant into consonant. Like dumb Dagon doesn't know what alliteration is.
Wow, that's
Dumb Dagon.
I want, and he's over here saying, I want you to explain it to me, chat, because I don't know the difference.
There's like a bunch of people in chat being like, is that really the same guy?
it is
actually, yeah.
Oh, I'm very happy here. That's what it is.
I like your hair now better. Can you give us like a better one? Because they keep making fun of like how your arm's like a little
chicken wing,
not confident or whatever. I don't know what they were saying.
Alliteration
I like the smirk.
is
The smirk
correct.
is quite strong.
I don't know.
They're saying I'm right?
I don't think
Whoa, that's
Chovy
correct.
is alliteration.
I don't
actually.
think that's
I think
correct.
I was incorrect.
Like, well, you know what? I asked Chad if there were any grammar experts in the chat, and I think that's probably
there's your
where I went wrong.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not going to disparage Dagon.
Yeah, that's another good alliteration.
Another one?
Good job, Wolf.
Yeah, I don't know if it's alliteration. Stop saying, yeah, that's another good alliteration, Valdez. Vote for Valdez.
Vote for Valdez. That's alliteration.
Vote Valdez, yes.
Yeah.
Except in my hair got caught in the clip. Let's take a look at the standings. Gen.G, they move up 2 spots. They're now
Dagon was harmed by his hair.
The DN Automotive Supers gracefully let the bros hold 9th place as they move towards home ground later.
Gracefully.
Yeah, for Gen.G, I mean, they're 4-3 just like DK. We talked about how DK's strength of schedule is really easy with their last couple of matches. Gen.G, I actually don't know 100% what their next couple of matches are, but still, it's like Gen.G need to be either in first or second or something is wrong. So that's what I'm looking at, that there's such a big gap between HLE and the rest of the LCK.
It's the standard we always hold Gen.G to. We were talking about this after our first, desk year, is we spent a lot of the time in their win talking about the problems, like in their in the early reel, like they figured some of the early dragon fighting out, but still made the mistake on Baron. And in game 2, there were certainly some moments, like Keen got solo killed. There were some issues there. It was a lot cleaner of a game than game 1, even though the draft was quite risky. I think we hold them to such a high standard that 4-3 just doesn't seem right. It seems like they're struggling, even though they're actually pretty high up in the standings.
Yeah, and for DNS, it's another loss. That's 0-2 on paper, but actually game 1, they had some look-ins, and Pioshik played well, and Dudu played well, like multiple times, playing really well into the Keen test, right? I feel like DNS kind of a sad team to follow because they're 1-6 with the worst record in the LCK right now. But some of the games that you watch, it's like, hey, they actually have some good angles, but they just can't find a way to win.
Yeah, trying to piece it together. Consonants is alliteration consonants.
Yeah, that's why I said consonants.
Yeah, good consonants, Wolf.
Tomorrow we have the BNK Fear X squad going up against the KT Rollster Roller Coaster. See if they enjoy that experience. And then we have Hanwha Life Esports against Kiwoom DRX. What, Wolf?
I don't know.
I think so.
It's been a long day. Oh, no, it was only 4 games. Yeah.
Is Kiwoom's logo the only logo that we have that changes?
No, hundreds.
No, like I think their logo changes into English on the global stream to say Kiwoom, so global fans could read it.
Yeah,
I noticed that. That's cool that they're, making it a little clearer.
Good looking out, Kiwoom.
Dang, Kiwoom DRX understands they are a global brand and need to make sure that all of those that don't understand grammar on the global broadcast will be able to read it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. It has been a great fun day, and we'll have more fun tomorrow. Bye-bye. Grammar. That was a good one in the chat.
자, 오늘 준비된 경기는 그 LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드 경기 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드로 펼쳐지는 매치.
한번 쭉쭉 달려봐야겠죠, 더. 한진브리온의 경우는 경기력만 봤을 때 분명히 더 승리를 했어도 아닌 생각도 많았거든요. 그러니까 정말 이렇게 혼란스러운 시기에도 1승 1승이 그만큼 더 간절해지는 거잖아요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.